Good morning. Today is the planning board meeting of April 13, uh, 2023. And unfortunately, we do not have Chair Science with us today. We wish him a speedy recovery, but hopefully he will be with us next week. But we are fortunate to have Commissioner Sean Bartley with us, Commissioner James Hedrick, and Commissioner Mitra Pedoim. Hope I didn't mess up your last name, Mitra. Anyway, let me just start. We usually start our meeting with a little bit of history. And this is kind of an interesting piece of history here. Again, it shows how Montgomery County is really the leader in so many areas. The county paved the way for today's membership stores such as Costco, BJ's, and Sam's Club. By more than 60 years ago, on this day in 1961, a store opened by the name of GEM, which stands for Government Employees Mart, and it opened a 125,000 square feet department store with 1,000 customer parking lot, and it was north of Bethesda. And then at that time, to shop at GEM, individuals had to pay $3 a year membership fee, a little bit less than what they pay today, and qualify by being an active or retired government employee or contractor or a member of the armed forces. GEM closed its stores in 1974. But again, like I said, this type of business helped pave the way for others to follow. Anyway, let's start with today's agenda. And the first item on the agenda is preliminary matters. And we have with us we have a number of resolutions of issues that were discussed and approved at the previous meeting. And let's I think the best thing might be I would like to hear a motion that we approve the 5 resolutions, which include 7340 Wisconsin Avenue Sketch Plan Amendment, 7340 Wisconsin Avenue Preliminary Plan Amendment, 7340 Wisconsin Avenue Site Plan Amendment, addition to Race Adventure Preliminary and Final Forest Conservation Plan, and the Free Rain Solar Farm Forest Conservation Plan. So do I hear a motion?
Move that we approve all 5 of the resolutions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hedrick. Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Pedoin. Hearing a motion and a second, I will take a vote. Those in favor say aye or raise their hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. So those are approved. The next item on the agenda is a request for reconsideration filed by Roman Mulcahy, Orisman Ford at Montgomery Mall, Site Plan Amendment number 82009014C. Now, this, I heard from Chair Sion and myself. We were the only ones attending the hearing date of February 23rd, which, we were the only one present at the time of there were 5 commissioners, but 3 of them were not there. We're not here today. So I've discussed it with him, and I decided after reading the reconsideration and the response that I do not intend to make a motion for reconsideration, and this is also with the advice of counsel. So I think I am not going to make this request for reconsideration, so we can move on to the next item on the agenda. The next item number 2, are a number of record plats. And we have, we have subdivision plat number 2202 20910 and 2202-2940 of Bloom, Montgomery Village. We have subdivision plat number 2202-3400 PSTA. We have subdivision plat number 2202-3490 Green Acres. Subdivision plat number 2202-3550 National Chautauqua of Glen Echo, and subdivision plat number 2202-3660 Merrimack Park. So unless the commissioners have specific questions or concerns with any of these record plats, what I would recommend is that we we take a vote on all of them as a group. So I will leave it open to see if any of the commissioners have any questions regarding any of the record plats. Any questions from the commissioners? No, I don't have any questions either. So do I hear a motion to approve the 5 record plats on the agenda?
Yeah, I move that we approve the 5 record plats on the agenda under item 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Hedrick. Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Pedolin. And let's take a vote. All those in favor of approving the 5 record plats that are on the agenda, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. So we're moving right along. Fortunately, we don't have the item 3 regulatory extension request, which is good news. I mean, usually we do have some, but at today's day, we don't have any. So now we are going to move on to item number 4, which is a report, roundtable discussion, a report from our park director. So, Mr. Riley, you have the table. You can tell us what's been happening.
Well, good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gary Burnett. I'm the Deputy Director for Montgomery Parks, and in lieu of Director Riley for today, and also to introduce Katie Richter, who's our Executive Director for Montgomery Parks Foundation, and she's going to give information about the foundation and answer any questions you may have, and that's from a request that came last director's report about the Parks Foundation. So here's Katie.
All right, good morning. My name's Katie Richter. I'm the Executive Director of the Parks Foundation, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do and our relationship with the Commission. So I have a little slideshow here to go through. Here's our mission statement. In short, we are a nonprofit organization that helps and endeavors to help plug any budgetary gaps for parks through philanthropic support in the community. Some facts here that I know you're all very well familiar with as far as parks, but the thing I wanted to highlight is over the last 3 years, the foundation has been able to donate $3 million back to parks for various parks projects and amenities. A little bit of our history. We were founded in 1992 and reconstituted in 2010. At that time, a new standing MOU was created between the parks and the Commission that details how we work together and how we partner. And as I mentioned before, we maintain our nonprofit 501c3 status. We're governed by a board of trustees. There's currently 10 members. There's room for 15. They are nominated through the board of trustees. We look at community leaders throughout the county. Once they are approved by our board of trustees, it comes to you, the planning board, for final approval. The board is responsible for fiduciary oversight as well as ensuring our strategic vision is aligned. And they liaise directly with Director Riley's office. How that looks in the org chart, here our most up-to-date org chart. You'll see the little dotted line there from Mike Riley to the Parks Foundation, so we work very closely with the directorate. Some current projects that we fundraise for all the time is listed here. Brookside Gardens is a big one. I would say about 60% of our donor base is giving to Brookside Gardens for various parks projects, or their various projects. The Mary Wells Harley Camp Scholarship Fund is something that was started about 6 years ago in honor of Mary Wells Harley and helps send kids in our county with demonstrated need to a week of camp. We're pretty excited about the growth of this program. In the past, we were able to send about 13 or 14 kids to camp. This year, thanks to an outpouring of support, we've been able to send 36 kids to camp. So we're really excited to be expanding that and growing that. We're also raising funds for the Black Hill Living Classroom, or the SEED classroom that's going in at Black Hill Regional Park. That should be coming online at the end of summer, beginning of fall, is our hope. And that has primarily been funded through individual donors and corporate sponsorships. We also partnered with the parks to help bring Josiah Henson Museum and Park online. Again, we worked with companies and individuals to help raise support to bring that museum online, and we continue to fundraise for Henson for their programming and their amenities. We also do small annual projects, whether that's something that comes from the directorate as a need or something that even comes from our constituents. A lot of times we get phone calls from someone who lives near a park and says, hey, I noticed that a few of the trees are dying. I'd love to help. Can I give some money to replanting these trees or upkeep a playground? And as long as that's something that Parks is interested in, we help facilitate that as well. And finally, we have a memorial bench program, our tribute program. I'm sure you've seen them in our parks. They're beautiful, 100% recycled plastic benches. They last a good long time, and they have a bronze plaque that donors can inscribe with messaging. So how are new projects determined? Well, the ultimate decision comes from our Board of Trustees in collaboration with the Parks Directorate. This fiscal year, we're undergoing a strategic planning process to set a 3-year vision that will really highlight the key priority areas the foundation wants to take on in our fundraising. And we're going to be doing that in close collaboration with the Parks Directorate, and we hope to lean on you, the Planning Board, as well as we look to set our next 3 years of vision and priorities. Currently, the foundation doesn't have an infrastructure to take on capital campaigns, but we do like to support those projects that can be enhanced at the margins. So those projects that are funded, and they're good projects, but they could be great with maybe $500,000 or $600,000 extra. So we really like to be involved in those sort of projects. We do also have funding up to $50,000 available through a grant application process internally at the department. So every year we'll send out an application to the various divisions, ask them to submit their pilot projects or the projects that they need funding for that got left off the budget. And once the directorate decides what's most important, they send it on to Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees votes on where we can allocate funds. This past year, we donated about $90,000 in grant funding to the department for various small projects. And we hope to do that again this year. Some other things we do is we facilitate bequests. If a prospective donor is looking to leave a legacy in one of our parks, we help work that out so we can ensure that what they're listing in their will is actually something that Parks is going to want to use when it comes to fruition. So we help facilitate those bequests. We also consult on capital projects as we have fundraising expertise in-house. We are happy to consult on capital projects and help as we can. We support friends groups. Many friends groups are all volunteer. Many of them are just a handful of folks. So we can provide back-end support, whether that's providing them with an online giving portal, managing their fundraising campaigns, or just simply providing them advice and guidance. We support the department by helping apply bond bills, as well as taking on the advocacy piece. We also, as a 501c3, have access to grants that the department wouldn't have access to. A lot of funders prefer to fund a nonprofit, so we're able to get some of that money that wouldn't be available otherwise. And finally, we facilitate in-kind gift requests. My favorite in-kind gift request from the time that I've been here was the gift of a canine park police bloodhound of Dolly. So facilitating a living in-kind gift was a fun thing to undertake and has been a great addition to the park police. Our infrastructure, there's 4 of us. We're term contract employees, and we're very grateful that the park supports our overhead, which allows really everything that we fundraise outside to go back to park projects and amenities. This is our staff. As I mentioned, I'm the executive director. Jackie handles our communications and our marketing. Lois Brown handles our individual donors and our grant program, and Anna Joyce manages our tribute program and our back-end database. So to talk a little bit about the numbers, our fiscal year, just to make life confusing, is January to December. So we ended our fiscal year December 31st. We raised about $678,000 from individual donors. That was about 700 donors in that group. Parks spent $462 on us, and we netted $215. Last year, we were able to give $400,000 back to Parks, as well as secure $775,000 in bond bills. And we have a reserve funding or endowment of about $1.8 million. The majority of that is restricted funding, so restricted to various parks or projects, but a lump of that is unrestricted as well. In the last 3 years, we've been really pushing the messaging of the importance of unrestricted funding. We call it our greatest need, and we've seen an increase year over year in the last 3 years of about 6% of our donors choosing to give to greatest need. Greatest need allows us to be a lot more nimble in meeting the emerging needs of the parks beyond those restricted gifts. So why is the foundation important? We are able to engage advocates in a much more strategic and efficient way than maybe the department is able to. We can send that messaging and we can promote and develop those advocates to speak on behalf of parks. As I mentioned before, we can access new funding sources with our 501c3 status. We allow the community to become real stakeholders in their area parks. Our messaging really is along the lines of it takes a village to keep our parks thriving, and having some ownership in that as a donor really makes a difference in their ability to care for their local parks. And it builds a tradition of philanthropic support that continues to grow. We do see over the last 3 years our retention rate continuing to increase. So these are donors who are giving year over year to their favorite parks and projects. And we also can help facilitate projects that may be able to come online faster through the foundation. Because we're smaller, a little bit more nimble, we can help facilitate things that maybe might be a little bit harder through the department or the commission process. So real quickly, I wanted to take you through some of the projects that the foundation does to give you a scope of where we have some impact. As I mentioned, Brookside Gardens is an entity in and of itself. Large majority of our donors like supporting them and like doing large projects there. So at the top here, in the Maple Terrace, with the couple sitting in front of the sculpture behind them was funded by an individual and his family who wanted to place something in memory of a loved one. And that was placed last year, and also comes with maintenance. So we've built in maintenance so that this sculpture can be maintained for years to come and is not an additional burden to Brookside Gardens' budget. Next to that is the Harry Dewey Garden. This also was funded by an individual donor in memory of a loved one, and again comes with yearly maintenance. So again, it's not an additional budget add for Brookside, but can be solely taken from this individual donation. Below, we have the Fireplace Terrace that was funded by a bequest. A longtime volunteer at Brookside Gardens passed away and left money to Brookside to do with as they will, and they decided Fireplace Terrace would be a good option. This is a great example of collaborating with the department in taking on the sole source contracting for this. So the foundation was able to take that on and get that project done a bit quicker than might otherwise have been. Next to that, you'll see a beautiful sundial. This is an example of a peer-to-peer fundraising campaign. Gentleman wanted to do something in honor of his wife, and we set up an online giving portal that allowed 200 of his closest friends to give to this campaign and install this beautiful sundial in honor of his wife. And then below, you'll see a couple donors who started the Brookside Tree Trust. And this tree trust allows Brookside to replace dead or dying trees from the trust rather than having to dip into their budget to do that. As I mentioned before, we don't have the infrastructure to do too many capital campaigns, but we do like to partner with others to do these large-scale projects. As I mentioned, Josiah Henson was one that we helped bring online, and I believe we were able to donate just shy of $1 million to help support that project. Next to that is the Neil Potter Plaza, where we partnered with the Coalition of the Capitol Crescent Trail. Neil Potter Plaza is along the Capitol Crescent Trail there. We worked with the coalition to engage the community in fundraising to build that plaza. Down in the corner, you'll see the very, very beginnings of the seed classroom that's being fabricated off-site and being brought to Black Hill Regional Park. That one is largely funded by individuals and corporate donors. Again, hopefully, we're hoping that will be online late this summer, early this fall. Next to that is Kensington Cabin, which was largely supported by a grant the foundation was able to receive. Next to that, you'll see the Ridge Road Inline Skate Park. That was thanks to a partnership with the Capitals, who supplied the materials and the resources needed to create that inline skate park. And below that is a horse shed that was supplied by an individual donor. Again, this is an example of the individual donor gave the money needed, and we worked with Parks to purchase the shed and install in a pretty quick fashion. This is for our mounted unit, the Park Police mounted unit. They had, their shed at the time wasn't able to house all the horses that they had and was starting to fall down. And unfortunately, this was not something they had in the budget. So this donor saw the need and was able to work with the foundation to secure that. And finally, some community projects. Up at the top, you'll see our Trail Ambassador Program, which is a program that introduces young kids to our trails and the joy of mountain biking. The foundation was really excited to be a part of that pilot project, and we put forward the funds to purchase bikes that the participants received when they graduated. We also put in bike racks throughout some high equity areas as well. Next to that, you'll see a young lady painting on one of the storm drains. This is thanks to a grant the foundation secured to beautify some of our storm drains and promote the importance of picking up your litter and keeping Maryland beautiful. Below that, you'll see Canine Wick, one of the Park Police canines. The Park Police had to retire one of their canines and were in dire need of a new one, but didn't have the budget for it. We had a donor step forward who is passionate about the Park Police and gave the money necessary to bring on WIC, which in turn will stabilize their canine unit for about 10 years. Next to that is the eco counter that's placed at Oarsman Plaza. The front counts walkers, the back counts bikers, and is something that was funded through the discretionary greatest need funds of the foundation, and is a great way to track some of that data that we're always looking for. Next to that, you'll see the communication board. This communication board, we now have 3 throughout the county. This one is at the South Germantown Splash Park, and it enables partners of park patrons of all abilities to communicate easily. And the foundation was able to get this launched thanks to a grant. And finally, below that, you'll see some accessible picnic tables that the foundation was able to purchase and secure through a grant at Seneca Landing, who also has a accessible boat launch that the foundation was able to apply up for a bond bill, making that area really accessible for anyone who wants to access the C&O Canal. We do have a website that details our ongoing projects. We have, as I mentioned, we have some new projects coming on with the $90,000 that we donated last year. So we're excited to see some of those come on board in a variety of ways. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I really appreciate your time in allowing me to brag about the foundation.
Thank you, Katie. Excellent presentation, and I think you guys do an amazing job. And the question I had, you answered in one of your slides, is how do people find out about donors, and how they find out about the foundation, and how they can get involved. But you do have a web page, and I guess there's got to be like a telephone number that people can reach you. But again, I'm gonna leave it open for board discussions if they have any questions. But before that, I'd just like to say that you guys, this is amazing. I mean, $3 million. You rely on volunteers, and I know people love the parks and they really get involved. And you also rely on individual contributions and corporate contributions. So I would encourage people to do that. But I'm going to leave it open for questions from the board, if they have any.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I wasn't aware of this foundation, so it's great information to share.
Oh, good.
It's exciting that there's a partnership with a nonprofit who can be a fundraising arm for the Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission. And I was wondering, is the current budget going to have any negative effect on what you all are doing now, the county executive's current budget? And if so, what effect?
Yeah, great question. No, not so much a negative effect, but more so it gives us our marching orders. We're going to have a lot more needs popping up. We're going to have a lot more, if the budget isn't restored to some sort of level, we're going to have a lot more constituents reaching out to us with needs, and we're going to have to be really putting on those big fundraising wheels to plug that bigger gap.
Again, thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hedrick. You had a question?
I did. I was just going to ask, so for the budget for y'all, what roughly is the sort of ratio between sort of individual donors, corporate, and then sort of foundation grant?
Yeah,
funding that
great
you guys
question.
get?
So primarily, I would say 80% of our gifts are individual donors, with about 10% being corporate and 10% being foundation. We know we have a lot of room for growth in the corporate end and the foundation grant end. So that's something we're really spending a lot of time growing. When I came on 3 years ago, we really only had about 250 individual donors giving on a consistent basis. Now we have about 700. So we're getting to that place where our individual donors are more stable. So we'd like to build out those other two components.
And with the foundation and the grants and things, I saw the Maryland beautification one, I assume is a state.
Yes.
State grant
Yep,
funding.
absolutely,
And then,
yep.
All right. Very cool. All right. Thanks. I was curious.
I just
Thank
have
you,
a
Commissioner.
comment.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
worked very closely with the Park Foundation when I was at the Parks Department, and they do really good job, and we did implement a lot of projects with their help, especially in regard to some of the capital projects. That was very helpful, and also in regard to advocacy. So it was very nice to meet you and continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bedoin. One last question before we move on. So I noticed that in Brookside Garden, I guess a couple of your slides said that people in remembrance of somebody who had passed away, they contributed and set up some. I did. Yeah. Now, my question is, if a corporate or a foundation were to contribute, could they also publicize their contribution?
As far as, you mean like a naming right or a recognition within
Yeah,
Brookside
naming
Gardens?
right, like the name of, let's say a business or a corporation, could they have like a plaque or something saying, we contributed to this particular, okay.
Short answer is yes.
That's-
The long answer
Yes.
is we do have a naming policy in place to ensure that nothing is untoward or there's nothing being promoted that would be contrary to Parks'
Yes.
mission. But yes,
Okay.
and we have such a good partnership with Brookside Gardens that we're usually able to work out some sort of recognition that is tasteful within, not detracting from Brookside Gardens' beauty and layout, but also gives the donor that recognition that they might expect, as long as that falls within our naming rights policy.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
And
All right,
I believe,
unless-
Commissioner, I believe that
Yeah, go
for
ahead.
those naming policies, it comes to the planning board.
Yes, for the
Oh, it
big,
does, okay,
the
that's-
big like park naming ones or any of those significant ones, yes.
It will come through
Yes.
planning board.
Absolutely. You're right.
Thank you, Commissioner Bedoin. All right, I guess unless the Deputy Director has anything else to present, I guess we're done with this item. Are we?
Yes, that was the only item for today.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now, in the calendar, we have item 12. Let me ask Acting Planning Director Stern whether we're going to discuss this issue now or we're going to leave it and discuss it after item 11.
We should go ahead and take care of the item now. It's a very quick item. It's
Okay.
only about 5 minutes.
All right, go ahead and please give us a presentation.
Certainly. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. This item is for the Planning Department to receive approval from the board of our revised non-recommended reductions to our FY24 budget in order to meet the county executive's recommended FY24 budget. Just as a reminder, about a couple of weeks ago, on March 30th, the Planning Board approved the Planning Department, the Department of Parks, and the Central Administrative Services Departments within a commission our list of non-recommended reductions to meet the county executive's recommended budget for FY24. The Planning Department's portion of that the recommended reduction was $947,289. Our original FY24 budget request was around $25.4 million. So a couple of weeks ago, we presented a list of projects and other budget items from our FY24 request that we provided as basically our ask. We had two tiers of non-recommended reductions that basically we asked the board to approve so that it can go to the county council for them to consider adding the funding for those items back to our budget. And there was one tier that was called Tier 3, which were reductions that we can absorb. Since that time, we have started to have conversations with council members regarding the FY24 budget process, as well as some conversations with council staff. And we certainly have heard that this is going to be a difficult budget year for the process. And so we went back and revisited our lists and came up with a revised list of non-recommended reductions. The biggest change is that we increased the salary lapse by 1% from 4.5% to 5.5%. And we also eliminated one of our new position requests was a request for a new part-time position within the communications department. We will instead, for that position, repurpose an existing vacant part-time position so that we can still meet that need. So as part of the memo that was submitted, there is at the top the original list of non-recommended reductions, and then at the bottom, the revised list of non-recommended reductions. So we're asking the planning board's approval of this revised list so that we can formally transmit this to the council. And I think, again, bottom line is that in Tier 1, these are the priorities for us in terms of getting funding restored as part of our budget request. We essentially reduced our ask from just under $383,000 to $345,000, and we increased the Tier 3 reductions, which is essentially, these are the reductions that we will absorb, so we will let that go as part of our budget request. So that's it. If you have any questions, let me know. But otherwise, we are seeking the planning board's approval to transmit this revised list of non-recommended reductions.
Okay, thank you, Acting Director Stern. Now, the increase in the salary lapse by 1%, is that still Tier 3, or have you moved it up?
That's still in Tier 3. What we're saying is that we will go ahead and make that reduction in our budget request. So everything that is in Tier 3 is what we have decided we will absorb this and we will reduce that from our budget request. And so Tier 1 and Tier 2 are the non-recommended reductions that we're basically asking the council to find the funding so that we can include those items in our FY24 budget.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to leave it to the board if they have any questions or concerns, and if I hear none, do any of the board members want to make a motion that we approve it?
I'll move that we approve the revised list of non-recommended
Okay,
reductions.
thank you, Commissioner Hedrick. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartley. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise their hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. You have it,
Thank you very much.
Planning Director Stern. Thank you very much. Okay, now we move on to item 5, which has the chair, Sion, has decided to postpone this item. And it's the one that has to do with the Little Falls Parkway pilot project. I know there's a lot of interest in the community, and many of our commissioners have actually gone on a tour. So we're going to leave this. We don't have a date for it, but Commissioner Sion has decided that he wants to be present at the discussion of this item, which is the right thing to do. So saying that, we're going to move on to item 6, and I think let me ask the staff whether we take a recess now, 5 minutes. We basically check out and then check back in online. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then go back to item 6, 7, and 8. Thank you very much. Yes, hi, good morning. We're still on the April 13th, 2023 Planning Board meeting. And the next item on the agenda is item number 6, which is Hillcrest Property Preliminary Plan number 1202-310, and it's a public hearing. Now, let me remind the board members that the protocol that we're going to follow, which we usually follow, is we're going to have a staff presentation followed by a public testimony, and we do have one speaker, which I don't know whether the speaker is in person or virtual, but we do have one speaker. Then we will have the applicant presentation if the applicant is here, and then we'll open it up for board discussion, questions, concerns, and any other issue that may come up. So saying that, let me remind the board members that this is an application to consolidate two parcels, P829 and P846, into one lot for the construction of a 11,058 square feet medical office building in Olney. Having said that, would I have the staff presentation, please?
Hi, for the record, Patrick Butler. You did a great job there, Commissioner Pinheiro. I appreciate that. And I just want to, I believe this might be the first case where the Planning Board has an advisory committee that is making a recommendation on the plan. So just going to give a very, very brief overview. Several of our master plans over the years have implemented or recommended the formation of an advisory committee in those particular communities. When those groups are formed, they're typically diverse groups that represent the community. That's planning staff works diligently with to, one, build rapport and capacity within the plan, but also these members are really valuable members who serve, volunteer their time for their community to ensure that the master plan and that vision that's established by the master plan is delivered. And so we interact with these advisory committees in many different ways, depending on the needs of that community at the time that the plan goes through that process. And so in this case, the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee is charged with a few tasks, all generally related to the development of the town center. And one of the tasks is that planning staff will bring regulatory applications to the advisory committee for review to ensure consistency with the plan, et cetera. And so we've done that in this case, and believe you just have the recommendation of approval from the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee, and we have Mr. Jim Smith here today to speak on behalf of the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee after our presentation. So just wanted to give you a little overview of that and before we get into the presentation.
Thank you. So,
Okay, thank you.
my name is Alexandra Dupre. I'm a regulatory planner with the Upcounty Division, and this is the Hillcrest Ave application. So this application seeks to consolidate two parcels, P829 and P846, into one lot for the construction of an 11,058 square foot medical office building. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan with conditions. This application would be located at 18201 Hillcrest Ave in Olney. It fronts Hillcrest Ave, east of Georgia Ave. There are medical offices located nearby. It's within the Hollings River watershed and the Patuxent River primary management area. It's 0.59 acres. It's zoned CRT2. It's within the town center district and falls within the 2005 Olney Master Plan. It's currently improved with a single-family dwelling, trailer, and associated surface parking. So this proposal seeks to consolidate these two existing parcels into one lot. Parking would be located to the side and to the rear of the building, as you can see in this preliminary plan on the screen. It's for an 11,058 square foot, two-story medical office building. The building is located up along Hillcrest Ave to create a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. There's associated surface parking as mentioned, and there would be improvements along Hillcrest Ave. The applicant has held a pre-submittal public meeting on May 11th, 2022, and no public community members have sent in correspondence. As Patrick had mentioned, the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee reviewed this plan. They have a representative here today, and they will testify on the application. They have also met with the applicant, and they unanimously approve of the application with some recommendations that they will outline. So as I mentioned, it's within the town center described in the 2005 Olney Master Plan. There are no site-specific recommendations for this property. The master plan recommends a mix of uses and pedestrian-oriented development in the town center. The application, we believe, substantially conforms to this master plan. For transportation, they are making minor frontage improvements along Hillcrest Ave. The application is exempt from a full LATR analysis, and there's greater detail on this in the staff report. Frontage will be reconstructed with a grass panel, which allows for a future separated bike lane. And please let us know if you have any questions on these improvements. As you can see on the screen, you can see an interim cross-section improvement on the top, and then ultimately what we would hope to see at the bottom. Open space requirements will be met with the fee in lieu option. Due to site constraints, this limits the ability for the available area for public open space. And so the applicant's contributing $35,000 towards the ongoing renovation of the nearby Greenwood Local Park. For forest conservation requirements, the application satisfies Montgomery County Forest Conservation Law. This application is exempt from FCP review, Forest Conservation Plan review. As part of this application, the applicant is conveying a parcel to the north of the subject property, shown on the screen, to Montgomery County Parks. This park conveyance parcel, as shown, is mostly stream valley buffer, and the applicant is submitting or has submitted a tree safe plan that includes tree protective measures for the park conveyance parcel. The tree safe plan also includes removing non-native invasive species from the park conveyance parcel, and the applicant will reforest parts of the park conveyance parcel. Roads, transportation facilities are adequate. Stormwater management requirements are met. Fire department access and water supply requirements are met. It will be served by public water and sewer. So in summary, this application complies with all provisions of the subdivision regulations. It meets requirements of the CRT zone. It conforms to the 2005 Olney Master Plan. Public facilities are adequate. The lot is appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use. It complies with the Chapter 22A Forest Conservation Law, and it meets all findings and requirements for a preliminary plan. So staff recommends approval of this preliminary plan 120230010 and accompanying tree safe plans with conditions.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move on to Mr. Smith, James Smith, who represents the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee. Let me remind Mr. Smith that we did receive a letter from you, and we usually put on a timer, and we give 3 minutes for individuals, but since you're representing an advisory committee, we're going to give you 8 minutes for your presentation. So please go ahead and tell us. In the letter, you did mention something about a fence and also about the bike lane. And I'm just wondering if those issues the staff is aware of those issues. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm Jim Smith. I'm currently a subcommittee chair on the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee. I served as chair in the past, and wanted to just give you 1 or 2 minutes on the committee itself. We give a great deal of attention to maintaining a broad base of membership so that we have good community representation of the interests throughout the community, including the business interests. We include the Chamber of Commerce, business owners, including HOAs that border the town center. Mid-County Services Advisory Board has a seat on our committee, as well as GOCA and other organizations that represent kind of umbrella groups in the community. We pride ourselves in having a very transparent process where we develop in public meetings an issue tracker that we share with the developer, that we share with planning staff, and update it as issues as we see it get tracked through resolution. In this case, we very much appreciated the efforts of the development team to present specifically to us and to the Greater Olney Civic Association and help us to develop our opinions and recommendations on this project through resolution. So overall, we do recommend approval of this development, and we appreciate the investment by the developer in the Olney Town Center. And there were a couple of issues that we looked at closely that I want to go over. As you mentioned, there was a pedestrian access. The Olney master plan calls for a well-connected town center. We look at both pedestrian and vehicular connections very closely in every redevelopment proposal. In this case, there was an opportunity for improvement. However, that opportunity exists on the neighboring landowner, and we've worked with First Washington Realty, the landowner to the east of the subject property. They will be removing a fence upon completion of this redevelopment, allowing free passage between the two parking areas, saving vehicular trips potentially in the future. The only question I have for the development team is to confirm that there's no intention to erect a new fence after the development of the parcel.
The development.
Do you want to finish? Do you want to finish your presentation and then we can entertain that? Because
Sure.
then we're going to have the applicant come in
Okay.
and tell us.
Very good, thank you. The next item was with the bike lane. We're very much in favor of the proposed bike lane that's required. And we understand the limitations of having a single parcel on a block redevelop, and understand that there is an amount put in escrow for the bike lane in the future. And I guess that's with us to work with the county in trying to get that implemented in the future. And in the meantime, there's an 8-foot grass buffer that would be used in the future for that bike lane. It looked to us like it was a simple matter of just continuing the striping through the end of the block, but we understand now that it's not that simple. And we also understand the need for removing the on-street parking for line-of-sight issues. And we're thrilled about the dedication of the parcel to the north as parkland, and the potentials for public use of that area with trails that might connect, wrapping around the neighboring parcel, connecting up with a public right-of-way, the Appomattox Avenue, which is currently an undeveloped road for the northern section of it. So our committee would be making efforts in the future towards some public use there. That's it for my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And now we're going to have the applicant come up to the table. Are they here? And if they want to do a presentation, and in that presentation, we'll give them an opportunity to respond to your question about whether they're going to be building a new fence.
They're present and at the table.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pinheiro. My name is Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday, here representing the applicant. Lud Luscovar, to my left, is representing the applicant entity, which is a small family-owned business. I'm also accompanied by our project engineer, Brandon Fritz. And in the audience, we have our landscape designer and transportation consultant, should we have need of them. I really want to thank the staff of both the Planning Department and the Parks Department for a lot of hard work on this case. They helped us work through some complicated issues to be able to find a way for this project to go forward. It's a small project for Montgomery County, but it's important to this applicant. Also wanted to mention the existing buildings on the site are dilapidated. They need to come down. There's also an urgent life safety issue because the applicant is having a hard time keeping squatters out of the buildings. So that he does intend to demolish them as soon as he's able to do so. So the applicant's goal here is just to replace these old buildings with a nice modern medical office building that will be a contribution to the Olney Town Center. The applicant accepts all the conditions recommended by the planning staff. We're happy to make a further presentation about the project if the planning board would like, or we can also just answer questions.
Hey, thank you,
Let me
Ms.
answer-
Carrier.
I'm sorry, I should
Yeah.
answer Mr.
Go
Smith's
ahead.
question.
Sure.
The applicant doesn't have any intention to put up a fence, and in fact is happy to hear that the shopping center is going to take down the fence that's there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Carrier. Good to see you. And I'm gonna just, before I open it up for board discussion and questions and concerns, the only point I want to make is that I know that in the master plan for Olney, the master plan recommends that we start thinking about mixed uses, but that's for the large shopping center, bring in more residential. And really, this lot is too small to require, to deal with that issue of mixed uses or residential. So I think it's a good idea that, like you mentioned, these are dilapidated, abandoned building being replaced by a medical office building, which is very much needed. So saying that, I just wish that in the future, whoever runs the town center thinks about, how we can transform this area and not just leave it as a commercial, as a shopping center. But anyway, saying that, let me open it up for any board discussion to either Ms. Carrier or to Mr. Smith. So I'm going to open it up. Go ahead, commissioners.
I have a question, as you could expect, is about the dedication of the park. I was reading the description, and I'm not really clear that is there going to be any kind of improvement done to the park, or is it that it's just being dedicated like that, in what kind of shape and form, and if it is any kind of facility or anything at one point, or any coordination with the park department? I couldn't figure it out from the write-up you had there.
Yeah, so thank you for asking that. We have a representative right here from the Parks Department who we've worked with very closely, Henry.
Good morning, everyone. Henry Coppola. I'm the Parks Department's Development Review Coordinator, and thank you for the question. We did sort of investigate the potential for improvements, working with the planning staff and the applicant, and the decision was really that there's not enough space. The environmental constraints that were mentioned, basically almost the entirety of the parcel is in the stream valley buffer, and so it didn't seem appropriate as part of this project to add to it beyond that. We do, and I defer to the planning staff and kind of environmental, since they've worked on the tree safe plan mostly, but the opportunity to remove a large amount of non-native invasives that are in the area and have reforestation work happen in there is taking part as part of this. And so the parkland will be improved in that sense in the environmental issues and the sort of resource conservation and protection. There is the tributary stream for the Hollings River and the Patuxent drinking watershed protection area. And so that's kind of more the focus of this area being parkland.
Okay, was it in any way that I'm not familiar with the site, if it is worthwhile for the neighbors, if it was at least some kind of path, natural surface path for people just to walk there? Nothing really improvement in regard to structures, but something that if it is a nice area that people can go there and take advantage, or the kids can go and play.
Sure. So we did have our trail staff do a site visit, and their initial determination is the sort of site constraints. It's pretty steep. It's almost entirely stream valley buffer, and that it's ill suited to put trails through. That's something that they could, continue to reinvestigate, but I don't think that they're going to make a change in that initial finding.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we are talking about the parcel 826, which is the parkland. There's also a contribution being made to the Greenwood Local Park of $35,000, but that's a separate issue altogether. And that Greenwood Local Park, who's going to be administering that? Is that the Parks Department?
Yes, that would be the Parks Department.
Okay, but that is completely separate. I mean, the tree saving plan, instead of the forest conservation, will be at the parkland, at the parcel 826. It will not be at the Greenwood Local Park. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Any other board members have any questions or concerns?
Yes, I don't have a question or concern, but I think I'm very familiar with parcel P846. It's next to Orange Theory Fitness and the Chick-fil-A, and it looks like a good, effective use of parcel 846. Hopefully, it's well integrated with the major shopping center to the east of it. The only thing I'm concerned about is once you guys get established is ingress and egress and extra parking, because unfortunately that street is being used by large diesel truck trailers. And I don't know if that's going to be an issue with your use and construction of it, but it looks like a good fit for the community there.
Thank you.
Nothing for me to answer the question about the bike lane, actually. That was what I had a question about, so that came up. I'm good.
I do have a question about the bike lane because I'm very familiar with that part of the road there and how you get in from Georgia Avenue after you pass Chick-fil-A. And this is a high volume automobile use corridor, like to ingress and egress to Chick-fil-A, Five Guys, Orange Theory, TJ Maxx, and the other shopping center. So I was interested on how bike lane necessarily fits because there's no bike lane integrated into Georgia Avenue there, and so it's very limited.
Yeah, I would just say that the bike lane ultimately will connect with a larger vision of the town center and redevelopment of the larger shopping center, hopefully with a mix of uses, et cetera, that Commissioner Pinheiro was referring to. So I think long-term, right now, in isolation, would it make sense? It probably makes less sense than in the larger vision of that future redevelopment.
So, yeah, it's curious that they're going to be obligated to do that when right now there's nothing there for bikes. But I guess it's just future planning and consideration for bikes.
Yeah,
So
you'll see this from time to time. Sorry.
Just to clarify, they would pay a fee for a future bike lane, so they're not installing it right now, and the future bike lane would actually be protected from roadway traffic. So that would help with some of that congestion you might see there, that the bikes would be separate from that. But it wouldn't be happening right now. And so that's part of why we like the fee, is that it makes it so it's not just like one little segment and that gets cut off later.
Yeah, you will see this from time to time. So we have a vision that we're trying to move towards, and then we have pieces of development that happens along the way. It doesn't necessarily happen all at once. So when those opportunities come up, we get what we can, whether that's in the form of a physical improvement, and when in certain cases where it may not make the most sense, then we elect to collect a fee in lieu at that time.
Okay, all right. Well, it's long-term planning. Definitely, we do that for bike lanes and bike. So the developer is actually making a payment for the construction of a future bike lane. So anyway, any other board questions or concerns or comments? If not, I'm ready. I mean, we know that this issue has been reviewed by the Department of Transportation, by DPS, the stormwater issue. There's a number of conditions in it. If people feel comfortable with it, I'm ready to hear a motion for approval.
I will move to a motion to approve item 6, Hillcrest Property Preliminary Plan Number 120230010.
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Pidoy. Who,
I
Commissioner
second.
Bartley seconded?
Yes, I second. Thanks.
Okay. All right, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. White, Ms. Carrier, and the staff, and it's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Morning. We're still on the April 13, 2023 Planning Board meeting. And we have the next item on the agenda that we will be discussing today, item number 7, which is the 5500 Wisconsin Sketch Plan Amendment number 3202-201A and the site plan 8202-340. And it's a public hearing. There's a number of issues here with the sketch plan amendment and the site plan. So what I will begin with, again, following the order that we usually do, is we're going to have the staff do a presentation. We have a number of the public that will be testifying. I think we have 4 online, virtual, and 3 in person. And then we're going to have the applicant do a presentation, and then we're going to open it up for board discussion. Why don't we start with the staff presentation and to the board. So go ahead.
Good morning. For the record, Saquon Gatling with Down County presenting 5500 Wisconsin Avenue, with the subject applications being a sketch plan amendment and site plan application, numbers 3/2022-001A and 8/2023-0040 respectively. And for the board's reference, the original sketch plan was approved in November of 2021. As an introduction to the site, I'll note that the subject property is located in the village of Friendship Heights, noted as Friendship Village on the map shown on the screen. And although the village does not have regulatory authority for land use matters, we've coordinated with them throughout the review process, and they've also had a review task along with all DRC reviewers for the projects. Just on the map on the screen, I've indicated the subject property in red, also a number of developments nearby, as well as the Friendship Heights Metro Station, just for proximity sakes. Moving to the site itself, it's a 1.81 acre property with the zoning as shown on the screen, and it's located on the west side of Wisconsin Avenue between Somerset Terrace and South Park Avenue in Friendship Heights. I'll note that the zoning includes a T designation by the height, which indicates that under certain conditions in Chapter 59, under Section 4.5.2D, the maximum height of 90 feet in this case can be exceeded and under certain criteria. This was reviewed and approved with the previous sketch plan and carries over to this subject applications today. And we can discuss that more if needed for clarification. Moving to prior approvals, to the right, you'll see a sketch plan diagram from the previous approval in which the board approved a 406,563 square feet mixed-use development, which in this area included the existing hotel to remain, as well as the proposed development, which makes use of bonus density from providing 15% in PDUs. The plan also included a shared street between the Hills Plaza and Wisconsin Avenue. Today, the applicant is requesting to amend the previous sketch plan application to make use of the increased density from a proposed density transfer and to update conditions of approval and public benefit points to address the requirements for using increased density. This will result in an increased number of public benefit points required to a total of 150 points. At the site plan application, which further refines the design and circulation from the original sketch plan approval, will have an established density of 444,605 square feet. The maximum building height remains unchanged with this increased density. However, the height of the building shoulders near to the base has been increased by 1 story to accommodate the increased density here. A little bit more about the density transfer. As noted, the sketch plan amendment introduces a transfer through the FAR averaging allowance of the zoning ordinance. With this proposal, up to 32,718 square feet of density will be incorporated as a residential density on the subject property and will be transferred from nearby 4608 North Park Avenue, which is shown as a blue triangle on the map to the left. Further, the sending site will retain density sufficient for the existing use as well as any future standard method development. Moving on to the subject, application, circulation, and access. As indicated on the plan, all vehicular access to the new residential tower will occur on the proposed shared street. The shared street will accommodate one-way traffic entering from the Hills Plaza and exiting Wisconsin Avenue in the southbound direction. The existing access points to the adjacent hotel garage will remain unchanged with this application, and staff notes that the new garage for the proposed development will be connected below grade to the existing hotel garage. Streetscape improvements in compliance with the complete streets design guide will be required on all three frontages of the site, the Hills Plaza, South Park Avenue, and Wisconsin Avenue. The next few slides will provide an overview of the open space shared street aspect of the design, and I'll start with the open space diagram on your screen, which shows the available open space on both sides of the shared street and turning along all frontages. Here, you'll see the western entry to the shared street with the focus on the residential lobby and the landscaping elements which will make pedestrians feel welcomed into the space and draw them into the shared street. Here, we're seeing view number 2 from the eastern entry of the shared street, which makes note of the garage entry on your screen, which has been complemented by colorful design to make it more of a design feature rather than a blank wall in the space. And finally, I'll share an overall view from the bird's eye. You can see the context of the overall neighborhood and the building and scale with the surroundings, ample rooftop green roof, street trees, and the proximity to the nearby Humphrey Park just across the Hills Plaza. For a brief overview of the forest conservation requirements, there's no forest on site, though a forest conservation plan was what was required with this application to reflect requirements resulting from off-site utility work and the proposed high-density use, which resulted in an afforestation requirement of 0.33 acres, which would be met via fee in lieu. There was also a variance request submitted with the application for minor impacts to a street tree of about 1%. There are no proposed specimen tree removals and thus no mitigation requirements for the application. And as a result of the findings as listed in the staff report, we recommend approval of the variance request. Following the posting of the staff report, we have a few corrections to update typos to the sketch plan and site plan conditions of approval, just to accurately reflect figures for the existing uses on site, as well as updated public benefit point categories. These corrections appear in red on your screen, while the stricken through text in black reflects changes from the original sketch plan that have already been captured in the staff report and remain as described in that document. As a result of those previous changes, we also had to update a footnote on page 31 of your staff report, footnote to table 1, just reflecting the same remaining square footage. As far as community outreach, the applicant has met all property signage, noticing, and submittal requirements, and correspondence received as of the date of the staff report is included in attachment D. There were 11 total pieces of correspondence included in that attachment, which expressed support for the application, citing a needed boost in the area in terms of housing and economic infusion. An additional correspondence following the posting of the staff report was received and has been forwarded to the board for consideration as well. That correspondence consisted of 5 additional letters of support, as well as 1 letter expressing concern for the increased density and building height for the proposed development. With respect to the concerns regarding density and height, as explored in the staff report and in the applicant's statement of justification, the sector plan contains recommendations for height limits on certain properties. The subject property has no recommendations to that effect regarding height or density, and the numerous perspectives and height diagrams included in the application show that the proposed development is in scale with the existing buildings surrounding it. Additionally, the applicant has responded to staff design comments throughout the previous sketch plan and this current application process in order to reduce building massing and orientation, just to make sure the shared street feels as open as possible and avoid visually closing the space to the neighborhood to the west and Wisconsin Avenue to the east. With that, staff finds that the sketch plan amendment and site plan applications meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and is in conformance with the sector plan. All noticing requirements have been met, and thus we recommend approval of sketch plan amendment 3/2022-001A and site plan application 8/2023-0040 with the included conditions and corrections. And that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. Okay, let's move on to the public testimony, and we're going to start with the people who are here on, let me see if I find this here, on the online. I'm going to ask Russell Lacey from the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce to give a presentation. Now, what we're doing is, if it's an individual, it's going to be 3 minutes. We're going to be timing it. But since you're representing the Chamber of Commerce, you have 8 minutes from now. So go ahead.
I wish I had known at 8 minutes. I might have rewritten this, but I think I'll take much less than that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, fantastic. If you can do it in less time, that would be great.
Thank you, sir. I could read more slowly, but I don't think that would help.
Okay.
Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the 550 plus members of the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce in support of the sketch plan amendment and site plan application being discussed today by Donahoe and Car City Centers to redevelop that portion of Wisconsin Avenue in Friendship Heights. The Greater Bethesda Chamber supports government policies that focus, on creating new housing that is affordable to a variety of incomes, as well as building new housing near high-capacity transit. This application for an 18-story apartment building just steps away from Metro is certainly consistent with those policies. Friendship Heights offers no affordable housing to potential residents. We have an opportunity to finally make homes affordable to those who earn a good living but can't afford the high prices commanded by market rate housing in the area. With the proposed apartment building offering 15% units as MPDUs, approximately 45 of those units will be affordable to a variety of potential tenants. This is a significant addition to the county's affordable housing stock and will bring with it age and cultural diversity that will enliven the entire Friendship Heights community in Montgomery County and beyond, and attract new retail. The proposed height and density of the building is most certainly appropriate for the site. It's located a quarter mile from the Friendship Heights Metro and will be attractive to potential residents that don't rely on vehicles for transportation. Location on the building Wisconsin Avenue places it away from the from the center of the village, causing little disruption to the current residents, preserving views and casting no shadows on Humphrey Park or neighboring multifamily buildings. From a compatibility standpoint, the proposed 18-story building is similar in height to other multifamily buildings in the area, some of which go as high as 21 stories. Additionally, we understand that the applicant resided the building to make it less obtrusive to the village after receiving comments from village officials and residents, making it even more compatible. From a pedestrian safety standpoint, as was mentioned previously, the plan includes moving all loading, unloading, and garbage pickup to a new shared street, avoiding creating additional traffic concerns around the development. We applaud the applicant for making the shared street extremely wide to ensure that pedestrians can easily access and safely access the green space that was talked about. Finally, we believe this application is in substantial conformance with the Friendship Heights sector plan. The sector plan seeks to encourage economic growth in Friendship Heights and recommends concentrating new growth in metro-served areas while preserving the surrounding neighborhoods in support of county policies. This most certainly is the case with this proposal. While one building alone will not resolve all of Friendship Heights' challenges, it will most certainly move the needle in a positive way. We therefore request the planning board to vote to approve the sketch plan amendment and the site plan application. Thank you, all of you, for your service to the county, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of our members of the Greater Bethesda Chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. All right, now we're going to move on to Daniel Dozer, and he is an individual. So, Mr. Dozer, you have, I think you have already joined, but you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. You might be muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Dan Dozier, and I live in the village of Friendship Heights, about a block and a half from the proposed project. I'm speaking in favor of the project, as I have consistently since it was proposed. And I want to emphasize 2 things in this proposal, or in my discussion today. Number one, this project will begin to do, and of course, as the previous speaker said, no single project can do everything, but this project will take a positive step in the direction of undoing some of the effects of past racial segregation in this neighborhood and in Friendship Heights generally. As I'm sure the planning board and probably most observers know, there has been a long history dating back to 75 or 80 years of racial segregation in this neighborhood and in southern Montgomery County generally, as well as Northwest DC. This, while certainly that those de jure and de facto segregation efforts have minimized or have not continued to the extent that they did in the past, the effect of the past discrimination lives with us today. And so this project, by opening up new development for the first time in Friendship Heights in over 2 decades, other than provides the planning board with an opportunity to approve a project that has at least some 15% affordable housing. And in addition, new housing for others not affordable, but still rental units. So there's a long history, and I really strongly urge the planning board to approve the project to a deal with the effects of past discrimination. The second reason that this makes sense is the project will improve for residents. And I'm not talking on behalf of any business. I'm talking about residents living in this neighborhood. It will improve our quality of life in a couple of ways. Number one, it will, as the planning board, as I'm sure acutely aware, Friendship Heights has been a commercial disaster. There have been many vacant buildings. Yes.
Mr. Dozer, you have 30 seconds to wrap up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this building hopefully will begin to undo some of the problems connected with a lack of commercial, especially locally accessible commercial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Now we have another individual who will be testifying, and it's Miller Vihar. I'm sorry if I messed up your last name, but go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. This is Nyla Vihar.
Oh, sorry. Mm-hmm.
No apologies necessary. You all are doing a service to our community, so my name pronunciation is irrelevant. A couple of items. I remain supportive of the project as amended for 5500 Wisconsin Avenue. I live at 4620, and I'm a couple of blocks south of the proposed property development. This block of Wisconsin Avenue is long overdue for an update and revitalization. The project, as amended and as originally planned, is forward-looking. It will add value to the quality of our life, our community, and I must say I was already supportive of the project, but even more so now. I've seen tremendous cooperation between Donahoe and Friendship Heights Village Council, and so much discussion has led us to where we are today. I have lived here in Friendship Heights since 1995. It is welcoming, yet we are stagnant and planning to meet future needs. I agree with Mr. Dozier that we're kind of a desert here in terms of development. We need new retail. We certainly need affordable housing. That will add, I think, a much needed diversity to this community. To wrap it up, I would urge the planning board to support this plan. It is thorough and thoughtful. It will make our wonderful community even more vibrant and diverse. In my view, it would be short-sighted to oppose the development, especially when our neighborhood is behind the curve in encouraging new development that will refresh Friendship Heights. That's nobody's fault. It's just behind the curve. Many of my neighbors are also supportive of this plan. We are grateful to the Donahoe and car companies for their prompt attention in responding to residents' concerns and ideas. I want to thank the Planning Board for this opportunity to express my support of the project and look forward to the ongoing discussion of your agenda today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we have Pat Donovan, who's also an individual who will be testifying. So, Ms. Donovan, you have 3 minutes to testify beginning now. Go ahead.
Thank you. You're going to hear many of the same points that the two previous speakers have made. I'm a resident of Friendship Heights as well, just down the street from 5500 Wisconsin Avenue. When I moved here in 2008, Friendship Heights was a vibrant commercial area. That's one of the reasons I came here. Obviously, that's no longer the case. It's pretty much a dead end commercially. I was very heartened by the announcement of the plans to develop 5500, and I testified to the planning board in favor of the sketch plan. If Friendship Heights is to thrive again, it has to have a broader demographic profile, which I believe a new rental building with units both small and large can provide, and a new approach to retail. I like the design of the building, especially the setback and plans for seating areas around, and the idea of locally sourced establishments. I was very disappointed that the Friendship Heights Village Council opposed the sketch plan, as I thought they were really not representing a large number of residents of Friendship Heights. Since the planning board's support of the sketch plan, the developer has worked with the village council, and I think the resulting sketch plan amendment and site plan are even better, as Nyla said, than the original sketch plan. Among the changes are the relocation of the entrance into the shared street, the maintaining a height of 18 stories and decreasing the number of apartments. I love living in Friendship Heights. I believe that with the addition of 5500 Wisconsin, there will inject new vitality in the community, which is desperately needed. And I hope the planning board will approve the sketch plan amendment and the site plan today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Donovan. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the testimony of 3 people who are there in person, and I'm going to ask them to, they may already be there at the table. David Brown from the Village of Friendship Heights, Carrie, again, I may be misspelling the name or mispronouncing the name, Kimchi for the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and Michelle Rosenfeld from the Somerset, I think it's Home Condo Association. So each of you, since you're representing a group, you will have 8 minutes to present your testimony. So having said that, Mr. Brown, you can begin.
Your microphone is not on.
Good morning, Commissioner Pinero and other commissioners. David Brown here on behalf of the Village of Friendship Heights. I have 4 things on my mind today. Number 1, I am here basically substituting for my former partner, Norman Knopf, who died in a tragic accident last month, just as he was finishing work on this project. I can't replace Norman Knopf. He is irreplaceable, but I will do my best to explain the position of the Village of Friendship Heights on this matter, which leads me to point number 2, which is that this is the first opportunity I have had to appear before this newly constituted board, and I wish to join others who probably have preceded me
expressing my personal congratulations to you and thankfulness for your long-term public service, and I wish you every success in this endeavor. Which leads me to express, based upon the negotiations and the settlement agreement that the village reached with the developer, Donahoe, we are here to express our unqualified, unreserved support for this project as it is presently constituted, both with respect to the sketch plan amendment and the site plan. And that support is in no way dependent upon the somewhat unusual request I'm going to make of you as my fourth point today, which is that the carefully and quite detailed development restrictions that were worked out by agreement between Donahoe and the village be incorporated into the board resolution with such clarifying language as the board deems necessary. I understand fully well that this is an agreement outside the purview of the board, and it is not enforceable by the board, it is enforceable by the village. But the village believes it would be very helpful to have the imprimatur of the board on the development restrictions, because by consensus between us and the developer, these development restrictions are not in the least inconsistent with the restrictions that are being imposed by the board. In fact, the reason that the village appealed the sketch plan in the first place was not because the village was in any way hostile to the various concerns and aims of this project. And as you heard from some of the villagers today, there are many, many goals that are going to be achieved by the approval of this plan. The problem that the village had was because it is responsible and has proprietary responsibility to control and maintain as a sovereign entity the streets in the village. They were concerned about some of the impacts of this development project on the streets and the congestion and the flow of traffic. And they felt that the restrictions that were imposed at the sketch plan level were not sufficient, and they wanted a greater level of detail. Well, fortunately, we were able to develop and get those restrictions in a much greater granular level of detail, agreed to entirely, which basically eliminated any future appeals or challenges to the board and let the developer get on with getting their site plan approved. And we think in light of the fact that the board, that the village is and has been essentially a sovereign entity in the state of Maryland for over 100 years, and has had basically control of and responsibility for the roads, that it can look at my request to include the development restrictions, which are all agreed upon and included in the developer's updated statement of justification, as giving them a greater level of visibility, and perhaps everything will go forward without the village ever having to resort to legal enforcement of those restrictions. So these restrictions will in no way, by including them in the resolution, they will in no way impair or affect the board's approval. They simply will be an aid to making sure that we are able to meet our responsibility there. And I would say that anyone who says that, well, this is just a private agreement that doesn't belong in a resolution, I would say that the village is not a private entity with a real estate interest in this project. The village has a sovereign responsibility to maintain the streets, and we believe that the development restrictions have complemented the board's resolution, or the board's decision, if they make the decision today to approve this. So that's the only modest request that we make. the restrictions as expressly worded in the developer's updated justification be included with whatever clarification the board needs to put in to make clear that these are the responsibility of the village, not the responsibility of the board, would be very helpful as an imprimatur to the project. And I just want to lastly make very clear that whether you accept or deny our request, we are in unqualified support of this project and are very hopeful and optimistic that it will revitalize this area and accomplish the other goals that have been expressed so well to you by the previous speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. We will consider that, and later on, I'd like to ask you whether there's any conflicts or any issues. I know that you have a private agreement that goes into a greater level of detail, but we'd like to see whether there's any discrepancies between what the planning board resolution says and what your village is agreeing to. But anyway, we'll leave that later on. Let's continue with the testimony. And
understood, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Ms. Let me see here. Ms. Kimchi from the Coalition for Smarter Growth. Go ahead with your testimony. You have 8 minutes.
This is Stacy Silber. My understanding is that she's unfortunately in the hospital and is not able to be here today.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. All right. Well, she could submit something in writing after, or somebody else from the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we wish her fast recovery. Anyway, so we go on to Michelle Rosenfeld from the Somerset Condo Association. You have 8 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Michelle Rosenfeld. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. And I want you to know that to my right is Scott Schreiber, who lives in Somerset and is also available to answer questions. And there are others in the audience and online watching the board's proceedings this morning as well. The Somerset condominium buildings have 409 residential units on Wisconsin Avenue, and they're located about a block north of the subject property. I filed a written submission yesterday, and today have handed out a paper copy with an updated Figure 3, which has been handed to the board, and I'm going to reference this because I think that the visual will help clarify my testimony this morning. First, I want the board to understand that my clients support this project. They urge planning board approval, and they look forward to this step in the revitalization of Friendship Heights that this project offers. We are here, though, to discuss several very specific concerns about vehicular traffic impacts to Somerset Terrace. And if you look at Figure 3, I can orient you. Where it says Figure 3, that's the approximate location of the Somerset condominium buildings, and you will see just under that there's a street named Somerset Terrace. My clients own Somerset Terrace. It's a private road, but it functions as a fully public thoroughfare. It's open to access by anybody using the public streets, and it is a central component for circulation in this area. So we have 2 overriding concerns. The first is damage to Somerset Terrace resulting from heavy construction vehicles. And the second is pedestrian safety concerns resulting from anticipated cut-through traffic on Somerset from the new development. My clients have had ongoing discussions with the applicant. We've not resolved those, which is why we're here today to bring our concerns to the board. I understand the applicant has told my clients that contractors will be directed not to use Somerset Terrace. We ask that that be included as a condition of approval. Our concerns about traffic circulation need a little more explanation, and if you look at Figure 3, let me walk you through this. You are familiar with the cut-through with the alleyway, the one-way alley from the Hills Plaza to Wisconsin Avenue. If somebody is looking to access Wisconsin Avenue northbound from the alleyway, they need to drive to Wisconsin Avenue, turn right, drive past the next intersection through a light, down to a block south at Willard in Wisconsin, wait for the light there, make a U-turn, and then you head north. That's not fun. Alternatively, what's not shown on the plans is on Figure 3, you will see a blue arrow. There is an underground connector from the proposed new development to the existing underground garage for the hotel. So a vehicular driver could go from the new development garage to the hotel garage, out, make a right onto the Hills Plaza, make a right onto Somerset Terrace, make a left onto Wisconsin Avenue, and you're on your way north. Very, very simple, certainly much more straightforward. I call the first one the U-turn option, and the second one is the Somerset Terrace option. Any sane driver, a resident, a visitor, an Uber driver, a delivery driver, employees will use the Somerset Terrace option over the U-turn option. The effect of this is to increase traffic significantly on Somerset Terrace. There's a lot of pedestrians that use Somerset Terrace. There's an existing crosswalk on Somerset Terrace. Drivers moving north on the hills to go left, eventually on Wisconsin Avenue, have very short turning lights. So if they see that there's a green light here or a green light here, they accelerate through this intersection, they accelerate down Somerset Terrace, and then they accelerate to hit the light and move north. Not safe for pedestrians under existing circumstances, and it will get worse with additional traffic. We did raise this concern with staff, and I do want to thank staff for holding a meeting on short notice with us so that we could discuss this. And it was their view that because Somerset Terrace is a private street, we need to raise this issue with the board because they have no jurisdiction over private streets. I have two comments, two observations. First, Somerset Terrace intersects with the Hills Plaza, a public road, and with Wisconsin Avenue, a public road. Both of those intersections are highly impacted. Public safety concerns on Somerset extend to its intersections with those publicly owned and operated roads. In furtherance of Vision Zero, which is to reduce pedestrian deaths to zero, pedestrian safety, I note, does not recognize the distinction between public and private roads. Secondly, to the extent that Somerset Terrace is off-site and privately owned, this board imposes off-site requirements to enhance public circulation and safety, in particular pedestrian circulation safety, as a routine matter. You require extensions of sidewalks, you require extensions of bike lanes, all in furtherance of circulation and safety, and this certainly would be in furtherance of the overall goals to revitalize Friendship Heights. You have the authority to do this under two sections of the code. Necessary findings under sketch plan, 7.3.3.E.6, require the board find that there is satisfactory general vehicular, pedestrian, and bicyclist access and circulation. Under the site plan necessary findings, you need to find that there's safe, well-integrated parking and circulation patterns. And so for these reasons, we think that both to enhance pedestrian safety, as is well within the board's required findings under the code, and to further the county's goals with respect to Vision Zero, and bolster the revitalization goals that this project seeks to achieve, we ask for three things. 2 crosswalks, elevated, striped, with vertical lit signage. One near the intersection of Hills Plaza and Somerset Terrace, the other one within Somerset Terrace, to slow down that vehicular traffic as it moves north to get to Wisconsin Avenue North. Second, we would like a bulb out at the intersection of Hills Terrace and Somerset. There's one that mirrors the design we would like that the applicant already is going to install at the Hills Plaza.
Ms. Rosenfeld, you have 30 seconds to wrap up. Go ahead.
Thank you. At the
And the
Hills
third?
Plaza and South Park Avenue, and for no construction traffic. And finally, I note that we did include as an exhibit to our letter, we have a traffic engineer who has concluded that the traffic analysis provided by the applicant is inaccurate, that a traffic study indeed is required. We think that would be moot because our interest in those traffic findings are limited specifically to the issues that I raised on Somerset Terrace, and that would not be needed with the conditions we've requested.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Okay, now we are going to ask the applicant to come forward and give a presentation. Is there anyone who's representing?
Yes, this is Stacy Silber.
5500 Wisconsin. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just our team is coming up to the table. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And as you come to the table, can you please introduce your every member of
Yes, I will. Thank
of
you.
your team?
Good morning. I'm Stacy Silber with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer. It's a pleasure to be here today and to see you all. I'm pleased to be here representing KRE CDP Property Owner LLC. I'm a joint venture of Car Companies and Donahoe Development Company, the applicant for the site plan and sketch plan amendment that's before you. With me here to my left is Jad Donahoe. We also have here Mike Wilson and Jason Truesdale. On behalf of the applicant, Pat LeVay, an engineer with MHG, Andy Tchaikovsky, an architect with SK&I, Trini Rodriguez, she's great, she's a landscape architect with Parker Rodriguez, Nancy Randall, traffic engineer with Wells and Associates, and my colleague Liz Rogers of Lurch Early. I first want to take a moment just to thank staff for all of their efforts and hard work on this application, including Saquon Gatling, Katie Mencarini, Stephanie Dickel, Elza Heisel McCoy, and Paul Mortensen. And I also would like to thank the village for their support of the project and also acknowledge that we are also missing Norman Knopf today. We also appreciate Somerset Condos' indication of their support. The sketch plan that's before you today is limited in that we are seeking to allow for the transfer of density from a Village of Friendship Heights property that's located at 4608 North Park Avenue to the property through FAR averaging, and to modify the public benefit points to go up from 100 to 150 points. We are very excited to be here today. It's been a long time coming. This is the first residential development, as you've heard, in Friendship Heights in over 20 years. Donahoe and Carr's project implements many of the county's policies that they've been trying to encourage throughout this area, including housing, environment, connectivity, and economic development priorities. The proposed development will transform this existing underutilized single-story development into a transit-oriented mixed-use development with up to 45 moderately priced dwelling units. The project team is particularly proud of introducing affordable housing in Friendship Heights, as there currently are no moderately priced dwelling units in Friendship Heights as it stands. We heard the comments of the Village and Somerset Condos, and we'll review each issue in turn at the end of our presentation, but I'd like to first turn it over to Jad Donahoe, who will say a few words, and then we'll have our project architect share some plans, and then also our landscape architect, and then I'll come back and address some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, members of the Commission. Jad Donahoe for Donahoe Companies. Want to talk briefly about the community outreach that we have done as part of this project. Over the last 3 years since acquiring the property, we've met with more than a dozen different groups and public meetings, and several dozen additional meetings that we've attended, in addition to the 2 required public meetings. Our outreach has been extensive, and we've heard the variety of different opinions that we see in Friendship Heights. We've also heard the desire for reinvestment in this community, as Stacy said, that has not seen any reinvestment in a couple of decades. There's almost 3,000 units in the Village of Friendship Heights. There are currently 0 MPDUs, in part due to the age of the housing stock there in Friendship Heights. We look forward to changing that, as well as creating new retail opportunities that meet today's retail needs, not the low-ceilinged, very deep spaces of years past that were suitable for regional-level department stores, but the shallower, brighter spaces that are required for the sort of neighborhood-serving retail that we heard loud and clear from the neighborhood was what they wanted to see. So providing more than 11,000 square feet of retail as part of this project, and then also a new shared street through the property. Since coming before you with the sketch plan, we have entered into a settlement agreement with the Village of Friendship Heights. We're proud of the work that went into that with our counterparty, Norman Knopf, and with the Village of Friendship Heights Council. I've talked a little bit already about the struggles that existing retail has faced. There's more than 500,000 square feet of vacant retail in Friendship Heights as it stands now, including 2 different department stores and a large format space here at this property that is not at this point easily releasable. We've also noted that this property on one side presents a concrete wall to the village green, Hubert Humphrey Park, and presents less than adequate faces across its other 2 frontages. We look forward to the possibility of being able to change all that as reflected in the site plan, create new connections to Wisconsin Avenue with limited changes to spaces outside of the property lines. With that, turn it back over to Stacy. Thank you.
So again, Stacy Silver, Mr. Gatling did a great job of orienting you. I just wanted to point out a few things. This property is blessed by its location. It's located on Wisconsin Avenue. It's 2 blocks from Metro. It's exactly where the county has been looking to increase density and height and have opportunities for additional residential and affordable housing. It's a place in which folks are able to walk to transit, and we're thrilled that we're able to contribute to that as well. And as you can see, the property faces 3 streets, the Hills Plaza, South Park Avenue, and Wisconsin Avenue. And with the configuration of the building, it really provides great separation from existing uses. These are just some existing condition photos that just show, again, how underutilized it's been for a long time. I wanted to just take you guys through a little bit, since you all were not here for the first sketch plan approval, with the progression of the design. So when we, as Jad mentioned, we have spent a tremendous amount of time with the community. And when we first met with the Village of Friendship Heights and the broader community, the design team had come forward with a design as you're seeing here. And here you can see the mass was horizontal towards Wisconsin Avenue. We had access for loading and vehicles on South Park Avenue, and we didn't have a through-block connection. We weren't breaking up the block. And what we heard from the village is they really wanted to see if we could move our vehicle traffic and our loading traffic onto our own site. And if there were ways in which to create more light and air with the building. The benefits of kind of how this design is, it allows lots of sculpting to occur. So the design team really went back to the drawing board and thought creatively of how this could work. And in the sketch plan, this is what was approved as part of the sketch plan. The building was reoriented. And as you can see, the tower was turned. It allowed more light and air around the building, the opportunity for blue sky, and for more porosity. The other change was we moved all of our loading and vehicular access into the residential onto the shared street, or as I've learned to say, Woonerf. which is, Trini Rodriguez will talk a little bit more about that. But what it allowed was basically for service to occur on private property. This is a really unique feature for any property. Has not been done in Friendship Heights. It's unusual most places. But we're thrilled that we were able to make it work here, and we're thrilled for the support that we have received on the project. I'm going to now turn it over to Andy Chalkowski, our architect, who's just going to take you through some of the design.
Good morning, everyone. This is Andy Chalkowski with SK&I Architects. As Stacy pointed out, I think just in terms of the overall massing, we studied this extensively when we started over 3 years ago. But understanding the context of the village, knowing that there's a bunch of 15 to 21-story buildings in the area, a lot of them present themselves as sort of the sheer mass coming down to the street. And that's not what we wanted to do here. Obviously, we studied initial studies, but then we pivoted quickly. And as we've worked extensively with the village and with staff. And the two major issues were sculpting the mass into pedestrian-friendly, building, and then the circulation, which we created the WUNRF to create that opportunity for internal loading, internal parking access. So I can just quickly walk you around the building. Essentially running that tower sort of in the east-west direction with the lower shoulders at the pedestrian scale. It's very in tune with a lot of contemporary thinking in terms of urban planning, creating the lower shoulders and having active frontages. So we essentially have four active frontages. We created a new front on the WUNRF. We have the 3 streets. We have the lower shoulders at the pedestrian scale, 7 stories. The tower rises, mid-block comes up. We've shaped it into sort of 2 slender pieces, give it much more elegant proportions. We're implying all of the green roof, high efficiency equipment. So it's a very contemporary building. If you want to keep going through the slides, you can see here, we kind of riffed on the neighborhood. There's sort of an update to the mid-century modern. The building sort of perceives at multiple levels when you're kind of driving down the street from a couple blocks away. You see the tower. As you get in closer, the tower sort of recesses, steps back, it recedes. You have this active base at 7 stories. And then as you get closer to the building, the ground floor is activated on all 4 sides. This is a view. That was a view from Wisconsin Avenue. This is a view from the park inside the village. This is you're on South Park Avenue looking at the building. It is the last piece of the park that sort of encloses and frames the park on the east side. So we're very excited to have this frontage on the park, and we think it's a wonderful addition to the community. Kind of going further, this is a view back on Wisconsin Avenue, looking up the WUNRF. So you're standing across the street looking at that new space between the buildings, the existing hotel on the right and the new building on the left, and the active retail frontages on both sides. If you go to the next slide, these are sort of the vignettes, sort of all the sides of the building. The top left is the new entrance, which we negotiated with the village to put the entrance to the residential address on the WUNRF. To the right of that, that's the WUNRF. We do have the loading, as Saquon pointed out. That's we're activating that space with some street art. The bottom left is the little pocket park on South Park Avenue, where we can have outdoor seating for the retail. And then on the bottom right is the residential lobbies will be fronting the storefront, the ground floor along the park, along the village. So we'll have lobby, amenity, fitness, et cetera, on those spaces. And then this is a view back from the park, looking at the front door of the apartment building, which is on the WUNRF. So this is going to be an active place. And we've really negotiated, and as Trini will walk you through, the design of the WUNRF and how we address the loading and the access for the building. And this is a view back on Wisconsin Avenue, looking at the hotel on the right and the new building on the left. So all this, as Jad said, this new updated retail storefront, higher ceilings, full retail frontage, glazing at the ground floor, which is a significant update of what's from what's there now. And then part of the project is on the hotel side. as we demolish the building, there'll be sort of stitching back together the hotel. So this is a view of the hotel side of the refurbished amenity spaces for the hotel. Pass it on to Trini.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. First of all, just wanted to kind of sort of reiterate some of the things that have been said today. What's unique about this development, just new in the village, is that we're providing a very engaging streetscape and pedestrian environment. As you can see, the project has engaged all of the edges. Every one of the streetscape frontages have been activated. And not only that, we've created this sort of higher level of porosity in our urban fabric, which is not present at all in the village, with the insertion of this new concept, which is sort of a shared street or WUNRF, as we've all been working with in this new typology. We've worked very closely with staff on this, on the really sort of fine-tuning the design of this space in particular. As you can see here is a very generous space. It provides, it's designed to be flexible, so it does provide all of the functional aspects that we've talked about of service that are internalized, access to parking, loading, all of that. But at the same time is a highly pedestrian environment. It's been designed to really serve as a way to move through the space. You saw in the explanations how we bring in all the uses sort of around the block to engage the WUNRF as well. And then we work closely with the village to sort of respond to some of their concerns on functional elements of the site. Not only just internalizing the loading and parking as we've explained, but also having some short-term delivery spots, so that would really clean and free the streets along the village and along the park from all those sort of uses, unnecessary services. In addition, they wanted to have the entrance to the building located within the WUNRF, and the architects and the development team work carefully and closely together to sort of engage the corner. So it is not totally internalized, but it really helps to activate that park. We did talk about that Hills Plaza. It is, a very unfortunate sort of street, and I think it's an important edge for the village. This is really changing that whole premise for that side, connecting the park, and that side of the park is really the back side of it, and it doesn't really work properly. This is going to really engage the park and provide a continuation of that park and view shed into both Wisconsin from the park, but from Wisconsin into the park. In addition to all of these elements, we've also talked about, introduce, and we work with staff on this, sort of making it more of a festive space and using wayfinding and place-making elements with, fun seating, graphics that help not only direct people, but make it an engaging space. In addition, we've been adding sort of other elements like lighting to create sort of a datum and make it a safe environment so people can feel comfortable moving through the space. I think, to summarize, I think this, kind of points out to sort of the unique nature of this space, something that is truly new, not only to the village, but to a lot of our urban environments. Lastly, on this image, I think Andy talked about how we're not only engaging, with the uses of this building, but also the hotel, which really was super internalized. Right now, it becomes part of the fabric of the village as well. I think with that, I'm going to let Stacy sort of close our presentation.
Thanks, Trini. I just wanted to address some of the comments that we heard from the village and from Somerset Condos. First, again, we very much appreciate the village's support for the project. We do respectfully submit that it's not appropriate for this private contract to be included in the resolution for several reasons. And we appreciate the village's acknowledgement that even should the board not support that they still support the project. First of all, the development restrictions, we actually agreed to include them as part of our statement of justification. So they're actually excerpted within our statement of justification. So they're actually already in the record itself. The applicant and village are contractually obligated to implement the development restrictions, and there certainly is a mechanism to enforce. And I am sure the village is going to be very much involved in terms of ensuring that we are complying. But also we have someone who's going to be here for the long haul. These are not condominiums. This is an apartment complex, and we have the ability for operation. Also, many of the development restrictions are already included as part of the plans. We've implemented them in terms of density, height, maintenance of the shared street, the fact that it goes one way. All of these things are actually already included in the plan. There was a question that Mr. Panera had asked with regards to, are there any things that are in contrast or in contradiction? I don't think there's anything in contradiction. I think the issue is that there are things that are in there that are really not appropriate for the board to be engaged in. For example, as part of our agreement, we've agreed that contractors can park in our garage. I mean, from an enforcement perspective, that's certainly not something that Park and Planning or DPS would want to be engaged in. Including the terms of the private agreement as part of the resolution, I think would be confusing to those that would be looking at it. And it could also draw in Park and Planning and DPS to private litigation in the future. So I think it's not advisable for anybody, and there certainly is a mechanism in which to do it. Again, we have already included the development restrictions in the record, which is part of the overall case. They're excerpted verbatim in our SOJ. We have, Donahoe and Carr have signed an agreement. We have worked very hard on this agreement. It's very detailed, and the appropriate place is where it is in the contract, which is enforceable. Secondly, I wanted to just address Somerset Condos comments. Somerset Condos has asked that there be certain improvements made to Somerset Terrace. And I appreciate their request. However, it is a private street, and there's an easement that was required as part of the initial development that puts certain requirements on Somerset Condos, and that is for maintaining their streets. That's their responsibility, and we appreciate that it was executed a while ago, but it still is their responsibility. It also isn't warranted. The improvements that they've suggested aren't warranted. First, county laws do not require the applicant to do these improvements. Second, there's no evidence that such improvements are necessitated by the project. And third, there's no nexus that the project causes a need for such improvements. Park and Planning required Wells, our traffic engineer, to use the data, and I'm addressing to some extent the reference that Ms. Rosenfeld made to a traffic engineer statement that we have to do a traffic study, and there's just no basis for that. And again, Park and Planning required Wells to use the data from the ITE manual in the same manner as it requires every other project in the county. There are not different standards for different applicants. As confirmed by Park and Planning staff, it's clear under the law that this project generates less than 50 person trips, and a full traffic study is not required. Again, Somerset Terrace is a private street. It's subject to a recorded easement. The private street is required to be open to the public without restrictions and requires Somerset to maintain the road. This is no different than other private streets in the county. Importantly, the easement actually explicitly gives Somerset the right to dedicate the private street to the county if they're having an issue in terms of maintenance. So that remains their right, and they have the ability to do so. Just a little background, and I'm sure staff can chime in too, but in adopting the LATR guidelines, the county made a policy decision and determined that when a project in a red policy zone, which is where this project is located, generates less than 50 person trips, the impacts are deemed de minimis, and thus no study or mitigation is required. In this case, the project generates less than 50 person trips in the morning, And in the PM, the trips have actually significantly reduced from the current conditions. Somerset's request for contributions and improvements to Somerset's private road creates a slippery slope. Everyone needs to be operating under the same rules, and staff has applied those rules in evaluating this project. There needs to be certainty in the process. The comment that there are certain other requirements in terms of required vehicular ped and bike circulation and self-integrating circulation patterns, I appreciate that comment. However, again, there are rules in place that the staff uses to evaluate all of those factors. And again, they've determined that the trips that are generated from this project are de minimis. And just to, I guess in closing, just say again, if Somerset's having an issue with maintenance under the current current conditions, they certainly have a remedy. They have the ability to dedicate the street to the county. In conclusion, we concur with the findings contained in the staff report and our agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval as amended. We agree with staff that the site and sketch plan amendment meet all of the standards and requirements in the zoning ordinance for the CR zone, including the project's compatibility with existing and pending nearby development, in conformance with the sector plan, and meets all LATR requirements. We respectfully ask that the board not include the village's private agreement development restrictions. We have already included them as part of our SOJ, which is part of the record. We also ask that the board reject Somerset's request that a private company contribute to their private street. I ask that the applicant's presentation, the staff report, and all of applicants' submitted materials and files for the sketch plan amendment and site plan be made part of the record. And of course, we're happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great. Before I open it for board discussion and questions and concerns, I'd just like to say a couple of things. One is that, we've heard from neighbors, we've heard from associations that this project overall is very much needed. It's a big boost to the village of Friendship Heights. It's very much needed because we know what Friendship Heights has gone through the years after the pandemic, especially a lot of empty stores, a lot of empty restaurants. So it needs this kind of injection of both residential and retail. I think we like the fact that it's close to Metro. It's a transit-oriented development. That's what the planning board's been looking for in project. We also like the fact that they're recommending affordable housing and PDUs, 45 units, and there were none in Friendship Heights. So that increases the diversity of Friendship Heights. Now, my questions are more for the staff and maybe the council with regards to the issue that Mr. Brown raised on the development restrictions. We heard from the applicants. I don't know whether in the past we've decided to accept development restrictions. I think, I get a feeling that that's really a private agreement between parties, but I don't know what the planning board has done in the past. And then the issue that Ms. Rosenfeld raised about the private road and whether a traffic study is needed. So, bringing up those 2 points, I like the staff or council to respond to those two, let's say, debatable issues.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Matthew Mills from the Office of the General Counsel. On the first issue, historically, we have not included private agreements in development approvals for a few reasons. With respect to the imprimatur of the board being on that, that would not be appropriate by virtue of the fact that we were not a party to these negotiations. We're not a party to the agreement. The sketch plan was appealed. It was defended successfully on appeal. This settlement agreement was then entered into. The other issue is if the conditions are made a part of the site plan approval, then enforcement authority goes to the Department of Permitting Services. I think it would be very inappropriate for us to put the Department of Permitting Services in a position to be enforcing a private agreement. It can be enforced in its own right as a contract action. I have had a respectfully combative relationship with Mr. Brown for 6 years now. He knows what he's doing. And so I have zero doubt that if this issue were to arise, that the village could deal with it appropriately. With respect to the second issue, the improvements on the private street, I will say this is going to probably become an issue in an increasing fashion given the number of private streets in the county. But aside from that, if under the relatively minimal requirements of our code, if it doesn't even trip the 50 trip threshold for requiring even a traffic study or certain, not to mention certain other things, there's no way that the constitutional nexus requirements could be satisfied for you to impose these burdens on the developer. So I think even aside from the authority question with it being a private street, the choice was made at that time to make it a private street. Parties know what that entails in terms of the maintenance and who has to pay for things. Even aside from that, I do not think that there's an appropriate nexus in this case to impose what's being requested. So unless the staff has anything to add, that would be my 2 cents worth.
Mr. Mills, I agree in part with regards to incorporating the terms of the agreement in any resolution, but I don't believe it would be unfitting not to acknowledge the fact that there was an agreement between them. And can we acknowledge the fact that there's an agreement between them?
Yeah, we could certainly acknowledge the fact that the parties have reached a private agreement that deals with any number of things without actually incorporating the terms. Yes, we could do that.
And then second, I think, I'm not aware of your relationship with Mr. Brown, but I think he did an outstanding job in conveying the interest of the community, and a conflict of interest should never be considered combative, and when it's a civil discourse where have you opposing interests. So it's in the defense of the community and citizens wanting to come before the board. I don't think we should ever address it as combative.
I was speaking strictly in terms of myself and Mr. Brown, and I'm sure he appreciates what I said. And I hope he would agree. He's doing his job like I do mine.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bartley. Thank you, Mr. Mills. Any other board members have any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Pedawim has some.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I understand that, I'm interested in regard to Somerset Terrace. How is the existing condition? I don't even know that if there is a traffic signal or if there are any kind of sidewalk around Somerset Terrace. And I do not know that if the, town of, the condominium association actually, is it the condominium association actually owns the private street? That's very
Correct.
strange. If there is a way that if you could, talk to the county DOT, that if they could provide as maybe a partnership, make sure that there are safe access for pedestrian, that they are out there. And I just assume that if there is no signal, it would be hard to make a left turn from there?
There is a signal
There is
along,
a signal?
at Somerset and
Okay.
Wisconsin.
Okay, so, but in regard to safety, I do not know that if as a private street, they could coordinate with county to get, have you ever talked about it? That if this, at one point, you see any increase, if you could work with county to provide some safer conditions for the pedestrian, at least on Somerset Terrace. I think that, I should congratulate, the whole design team. When I was reviewing the plan, I really, I should commend you for the innovative design, architectural design. I could see that why the community is interested and like to see this. Especially, I didn't know about the original, but then the way that you turned it, and the shoulders and the steps that you provided and everything else, it's really amazing and innovative. And I think that it would really activate that area. And we probably, you should enter to some kind of award. These are really good design that county, I know that the planning department always interested to see that. It's really good, and I guess that you're receiving it from the community. And it is always really nice to see that people come in support of the project, because usually it's the other way around. So this was pleasantly surprising for me to see.
I have some.
I'm sorry, if I can just jump in before the conference, unless you want to continue to discuss those issues, I just would like the planning department staff to jump in and add their perspective on those two matters that was just discussed. I think as our general counsel's office noted, we just want to make sure that within the final resolution from the board that it contains those matters that are within the board's purview, because some of the matters that are being requested here that have been discussed involve either agreements between private entities or matters that are not specifically directly tied to this application. And so I would just like the staff to just add some further clarification for the board's consideration.
Pleasure. Katie.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I jumped the gun. Katie Mencarini for the record. So yeah, there were two things that were brought up. One was the private street, and Commissioner Pedoeem, you're absolutely correct. The agreement between Somerset Condominiums is with the county, and so if they want help with maintaining it, or if they want to dedicate it to the public right-of-way, that would be a discussion between those two entities, and that would be fine. It's not part of our public master plan of highways and transitways for that reason, right? It's a private street, but used for public use. The second matter as to the nexus about these things. So it was brought up earlier that sometimes the board asks for more beyond just the site frontage, right? And that has been the case. We have done that. But generally, it's a continuation of this site frontage to the corner bus stop, right? Like we want to make sure that if you're creating a sidewalk and you're like one lot from the corner, you could go across if there's available right-of-way, that's the other part, to the end. What's happening here is this is beyond the site frontage, and the way that we have a nexus for doing that is with the LHER. So that was also brought up. So we did confirm the numbers. I always run the numbers myself to make sure if an LHER or transportation impact study is required per page 9 of the LHER guidelines. If it is 50 or more person trips, we have a study. We determine if mitigation is needed at that time. If it's fewer than 50, just as was stated before, the council has determined that the network is adequate to absorb those impacts and no further study is required. So if we're starting to talk about truly off-site things that are not connected along the frontage, that's really beyond the scope of what is an LHER nexus. Does that make sense? Is that clear? Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, any other board questions, concerns to the applicant or to any of the presenters that delivered testimony or to the staff?
Yes, Mr. Pinheiro, I have some comments. Ms.
Okay,
Silber,
go ahead.
Ms. Silber, you did an outstanding job representing your client's interest, and I'd particularly like to state that Mr. Jad Donahue, I commend you on your community involvement and being there personally as a high-level executive to engage in community interaction. Not many high-level executives as yourself go out and meet with the community, so I commend you on doing that. I also would like to, for Mr. Brown, give you my condolences for the loss of your friend, Mr. Knopf. You did an outstanding job advocating on behalf of the community village of Friendship Heights. Communities such as yours are important to the foundation of our country in establishing interaction, commitment, and devoted interest to maintain the character of the community that provides a benefit to us all. So you did an outstanding job representing those interests. And then Michelle Rosenfeld, you also did an outstanding job with regards to the interests of Somerset House Condo Association. And looking at that private road, will the developer be utilizing your private road to help develop the building? Okay. That's of interest to me because if you're helping them develop the building and you are in agreement that the building should be there, I think it would be helpful that if you guys could come to some sort of agreement with regards to the traffic pattern, ingress and egress. And your commitment to this project is important because one of the things that you're citing is a difficulty in travel with regards to the new community members that will be inhabitants of this building and your want for them to have an easier time navigating along Wisconsin Boulevard. So I appreciate that fairness in your presentation. And then I also like to commend the architect. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Andy, but the building is outstanding, and I think you described the other adjacent properties correctly as that they're monoliths that connect to the ground. You did an outstanding job with the texture and feel of this building and relating it to the community. One of the crazy questions that I have is why not taller? Why not bigger? Because the push for the counties want for density, and Mr. Friedman, Councilman Friedman's want to revitalize this area. I found it interesting at some of the other developments that are going on, why they're so short. We want like more MPDUs, we want more diversity, and I'm like, why are we only going 187 feet? Why not bigger? Why not larger? Because I think the area and the community could handle it because the whole corridor there is going through a transformation. So why not bigger? But all in all, you all have my support. I would, however, like recognition of the private agreement, not incorporation of the terms of that private agreement, but recognition of that there is an agreement between the developer and the community, and that the parties would work in the best interest of one another to avoid conflict with regards to that agreement. So, but outstanding job. I look forward to the development of that part of Wisconsin Avenue and the revitalization of the same. Thanks.
Okay. Any other issues, questions from
Not
the
really.
board?
Most of my questions have been addressed, I think.
Okay.
Excuse me. I would like pedestrian improvements there. I don't think we're the body to do it along Somerset Avenue. And I actually agree that we could go taller, given its proximity. Otherwise, I'm fine. I'm fine with including acknowledgement of the private agreement. Is that something we can do, the planning staff? That there's one in its statement of justification. It's in the statement of justification.
Yeah, we'll put it in I was going to clarify when a motion is made that Commissioner Bartley's qualification be added in there, but yes, that's no problem.
So are you going to give us a language that how it's going to be included? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I meant not right here, right now, extemporaneously, but I will make sure that it's in there. And you obviously will see the final product before you vote on it.
That's sweet.
So it will be included in the resolution, but we won't see it until the next meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Mills?
Yes, assuming we follow the normal timetable, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now we have in front of us the sketch plan amendment and the site plan. Is there anything else? I heard some discussions about a variance requirement. Is that already included in the sketch plan and the site plan?
Yes, that's included in the
I
site
guess
plan.
I'm asking the staff or the director.
Yes, that's included in the site plan application.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we've heard very good feedback, both from the board and from all the presenters about this project, and I'm willing to hear a motion for approval.
I move for the approval of the sketch plan, item number 7, 5500 Wisconsin, sketch plan amendment number 320220001A, and site plan 8202300040.
If we could have two separate motions,
Two
please.
separate ones? Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Oh,
So,
okay. So, all right, so you're making a motion for the sketch plan first?
yes, thanks.
Okay, okay, thank you, Commissioner Bartley. Do I hear a second for the sketch plan amendment?
Seconding the sketch plan amendment, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hedrick. We'll take a vote. All those in favor of the 5500 Wisconsin sketch plan amendment number 320220001A, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's approved. Now, do I hear a motion for the 5500 Wisconsin site plan?
I move,
8202, okay, go ahead,
I
Commissioner
move
Bradley.
that we approve
Bartley.
item 75500 Wisconsin site plan number 8202300040.
Okay, do I hear a second?
With, I believe, don't we have a condition with regards to this, that we include the language?
That the private agreement will be acknowledged? Yes, that was the intention with the discussion we had before, but thank you for clarifying.
Yep, and so upon this motion, the recognition of the private agreement between the parties will be included in the resolution.
Okay, do I hear a second of the approval of site plan with the recognition that the agreement between the parties will be included in the resolution?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. So thank you very much, all. Thank you. You have it. Okay, thanks. Now we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then go back to the next item on the agenda. Good morning. It's still, well, it's actually afternoon. But anyway, welcome to the Planning Board meeting of April 13th, 2023. We will continue our meeting with item number 8, which is a proposal by the Bullis School to for a special exception on 10601 Falls Road, special exception, major modification number S-687-H, and a forest conservation plan amendment number 12008-003C. So I will proceed by asking the staff to make a presentation about the application, followed by public testimony. I think we have 2 individuals, and we also have the Bullis School will be making testifying, and the applicant will provide a presentation, and then we'll have a board discussion. So if we can proceed with the staff making a presentation, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Beal, Up County Planning, Zoning Planner. It's my privilege today to bring to you the Bullis School. It is a private educational institution, and this is for a special exception major modification. The number is 2687-H, and then the forest conservation plan is 12008-003, D as in dog, not C as in cat. My agenda request was wrong, so I apologize, but it is a D. Okay?
Okay.
And just to let you know, this is actually being reviewed under the 2004 zoning ordinance because it existed prior to the adoption of the 2014 zoning ordinance, just to let you. That's why after the sections of the code, you see 59, you see a letter, not a number, just to let you know. Thank you. So the subject property is at 10601 Falls Road. It's at the northeast corner of Falls Road and Democracy Boulevard. You can see it outlined here in the red dashed line. Surrounded mainly by low to moderate residential dwellings. We have a public golf course, Falls Road Golf Course, across the street. On the east side, southeast, west, and northwest side, we have RE2 zoning. There's a little cluster of an RE1 zoning in the northeast corner, and the southwest corner we have an R200 zone. And staff has recognized 4 special exception or conditional uses in the neighborhood. Subject property is a platted lot. It is a little over 100 acres. It is an existing private educational institution that was first approved by the Board of Appeals in 1963, so it has been around a while. They actually have a main entrance off of Falls Road right here in this location, along with 2 exits, one at Falls Road here and one at Democracy Boulevard here. You can see there's multiple buildings on the property as it exists today, as well as there are multiple athletic fields throughout the site. So here's the existing site. You can see we've got athletic fields up in the northern part. We've got one existing one down here in the southwestern part. We have multiple buildings. You can see the drive aisle and parking lot actually comes through this area right here. There's a tennis court right here, which I'll talk about here in the next slide. And we will move on. So with this major modification, we're looking at the applicant wants to install a new lower school here in this location. The tennis court I mentioned is up here. They're putting an inflatable indoor covering over top of that. And then they're taking the existing athletic field that's down here and turning it into a turf athletic field. And because the lower school is going here and we have this road now can't go through here, or the parking lot can't go through here, they're actually taking it around the new field this way. And then they are increasing their students from 900 students to 1,096, and they're increasing their staff from 223 to 272. So we have received some community correspondence through email. There's some general concerns of the local traffic on the roads, noise at the school, as well as other health concerns. Excuse the properties in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan. It's recognized here in the little star. There's no specific recommendations for this property. However, special exceptions are to be screened by neighboring residential properties, as well as public roads, which the school will be doing that. There is a lot of screening as it is, but they're adding even more. The staff is recommending the installment of the site path along Democracy Boulevard and Democracy Boulevard to the south, Falls Road to the north, prior to the use and occupancy permit. You can see the red indicates there's deficiencies in the bike and pedestrian network in the area. So those are the areas we would be asking for, as well as the LETR also said that they're meeting all the congestion standards at intersections. I'm going to hand it over to Josh Penn, who's our environmental reviewer, for the next couple of slides.
Good afternoon. For the record, Josh Penn. There is a final forest conservation plan amendment that was submitted with this application. Meets all the requirements of Chapter 22A. All the revisions are typical of a private educational facility, and the additional limits of disturbance will not trigger any changes to the afforestation, reforestation requirements, or the conservation easements on site. There is one variance request for one tree, which is a 39-inch red oak, which you can see here labeled number 1. They are connecting to the existing storm drains easement on site and will cross through what is the critical root zone for that tree, which you can see here in red. Staff is recommending approval of the variance and no mitigation is required because the tree will be retained. Thank you.
So staff finds that this major modification is consistent with the recommendations of the 2002 Potomac Region Subregion Master Plan. It does fit into the character of the surrounding neighborhood. This major modification will not cause undue harm or adverse impacts on the neighborhood. And this application actually is conforming with all the requirements of the special exception requirements for the specific use of the private educational institution, as well as the general requirements set forth in the 2004 zoning ordinance. And staff recommends a transmittal to the hearing examiner for approval with conditions, as well as staff recommends approval of the forest conservation plan. Thank you for your time. We have staff members here if you have any additional questions, as well as the applicants here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, staff. Now we're going to move on to the public testimony, and we have two individuals. Before we hear from the applicant, we have two individuals, Alan Friend and Amir Jassel. I'm sorry if I butcher your last name. Since these are individuals and adjunct property owners, you will have 3 minutes each to present your testimony. So let's begin with Mr. Friend. I think you're virtual. If you can go ahead and present your testimony. You're muted, Mr. Friend. You're still muted. Try to find there. Now you're, yeah, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Alan Friend, and I live at 10509 Democracy Boulevard. I've been a resident here since 1996. And when we first moved in, there were no trees behind our property, but we had the Bullis school field where the girls played lacrosse. We were told by the headmaster of the school that they would not invade our property. We would have no problems whatsoever, but we had major problems at that particular time. So we met with the headmaster, and it was decided that they would put in trees to block the property from being used, and that the property would not be used that much. However, we found that the property is used quite a bit by the lacrosse teams, and they make a lot of noise. Now that you're proposing a road to go behind our property, it's unacceptable because the noise level that we will get and the pollution that we will get will cause a lot of problems. I don't think a road should be built. I don't think schools should be built. I think Bullis School, which is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that generates close to $30 million a year, has a reserve of $50 million, and doesn't pay any taxes, should not be able to build more on the property. Our property values will go down. There's too much traffic on Democracy Boulevard. There's too much traffic on Falls Road. And this will only lead to more people coming on the properties, and we don't need that. I don't need to have the noise level disturb me early in the morning. I don't need the noise at night. I don't need parking behind my property whatsoever. There should be other ways to do it, and I think that Bullis School should not be allowed to put the road system in. You say it will not do any unharm to our property or to our neighborhood. I think it would do tremendous harm to the property. I think the noise will create more problems. I like to sleep in the morning. I like to go out on my porch and the deck to enjoy everything in the afternoon and the evening hours. And to hear the noise level that will be created will do no good for us as homeowners on Democracy Boulevard. I think the value of the homes will be diminished as well. Our property.
Mr. Friend, you have 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to.
We pay property taxes. Bullis doesn't pay anything. It's ridiculous. So I think that this proposal should be voided completely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we have Amir Jasso.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi.
Go ahead. Amir.
Actually, our house, it's 8 houses that connected to the Bullis from actually back of our house to the playground. When actually the Bullis school trying to build that building that's they called Mr. Actually Dr. Gerald Borman, that time was head of Bullis school, gather us, and then we asked for actually planting all the trees around the playground, and also he promised us to not touch and put anything in the playground. And that time we say it's okay, you guys can build that big building. Now, Bullis has right now is 900 students. It's about 900 cars and stuff going in and out of Bullis every day, twice. Now they want to try to bring another 300 cars to our neighborhood. It's going to be actually air pollution. It's going to be actually sound pollution. It's going to be actually a disaster for us. And all houses that are connected to the playground, 7 houses are not happy, and they are rejected to this building of this any other building or something in Bullis, because you know, as Mr. Friend says, it's going to be disaster for us, and we are all 8 houses. We are senior citizens. We have enough right now pollution and pollution from of sound, and also actually the dust, CO2 from the cars coming from Falls Road, and also the Democracy Boulevard.
Amir, you have 30 seconds to finish. But may I ask you, are you on Democracy Boulevard? Your house?
Yes, exactly. 10513 Democracy Boulevard. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
go ahead, finish up.
I gave you guys a signed petition of 7 households that they are not happy with this. I believe you have it already.
Okay, well, thank you, Amir. We appreciate your testimony. All
You're
right,
welcome. Thank
now we're going to ask the Bullet School. And we have, as part of their testimony and their application presentation, we have 12 individuals. I imagine that they're all in person. If they can move to the table, or whoever is in person can move to the table, the rest of the people are going to be online, virtual. But I'd like to know
Yes.
how they're going to proceed. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much. We do have individuals participating via the Teams link, but we only have 4 up at the table present today. My name is Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday. I'm the Land Use Counsel on behalf of the Bullis School. I have with me Pat LeVay of Mercury's Hendricks Glasscock, as well as Nancy Randall of Wells and Associates, and Tom Carr of Carr Solutions. It's our project team. Happy to be here. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you to staff for their comprehensive staff report. We don't have a separate presentation, but I am happy to provide some additional background. As indicated by staff, the last time that the school had undergone a major modification campus master plan effort was back in 2004. And the Bullis School is one of those schools, private schools in the county, and many private schools in the county do go through a long-term master plan exercise. And Bullis School did that in 2004. Almost 20 years ago, for their current student enrollment capacity at 900. And now they have embarked on a growth phase, the next phase of their plan for their campus, inclusive of a new lower school, separate building for the younger student population. And the location of that lower school is currently where there is a outdoor play area. And the siting of the lower school was very carefully looked at to help integrate that population of students, but also provide a separate space for the younger students to start their academic careers and have a space of their own that is more scaled down to their size. And as they integrate, as they grow older into the upper class population. The Loop Road is in addition to the existing Loop Road system that is on campus. And unlike some schools that are in the county that unfortunately, because of where they're located, they have issues with queuing of cars or traffic within residential neighborhoods. The Bullis School has a campus that is of significant size, that they can absorb a lot of the cars queuing, the drop-off, pickup operation, which is a function of schools that are commonly seen, but it is a short time frame within the morning and mid-afternoon hours, between a 20 to 30 minute period of time where the drop-off pickup activity occurs. And so the new Loop Road is really focused on that to assist that activity for the new lower school location. It's not a Loop Road that we anticipate the entire school population will be utilizing by any means. The upperclassmen, the high school, the middle school drop-off is a different circulation, as well as the high school parking and high school drop-off. So the campus is spread out. There is sufficient area to absorb all these activities, and the Bullis School has become very good and very efficient at operating their drop-off pickup with the assistance of off-duty police officers who monitor the entrance at Falls Road, as well as the exits on Democracy and the stadium location for large activities. So all of that was evaluated by your staff and went into the conclusion that was reached in the staff report that based on all of the information provided by the school in support of this request, that the increase to the student cap of 196 students, which really is to grow the lower school to that number, and all of the new building location and in conjunction with the Loop Road is something that is acceptable, compatible. You've heard from a couple neighbors that, yes, they are the homeowners along Democracy. That land area formerly was part of the school that was subdivided, subsequent to the school, having done that years ago. And we understand their concerns. And for that reason, there's a very heavy row of mature plantings that were planted along that common property line to provide clearly visual buffer and as much noise buffer as that can be achieved. But again, that area is a field today. And so the use of that area is not changing. It has always been a field. In fact, the field size is getting smaller. So to the extent that maybe competition size, that's not a competition size field that we're proposing. So we cannot use that for a regulation, competition kind of thing. It is predominantly going to be used for the lower school, daily activities and outdoor play. And the Loop Road has been designed to be set back twice the side setback from those adjacent properties, as well as additional landscaping is being proposed to further provide visual and shielding between the neighbors. And then the Loop Road along the Falls Road is set back 50 feet. And all of that is in compliance with the zoning ordinance and has been fully reviewed and vetted by the Department of Permitting Services, as well as your staff. So if we're here to answer any questions, I have representatives of the school also online if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Is anybody else there with you going to be presenting, or that pretty much wraps up your testimony?
I do
your
have
presentation.
I do have one other issue to cover aside from the neighbors' concerns.
Okay.
So separate. Did you want me to proceed
Okay.
with that, or did you want to
Yeah,
take questions?
please. Yeah, please.
So I just wanted to clarify, there is one condition which we've had extensive conversation with your staff about, and that is condition number 2, which talks about the Falls Road path. And I just wanted to clarify for the record, we're not disputing that condition at all. We just wanted to have the board understand the intent. From staff's perspective, the Falls Road path is something that has been sort of on the books and is a future public improvement that Montgomery County Department of Transportation is currently studying and has been studying. And so the school has been obligated under a memorandum of understanding that was executed more than 10 years ago at this point, I think, about 10 years ago, for the timing of the construction of the school's portion of that public improvement to be aligned with the county larger project for Falls Road. So the concept being that when the county is ready to implement that path, the school will be the one to construct. And we have been on board with that, and that's something that has been was part of the preliminary plan approval for the school. And so that is not a surprise, but we just wanted to make sure that the board understood that the prior to the release of the use and occupancy permit, that is not, the path is not likely to be constructed because of the timing mechanism that, under the memorandum of understanding that the school has with DOT. So if there are any questions.
So you're not required to construct that site path right now?
Not right now. Well, not right now, but also we don't expect that it will be ready for construction prior to the release of the use and occupancy permit. The lower school project is anticipated to proceed. We hope that it will be under construction, or, assuming we get approvals, that it will be on a faster timeline than the Falls Road path. But that is what condition 2 says. It basically says the school is the primary party responsible for the construction of that piece of the Falls Road path. But the final timing with alignment is going to be subject to the separate memorandum of agreement that we have with the Department of Transportation that we are currently even trying to update. We're working with DOT right now to update that agreement.
Well, you're not required to make a payment for the construction of that site path right now. There's no MOU that requires a payment.
No payment.
From the school.
My understanding is with condition number 2, the planning staff would like us to construct the path as opposed to be able to pay for it. So
I see.
it is a construct obligation.
Yeah, for the record, Patrick Butler, I'll just say quickly that the prior special exception that was approved, the applicant entered an MOU with MCDOT to deliver the path. Now, with this special exception request, master plan, other reasons, the path is a little bit larger. It's a little bit different than the previous path that was conditioned. So again, we work with the applicant to make sure that the path today that is required is conditioned, and they're working again with MCDOT to enter the MOU to deliver the path at a future point in time. But the applicant will be responsible for construction of the path. They're just working on a similar agreement they had with MCDOT previously to incorporate the current requirements with this action.
I'm a little bit confused. Are they going to build the path in front of, at least they're within their construction while they're doing their own construction, or no? I don't know when is the timing of it.
Yeah, it's unlikely, no, because our plan for the lower school will precede the county's construction of the Falls Road path. The MOU says that the school will construct its portion of the Falls Road path when the north and south segments of the path that the county is responsible for all will be under construction. We'll be doing it at the same time as the county. So that timeline is in the future. We don't know today when the rest of the path will be ready for construction.
My question is that, does it make any benefit that if you just build your portion now, I know that it's against the agreement, but at least the part in front of your portion next to the school is built now, and then county come and do it. Is it usable by the people or by student, the portion in front of your school?
The problem that we have is that it is difficult to design the connection points without the full path being designed. And in the school's perspective, it potentially is a safety issue because of the curve.
Yeah.
And so we've had these discussions. I know that transportation staff have a differing perspective, that they believe that a path in and of itself exists. It would be safer for, and in the abstract, having a path is safer, without considering context. But the frontage along this property and the curvature, from the school's perspective, it would be a safer design to make sure that it aligns correctly with the county's ultimate design for the Falls Road path. on the north and south connecting points.
Okay, thank you.
And nothing in that affects the
Okay.
Democracy Boulevard pathway, that's also included? Okay.
Yes, that was included also.
And that one can be constructed prior to, or is that also part of the Falls Road situation?
We asked for it to be constructed, but I don't know with the MOU that they're coming up with DOT. That's going to more likely supersede what we're asking them to do.
I have a couple of comments and questions. First, I'd like to thank
Go ahead.
community members Alan Friend and Mr. Amir Jazil for offering comments today with regards to the impact that this will have on their neighborhoods. One thing I do find interesting is Mr. Friend is upset with the noise of school children playing, but most of us find joy in that. The question I do have is the new road proposed to go in solely for the benefit of ingress and egress of new students and their families, or is it for functional purposes for the utilization of the whole school? And if it's simply for ingress and egress, is it necessary? And then finally, I appreciate schools like Bullis who provide an opportunity for school choice and alternatives to public education. So if you can answer those questions, that'd be great.
So it is necessary for fire access. So based on the location of the new lower school, it provides not only that drop-off pickup function for the lower school to be in an area that's segregated from the upperclassmen population, and creates a safer and slower zone. We don't want young ones to be rushed. They go at a bit different pace. So we wanted to sort of give them a separate area for that activity to occur. But then also the fire access, fire department access is necessary. That loop road serves as a fire lane to circulate to that building, to that side of campus. So it is necessary for life safety.
Are there going to be road calming initiatives on that road, like speed bumps, buffers, and the like to protect?
There will be landscaping. I mean, this is not a full street section. It's a two-lane, it's an internal drive. It's not a road per se. And there won't be, I don't think there are any speed bumps or anything like that planned, but I'll let Mr. LeVay comment.
Excuse me, Pat LeVay with MHG for the record, civil engineer for the project. No, there aren't any formal speed bumps, things like that, but certainly the areas where there are sidewalks, there's buffers, and there's some grading and some landscaping and so forth to provide that. And the school is looking at other ways to sort of, just with the final design of landscaping and so forth, to create a little bit of barrier from the field, knowing that there will be children playing on that field, and just making sure they're safe from the traffic.
So there is a speed limit, probably it's very low speed, 25 miles?
Yeah, I mean, typically we don't post speed limits on just internal driveways and things like that, but it very, very slow, given and if you look at the geometry of the road, it is very, it's kind of circuitous.
So it's not going to create a huge amount of
correct,
noise?
yeah.
Okay.
Is there going to be any, one of the neat things is that Alan Friend pointed out is that Bullis took the initiative to put in a buffer of trees. Is there going to be any additional buffers taking into consideration that the road's going in?
Yeah, so that existing hedge will remain, and it's quite tall if you've seen it on Google Earth or any of the mapping tools. It's pretty impressive, but that will remain. And then in addition to that, because we are taking a vehicular surface through there, the zoning code does have provisions for additional buffering. There's specific species, tree spacing, shrub spacing, that's all going to be implemented in addition to that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board or comments?
This is Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. We just
Yeah,
wanted to
go ahead.
go back to an issue that the applicant raised and just wanted to make sure we got clarification in terms of the board's decision. This is related to condition number 2, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Afternoon. For the record, Chris Van Austin with the Upcounty Transportation staff. Just a point of clarification, we do have with our condition for the paths, our preference, our strong preference is to have these paths be constructed with the use and occupancy of the new school building. So that is what we are recommending. However, we left the door open for continued negotiation with DOT with this ongoing MOU agreement. But again, our preference is to have it linked to the MOU. However, we haven't finalized that, and we use and occupancy permit, and then have that negotiation be ongoing with DOT.
So that is frankly my, thinking also. It makes sense to have it, but what in regard to the comments that they made, because that is understandable. I do not know that if DOT can have at least, I do not know about the schedule of the work, but by the time that they are ready to start construction, DOT shouldn't take that much if they have resources available to have some kind of conceptual alignment, at least in that vicinity, that take care of that issue that they have. Or at least if they built it and DOT comes and they have to do some changes to the approach, that would be on DOT's dime rather than them, because they have built it. But it makes sense that we have that sidewalk, at least in pieces, because I believe that you believe in pieces, and that's the only way you could make it happen, to have that in place until future that they may come at some place, especially that is a big school. And it just makes sense.
Sure. I mean, this is an issue. We understand staff's position. We understand that this agency has had that policy or preference in place. But this MOU is a legally binding document that exists and is still valid. The dimension in the MOU may have made a reference to an 8-foot path because that was what was at the time the maximum, and that was perceived for or planned for the Falls Road path. Now that number has changed. Now this agency in the condition says 11-foot wide path. DOT is currently designing the Falls Road path to a 10-foot width. So there is a disconnect between this agency and what the planning process is on the DOT side. And we are sort of caught in this position of we have significant frontage. We understand our obligation. The obligation is on the Bullis School. They are not trying to shirk their obligations. So based on not just this application, but the previous application approval, the school is contractually bound to construct their portion of this path. What is at issue is the timing. Mm-hmm. And the MOU speaks to that. That was a contract that was entered into by the executive branch at that time with the school to commit to having the school construct when the county constructs the rest of it. There was at that time an understanding and belief that that would be the safest, most pragmatic way to get the full Falls Road project done. That doing it in piecemeal actually, in this particular instance, I'm not saying countywide, your policy of trying to get pieces of paths wherever you can, should be thrown out the window. That's not what I'm advocating, but in this particular instance, there was an agreement that it would not be done that way.
When was the agreement done? What was the date? And could it be amended in any way?
That's what we're working on.
And we are working on that amendment. So, and just for a bit of background, we believe that with the MOU agreement, this would still be in fulfillment of that obligation. Of course, since we now have an application before you today, we're trying to reevaluate that agreement. They are adding new trips to the transportation network. They are adding a new an amendment to this special exception. So we do think that this is the proper time to reevaluate our needs. And, according to the transportation study that we've already done, according to our bicycle master plan and Vision Zero and Complete Streets, these are all things that would dictate that we want these improvements sooner rather than later. To the applicant's point, they are correct that the work on the CIP for the Falls Road Bikeway is on hold, indefinite hold. That work, as far as I know, is not ongoing. Another minor point, the difference between the 10-foot and the 11-foot is that it's a bit of a relic of the old plans for that Falls Road Bikeway. If that were to move forward, we would recommend them to increase that to our current standard of 11 feet. So our position is we want this now because the need is now. We do know that there are significant deficiencies, as reported in the transportation study. There is no bike or pedestrian infrastructure through here. We do have noted history of crashes, including fatalities in this stretch of road. We do have public facilities, namely the golf course, the Falls Road Golf Course right there. We have ride-on and Metro bus service through here. So getting at least a small links through here will further our purpose of connecting these neighborhoods and these important public facilities. Another benefit is this is closer to Potomac Town Center, so having this link here would make it easier if we wanted to, in the future, break up the Falls Road CIP into different segments. This would be an anchor point to work off of, and once you get it to Potomac Town Center, we already have existing bike infrastructure, especially as you run to the west. So that would be a very good starting point.
So I want to make sure that the existing condition, the language that you have there, does that satisfies what you just said? Or do we have to, because, from my point of view, I don't know, from the others, I think it is important to have something there right now, even though if it is 8 foot, okay? And even though if it may not completely match or we don't know what is the future, we could have some kind of conceptual and see how it goes, because especially if county doesn't have it, it may take a long time.
With all due respect, the MOU, and we didn't want to have this debate in front of you, but the MOU actually says that the school does not have to build it until the rest of it is ready to be built. That is the MOU.
And again, our position is they are now constructing a new building, adding new impacts to the transportation network. We have noted deficiencies. We think this is the time to reopen that discussion. We are going to amend that MOU, so we do think that we are in the ability to do that.
This MOU, with all due respect, is not this agency's MOU. It is an MOU between the applicant and DOT.
But the use and occupancy permit is ours.
Pardon?
The use and occupancy permit is ours.
That's correct.
No, it isn't. It's Department of Permitting.
Department of Permitting Services, but we can require that based on, we can require that based on this. Yeah.
So Matt, what is it that could we put some kind of language to amend that agreement and make it conditional based on this amendment?
I think we can encourage, DOT here is the one that has the agreement. We could say that because there's construction going on right now, we recommend that they accelerate the design and the implementation or any amendment to the MOU.
But if it's a
CIP, I don't know that we can. Yeah, but if they don't get funds from the CIP, that's kind of.
Well, that's what I'm saying is we can add all the encouragement we want, but if it's a CIP issue, it doesn't matter one way or the other. We're basically determining whether or not we want something along Falls Road now or something along Falls Road, shrug.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that not to make it dependent to the CIP, because CIP may not happen. So we want to see that if we could, whatever is the proper language, that it is that we could get the school to work with DOT that this sidewalk, at least in front of their portion, to be built right now. Because if it was this MOU was not in place, they were required to do it as part of this project. And now that this MOU that was supposed to be to the benefit of the public is actually working the other in a reverse way because the MOU has been put in there.
If I could have our engineer talk about the topography and the safety reasons why the timing of connecting it to the north and south is more important in this instance than you would think. I mean, you're looking at a plan, I don't know if you've driven this curve section. Yeah.
I'm familiar with Falls Road, and we could definitely put the language that safety comes first, and we could make sure that there are enough language in the amendment that if anyway the design that we are going to have for this portion is not safe, you know, it could wait until the future. But I think that it should be able in engineering, you know, go ahead and say, you know, I'm an engineer also, that you should be able to have a design done that to work at least for your area and then get connected to the future. It would be safer than not having it, in my opinion.
I think
But go ahead.
And I think these are always challenging because, you know, every single one of these is in its own context. I think that the real concern for the school here, as Ms. Cho said, is are the periphery, at the two ends of the path. If you were to look at, we don't have Google Earth in front of us, but there's pretty steep embankments on both ends and also curvature in the road. And there's no access for pedestrians to get to it. There's all of the homes along Falls Road in this area back to Falls Road, and there's no additional sidewalks. There's no bikeways. And so when you think about having people get on and off of this path at those endpoints where there's curvature and topography, it creates a really unsafe scenario. And the school is very concerned that if they encourage use of this, there could be a real problem with safety. And you know, the golf course was mentioned, but the likelihood of having any kind of connection from a golf course to the school is very unlikely in terms of pedestrians. And that's really the only other facility there that actually connects to this roadway. So the school, again, is very concerned about those endpoints. And again, its topography and its sight distance, and being able to, because if you think about it, you're leaving us, if you're riding your bicycle or even walking, and now you're going to walk onto the road or bike onto the road. Again, it's probably more likely that you're going to bike. Most people aren't walking on Falls Road, but if you're going to use your bicycle and transition from the side path to the street, now we have somewhat of an intersection. Sight distance is important, and there's a safety condition there with seeing cars coming around the turn or coming from your other side.
So did you discuss this during the, while you were preparing the report? I think this is something that I'm sure you guys have discussed it.
So it's something that we discussed. I disagree with the sentiment that it's an unsafe condition. It's not ideal having improvements dead-ended. We would be perfectly happy if you want to extend those trails off-site to intersections. That would be a great solution to the issues that, if you're concerned about that. Unfortunately, this is something that is very common, especially in up-county projects where we are unable to connect to existing networks. The point is, again, just we want these inner improvements built now to address existing deficiencies now and not have to wait for the future. For the lack of connectivity, we don't think that's, we think that people are going to use common sense and not, go just because they hit the end of a sidewalk or a side path, they're not going to do something crazy and start crossing the middle of the street. What it is provides interim connection, particularly between these bus stops and, say, the golf course and the school, so that we can further our eventual network-wide goals.
So Matt, is there any kind of language that we could put some of these working together to see if they can find a safe solution for this?
And I believe, Commissioner, on screen is our current condition, so that it does get both of our points where we do stress the importance of getting it by the use and occupancy permit, but also it does leave that,
Mm-hmm.
that door open to continue the negotiation with DOT, because at the end of the day, you know, we want these inner improvements built now to address existing deficiencies now and not, you know, go just because they hit the end of a sidewalk or a side path, they're not going to do something crazy and start crossing the middle of the street. What it is provides interim connection, particularly between these bus stops and, say, the golf course and the school, so that we can further our eventual network-wide goals. DOT is part of this agreement that we need to amend, so we do want to make sure that they are on board with whatever that is agreed with.
And we do agree this language. We're not suggesting anything different from this language. I just, it says what it says in the first sentence, but it also says what it says in the second sentence, which is that ultimately we will work this out with DOT, because that's where the agreement on the timing lies with DOT. And that's ongoing, and that at least will not delay the school from proceeding with the lower school project on its timeline. But we will do our best to work with DOT and provide an addendum that fulfills the wider path. The school is understanding that what was conceived of before as the desired width is changing, and so that is going to be taken on by the school. The MOU that I speak of was attached to the staff report. It also had very detailed plans at the time that was developed by the school for its own frontage. So what you have is an applicant that is not trying to shirk their responsibility. They had designed, back when this preliminary plan application was before you, that to align the 8-foot path along the frontage. So we have good information from which we can work and build, and our intention is to engage with DOT during this next phase where they're trying to expand the width from the original 8 feet to whether it's 10 or recommended by this agency to 11, that the school's frontage is very specifically designed. We intend to be at the table and participate in that design exercise.
So you agree, I think that I'm okay if you agree with this, because basically this number 2, it talks about that amendment of the agreement. It's not talking about the existing agreement.
Correct.
It talks about through an MOU that would be an amendment, and I'm fine with this. So as long
Okay.
as,
I think if the applicant is fine with it and the board is fine with it, we can go with it. I just don't see, I think, in a way, it kind of puts a requirement that they build something. But on the other hand, it gives them some flexibility in the sense that they need an agreement, approval from MCDOT. So it's well written, and if the board agrees with it, the applicant agrees with it, I think we can go with it.
Yeah, just one point that, because I have been there, what happens that when it is used on occupancy, then everybody is in a really critical thing to decide what's going to happen, because the developer wants to have the school open. And sometimes it is that the MOU has not been established yet.
Yeah.
And I have been there, because what happens that everybody, and Mark knows also that, and that put a lot of pressure on DPS staff, because they're cut in the middle. The use and occupancy, everybody is pushing that it has to go, but then the parties that DPS has nothing to do with are working together. I would suggest that just to put in a way that to be timely, they work out something, because it says that the applicant must construct. But then it says that it's subject to review and approval with MOU. So that puts you in the requirement that you have, regardless of anything, you have to come up with the agreement with DOT and build it before you can get, so timing in that is very important. That how you're going to do this MOU, that you be able to construct it, because that's how I see it.
That's correct, and that's why the way this is written, it is possible that we will be constructing our building, but because the MOU defines the timing of the construction of the path, that we will be ahead of the path project.
That's not how I read it.
Well, that's
This
how it
is-
has to read. I mean,
This
if you
is
don't
a
read it that
separate
way.
MOU. If you look at it, it's going to say that you have to construct it and the final width and alignment.
And timing.
And timing has to be with the MOU, agreement with MOU, but still it's going to make you, obligated that this to be built.
Yeah, so, look, that's
That's how I
partly
see it.
intentional, right? So at the time of UNO, the way that this reads, you either have to be ready to construct the path and have that done, or you have to have your legal agreement with MCDOT on how and when you're going to deliver that path in place. One of those things has to be true.
So it has to be a new negotiated MOU, not the existing
Which they're doing
MOU
right now, and yeah,
So you have to make it very clear that this is going to be a new negotiated MOU, that when that is going to happen.
I think the problem is the first part of the first sentence is prior to release of the use and occupancy. I think that's misleading, because it could be that doesn't happen. We may have to get our use and occupancy, and the MOU says the construction of the path happens later.
Yeah.
So,
But
it's
as long
almost like
as
an
you
or.
have an
You know,
MOU in place.
the applicant must construct the path prior to release of the use and occupancy permit, or there's an MOU that says something different.
Sure, I'll just say, for any type of construction trigger, whether it's side paths, improvement that we're expecting, et cetera, not saying it would be bullet school, but in the past, when there's been no timing, that it's been determined that there's no timing, they'll deliver a path. It's not determined when. It could be whenever. It could be 100 years from now, and they haven't violated any conditions. So again, we're trying to like really make it clear what we're expecting at this time, which is an 11-foot path, and we would like it very soon, not like forever and ever, just hanging out there. We want some certainty. We really just want them to get into the MOU, agree with MCDOT when and how that will come to be, and we're fine with that. We're comfortable that our sister county agencies will follow through and make sure at some point that there is a path. So we've tried to cover this from multiple different aspects with this language.
But you may not going to get the bike path by the time that the project is completed, and it may go even a few years after that.
It could, but again, we're trying to assure that we have something in place, there's some leverage, there's some timing, there's some trigger, that something will be in place at that point.
Okay, if you're happy, I'm happy.
Vice Chair Piñero, this is Matt from Legal. Thank you. With your indulgence, could I ask a question for once?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just so we're all on the same page and reconciling sentence 1 with sentence 2, are we reading sentence 1 as the preference of this board and sentence 2 as it's ultimately up to DOT?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, not hearing any objections, we'll go with that. Thank you.
Okay.
That makes sense. I mean, that's how I read it.
Yeah.
Which is
All right.
fine.
Any other, besides this issue about the site path, any other issue with regards to the rest of the application with the, for example, the lower school building or the increase in enrollment, the bubble over the tennis court? Any issue from any other commissioner? Now, let me ask a question. For the lower school, is there going to be a demo? Is there already a lower school there building, or is just simply adding a lower school building?
No, there's not a
Right now,
separate.
the students go to, no, there's not a separate.
Well, no, there are lower school students, but they don't have a building of their own. So they are housed, well, they are housed in a separate building, but it's not called the lower school. And this will be a new building where they all can congregate. Could I go back to what the council just said? Because my traffic engineer sort of heard it different. What does it mean to be the preference of the board, the first sentence? Because we, honestly, this is why I brought it up. I do not want there to be an expectation that this path is likely to be constructed prior to UNO. It's not likely.
Why do you say that?
Because Our lower school project is proceeding, will proceed.
Yeah, if I can jump in, perhaps the order of the wording of this could change slightly to read that the applicant must construct an 11-foot wide asphalt side path along the frontage of Falls Road. And then prior to the release of the use and occupancy permit, that the applicant must enter into an MOU to ultimately determine the final width, alignment, timing.
would be
blah,
perfect,
You know,
yes.
et cetera, the rest of the, I think the order is like causing the confusion.
I think that would
clearly,
be a
and-
lot more clear, yeah.
Yeah,
A lot
yeah.
clearer, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the staff is clear in terms of, for the resolution, how that's.
Yeah, well,
two
this will be,
sentences
this
are
will be
gonna
a recommended,
really-
yeah, this will be a recommended condition that goes on to the hearing examiner that the chair or the
Okay.
vice chair will review before we transmit it on. So, but I think we've captured the path forward, and you'll have another review at that.
Okay, all right. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay, so hearing that, do I hear a motion for approval, including
Can you
the
hear
new
me?
language?
This is Alan. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you hear me? Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying about this road and everything, but do you understand the
That's
immense
a
traffic?
public-
I'm
sorry.
sorry, do you?
Vice Chair Pinheiro.
Oh, wait a second, I thought, no, this time you cannot raise any questions right now. You already had an opportunity to
Yeah,
testify.
I had 3 minutes and everybody else had minutes or more.
No, because individuals are only given 3 minutes. But anyway, I'd like to hear a motion for approval of this item. So do I hear a motion?
Yes, Commissioner Sean Bartley here. I move for the approval of, what item number is this? Item number 8, 10601 Falls Road, Special Exception Major Modification, number S 687.
Can I jump in just for clarification, Tanya Stern? We need 2 motions on this item.
Yeah. So the first motion would be for the major modification number S687H.
And that's where I
Okay?
stopped.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Having received the first and a second motion, I'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise their hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's approved. Now, do I hear a motion for the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number 120080003C?
Sean
Or
Bartley.
D. I think it was changed to D. Yeah.
D.
Is it going to be D or H?
D. D.
D. Okay.
Forest
Okay.
Conservation Plan is 1-2008-003D.
All right, somebody else move.
Okay.
Get it right.
Okay, go ahead. I will do that. I go ahead for a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number 12008-003D as a David.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, hearing a first and a second, let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise their hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's approved unanimously. Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Show and the staff. All right,
Vice Chair.
now we're going to take a lunch break, I think. What time is it? It's 10 after 1. So we should be back by about 2 o'clock. Is that
Yeah, 2
okay?
o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, fine. See you then. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is April 13th, 2023 Planning Board meeting, and we're continuing from the meetings that we had this morning, and we are looking at the next item on the agenda, which is called the query, and it's site plan amendment number 82005-029C. And the way we're going to proceed is we're going to have a staff presentation followed by public testimony, but I don't see any individuals or associations presenting. And then we're going to have the applicant and then a board discussion. So this is the concept is converting a water feature to a 1,465 square foot green space with dog play features, revise playground areas, install additional sidewalks, and plan landscaping, and 44 townhouse units. Anyway, I'm going to let the staff give us a presentation first. So go ahead, staff.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Up County Planning. Before you is the Quarry Site Plan number 82005-029C. Before I dive into the presentation, I just want to make a quick comment that this application originally would have fallen under being a minor amendment versus a major amendment. And the reason why it's here before the board is because there were two minor modifications made to two of the conditions, and then some of the concerns that were shared from some neighboring residents. So with that, staff recommends approval with conditions of the site plan amendment to convert a water feature to a 1,465 square foot green space with dog play features, to revise the playground areas, install some additional sidewalks, and to plant some additional landscaping. Staff has received correspondence regarding this application. The correspondence expressed concerns about the change from a water feature to an open space area. This was primarily due to concerns about the dog play features being highly visible. There was a concern regarding the lack of tree plantings that were located behind, or that would have been located within lots 17 through 19 for screening, and the replacement of 15 trees on the subject property. Staff's worked closely with the applicant to provide dog-specific features that are subtle and aesthetically pleasing, to provide additional landscaping across the western portion of the subject property, and also confirm that the plantings of the forest conservation areas are to be installed this planting season. These in turn will address many of the concerns regarding screening, particularly for lots 17 through 19. The site's located at 8101 River Road. It is on the west side of I-495 and just north of Cabin John Stream Valley Park. This is denoted by the blue outline on the map to the right. Looking at the site, it's a little over 13 acres. It's currently under construction. Again, with this amendment, it's really focused on change of an amenity feature, which has in turn been connected to the release of some of the building permits. And the scope of the amendment are all features that have been requested by the HOA and the current residents. So the proposal in a little more detail, it's to replace a water feature with a green area with dog play features. It includes revisions to two of the playground areas. It's providing two sidewalks that would connect to an outdoor fire pit area, and the inclusion of additional landscaping along the western edge of the subject property. Looking at the findings, the amendment does not alter the intent, objectives, or requirements of the planning board in approving the site plan. The location of the open spaces and landscaping are safe, adequate, and efficient. And this amendment meets all the findings and requirements for a site plan amendment. So in closing, staff recommends approval of site plan number 82005-029C with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I I guess we don't have any individuals or associations testifying that I can see. So we're gonna move on to the presentation from the applicant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pat Harris with Lurch-Early and Brewer here on behalf of the Warmold Companies, the applicant. We accept the staff recommendations. We did have several conversations with some of the adjoining property owners, and the fact that they're not attending this hearing is a testament to that they were comfortable once we walked them through what we were proposing. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have and encourage your support of the revisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll open it up to the board, see if they have any questions. So first, Ms. Harris, tell me what is a dog play feature?
Area?
Because, yeah, area. Is that like an enclosed dog park or what is it?
No, and I think one of the things that was a little bit of a misunderstanding was at one point the nomenclature, because it was called a dog park. So what this proposal does is it eliminates the water feature that was, I'm going to call it a stream, but imagine a thin, narrow creek running through the property, and replaces it with land. And within that, sort of what would have been the creek bed, we're adding some dog play features, as you can see on the screen, just to provide the residents additional area where they can walk their dogs. But it's not an enclosed area that you would typically think about in terms of a dog park. It's just additional area where dogs can sniff, smell, play, etc.
Okay. And again, this is something that the HOA and the residents wanted, no?
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, there is already a water feature on the property. It's very substantial. And unfortunately, with water features typically come maintenance problems and cost. And the condo association went to the owner and said, can you do us a favor and not build that second water feature, instead turn it into something that it would be more usable for the residents. And that's how we ended up here.
Okay. And the units, the housing that is being constructed right now, no? The housing.
Yes, the townhouse. There's a couple townhouses that still remain to be finished. Some are already finished and occupied.
Okay, and altogether there's going to be how many units?
There are, I need to count them. Hold on one moment.
No, originally there was going to be 2 multifamily projects.
Right.
Yeah.
When originally the plan was condo buildings. Then back in 2000, hold on, I'll give you the date. I think it was 2017, there was a revision that the 2 condo buildings were then proposed to be converted to townhouses. And that's the plan before you. That aspect of the plan is not changing. And if I look, let me look through my notes and I can tell you how many units there will be.
Hey, Pat, I believe it's 44. For the record, Adam Roof with MHG, the civil engineer for the project. Yeah, it's 44 townhome units.
And you have reached an agreement with DHCA in terms of the MPDUs. You're either going to be paying an amount into the HIF fund or you're going to be locating them offsite, no? Is that
Yes, I mean, that hasn't changed again from the prior approvals. This approval is just about the landscaping, so that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
sorry.
open it up to another. Go ahead.
No, I was just clarifying. Patrick Beller, for the record, was just clarifying the scope of this amendment was really the conversion of the water feature to the dog play features.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll open it up for to another board members if they have questions or comments. Go ahead. there's no comments, I am willing to entertain a motion for approval. Seems like it's pretty straightforward.
I think so, yeah. Move that we approve the quarry site plan amendment number 82005-029C.
I second
Okay,
that.
we have a first motion by Commissioner Hedrick, a second by Pedoin. I'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Ms. Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
This is the Planning Board April 13th to 2023 meeting, and we're moving on to item number 10, which is the Verse Mill Road BRT and BIPPA plans. And this is a mandatory referral, which means that MCDOT is basically running this project, and they're asking for, I guess, our advice. I don't know whether it's an approval or anyway. I'll let the staff address this. I'm not sure. Maybe they can advise us on what mandatory referral means. So I'll have the staff make a presentation and proceed from there. Go ahead, staff.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Steve Aldrich from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And joining me today at this table is Dave Ansbacher from Countywide Planning, Zach Dreyer from Countywide Planning, and Matt Harper and Doug Stevens from Montgomery Parks. The applicant is also here today. I'd like to introduce Michael Mitchell. He's the project manager for the Veers Mill Road BRT and bicycle and pedestrian improvements projects. And if there are any questions you folks have at the conclusion, that would be great if you want to ask the applicant. The purpose of today is to provide a mandatory referral. I will go through exactly in a short version what a mandatory referral is. Essentially, it is a review of a public sector project, and your obligation as the planning board is to provide comments. They are advisory comments, and so I'll go from there. Next slide. Quite a lot to discuss today. Again, I'll talk about the mandatory referral, give you an idea of the project. Then we talk about some of the technical details of the actual design. We look at some transportation best practices and doing some of the review that we conduct for this project. And then a very critical part of this is we look at master plan conformity from both the transportation side and from the historic resources side. We also address environmental impacts, environmental requirements, and then for any mandatory referral that has impacts to parkland. Montgomery Parks is also included in this review. And while this is an advisory review, the next step on the park side is that the applicant will eventually have to get a park permit. And so that this review is a required first step for the park permit process. So those comments aren't really as advisory, but I would say they're preliminary. And then finally, recommendations, and we have a whole bunch of them, and then certainly we can have discussion. And we are looking for the planning board to approve our recommendations, but certainly it could be amended with comments and adjustments as the planning board sees fit. Next. So a mandatory referral is a very unique item in Maryland land use law, applies to both Montgomery County and Prince George's County, to the commission in particular, which gives us jurisdiction over reviewing federal, state, county, public utilities, any kind of public sector projects. And basically, the focus of it is to look at provide comments on the proposed location, character, grade, and extent of the activity to the applicant. The comments are advisory, but they are required by law. Next slide. On the transportation side, in particular, this is the area where countywide planning gets involved in mandatory referrals. We focus on not just the approved functional master and sector plans, but we also look in particular at county and state guidelines, including the Complete Streets Design Guide, which is a document that was adopted by the county and used by both Montgomery Planning, Montgomery Parks, and Montgomery County DOT. And as well, there's a lot of evolving design standards that we also look at on occasion, including references from AASHTO, American Association of State and Highway Transportation Officials, and NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials. And as well, through this, we also look at environmental laws and guidelines, and then impacts to Montgomery Parks and conformance to the park permit process, and impacts to historic properties. So just to introduce the project, Veers Mill Road It's a very important road within Montgomery County. It's a 5 to 6 lane boulevard in the master plan of highways and transitways. And, the last time we had, I guess I would say pre-COVID counts, carried over 40,000 vehicles a day. This is one of the most important arterial roads, I would say, in Montgomery County, certainly east-west, providing connectivity across the county. It's a major road connection between Rockville and Wheaton, and it is one of the highest volume bus transit corridors in Montgomery County. The one thing that we will get into is that this is not a corridor that we haven't been looking at. This is a corridor where we actually have a corridor master plan that was approved in 2019. There's a lot of recent history and a lot of, a lot of recent concerns and plans that we'd like to see implemented. Next slide. So the project is actually 2 different capital improvement projects within the county's CIP. The first one is a bus rapid transit project, and this is the details of that project. And as you'll note at the bottom, the construction is programmed to begin in the beginning of fiscal year 25. Next slide. The bicycle and pedestrian portions of the project, and I will note that BIPA, as abbreviated above, means bicycle and pedestrian priority areas. This also is programmed for fiscal year 25. These 2 CIP projects were initially separate projects with separate project managers, but I think they realized that they really feed on each other and support each other, and so they were combined into one project effort, which is why we're only doing 1 mandatory referral. Next slide. So in some places you'll see, sort of have this dual, and the reason is because it's essentially used to be 2 projects. So we have, on the slide in front of you, you see on the left a map of the proposed Veers Mill Road BRT, which is proposed from Montgomery College in Rockville to the Wheaton Metro Station, with BRT stations proposed both in the city of Rockville and within greater Montgomery County. On the right is a map from Montgomery Planning showing the approved Randolph Veers Mill bicycle and pedestrian priority area, which was basically the study area or design area for the most but not all of the bicycle and pedestrian improvements included in this design review. Next slide. So the project has many elements, from the BRT side and the bicycle and pedestrian side. So I'm going to start with the BRT system. Similar to the US 29 flash service, this is a BRT service using premium transit vehicles with much more frequent, headways, both during the commuter peak hours and off-peak, with the note that no BRT service is planned overnight. There are 12 BRT stations in total. 8 of those are outside of the city of Rockville. Okay, next slide. Okay, and the graphic you see on the screen shows you, this is a typical rendering of what the BRT stations look like. You might have seen, the existing ones on US 29. And, again, 4 are proposed in Rockville, 8 in the Aspen Hill, Wheaton area. Next slide. What I wanted to show on this one really is that the typical layout for these BRT stations is to have a high capacity level platform boarding area, so that when the bus stops, people can walk right into the bus. And there are many elements in the BRT system that include prepayment at the bus station from a kiosk. And the typical design shows that a sidewalk or a side path wraps around the rear or the top of the BRT station to separate the conflicts between the station platform and the bicycle and pedestrian network. That's ideal. And it hasn't always been done that way, a lot of times due to space concerns, and we'll discuss that during our review. Next slide. In addition, there are 10 Q-jump locations, and Q-jump is a traffic signal and geometry priority system that allows buses to get a head start at a red light. So it typically happens when the BRT station is located at a signal. The bus stops, loads and unloads passengers, and when the light is going to change, it has a leading signal for buses. So buses can jump, essentially jump the queue. That really helps improve the reliability and, keeping schedule reliability, keeping to the timetable. It makes it a much more reliable trip, and, I think that's really sort of one of the hallmarks of a BRT service is that, you can depend on it much more than a local bus service. In addition, next slide, there's a technology called transit signal priority, and this is similar to like what fire trucks use when they get to a signal, and they have a transponder that allows them to change the signal timing. For buses, this would be slight adjustments, so that if they're arriving and they're just going to miss the signal would extend enough time for them to continue through. And this would be very useful when a bus BRT station is on the far side of a signal. Instead of having to wait at the red light, they can actually be spending that time doing a boarding and a lighting. Next slide. Now, as for the bicycle and pedestrian improvements, a whole series of improvements proposed in this project, including pedestrian hybrid beacons. These are pedestrian focused signals. You may have seen some of these around the county. The one shown on the screen is at Aspen Hill. It has an unusual signal arrangement, and Montgomery County DOT has been implementing those over the past couple of years. And those are proposed on Veers Mill Road at Havard Street, Bushy Drive, and Galt Avenue. Next. In addition, a new traffic signal is proposed as part of this project at the intersection of Veers Mill and Pendleton Street. And then finally, in terms of bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and it's detailed in quite a lot of detail in the staff report, the project consists of over 11,000 feet of new side paths on the north side of Veers Mill Road, almost 7,900 feet of new sidewalks on the south side of Veers Mill Road, and 2,500 feet of new sidewalks on both sides total of Randolph Road between Veers Mill and Bushy. So an awful lot of pedestrian and bicycle improvements are being proposed as part of this. Now, from the transportation side, as I mentioned at the beginning, we do look at many other guidelines to help drive our review, and I'm just listing them, the ones here, and showing you some examples. Certainly, Complete Streets is a primary design reference that we use for most of our reviews, but some other elements in here that are very important include the Vision Zero Action Plan, the Climate Action Plan, and the Access Management Study that was completed last year by this department, and other ongoing efforts, including the Bicycle Branding Study, et cetera. Next slide. And I just want to bring your attention to a couple items that, I think led into our review to quite a bit. On the Complete Streets Design Guide side, we looked very carefully at the width of the facilities provided in terms of bicycle and pedestrian facilities and the width of the buffers between the facility and the road. There are specific standards in the Complete Streets Design Guidelines. They identify defaults and minimums. And in general, defaults are preferred. And in past mandatory referral practice, minimums are typically only used in environmentally sensitive areas or where right-of-way costs or construction costs could be excessive. For instance, requiring something like a utility pole to be removed. And for particular projects, for small sections, that might be considered not necessarily acceptable, but a cost, from a cost-benefit perspective. It ends up being selected by the applicant. In addition, the Complete Streets Design Guide has a very important section on protected crossing spacings. That's not just in the Complete Streets Design Guideline. As of this last February, it has now been incorporated into Chapter 50 of the Montgomery County Code, and it provides for different street types the recommended spacing for protected crossings. And protected crossings are essentially signals for pedestrian and bikes. That would be in addition to what's required for vehicular flow. Next slide. The other thing I want to address just real quickly is the access management study that we completed last year was completed in coordination with SHA and MCDOT, and we looked pretty comprehensively at how access is managed on our road network and came up with a whole range of recommendations and study, for further study. A couple of the items that I want to really bring to bear here is that the first one is that the study recommended that priority should be placed on ensuring that neighborhood connector streets have adequate and safe multimodal access at their connections with county and state divided roadways. And this is an item that comes up during master plans. I can't get out of my neighborhood. And as we do corridor plans, that should be one of the focuses is where is our transportation network and how is it providing both vehicular and pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. We don't want people making unsafe moves. We don't want people, and if we can prioritize a place where we can provide all of these elements of multimodal access, great. Neighborhood connectors is one place that should be prioritized. The second thing is that as part of this study, we identified a median crossing treatment that's used in a couple places throughout the county, but it's not that common, and it's called the restricted access median crossing. As opposed to just a typical median opening, this is a crossing that only allows certain movements, usually from the median onto the side street. It could be a left turn in only one direction, it could be left turns in two directions, and in the rare cases, the State Highway Administration actually does a left turn from the minor street onto the main road. A little more unusual. The example image shown on the screen is Randolph Road at JFK High School. That one allows left turns from the main road to both driveways across the street. I think there might be a bus facility. Next slide. The access management study also really strongly recommended the elimination or reduction of channelized right turn lanes with small triangular islands. These are called hot rights. The islands can be called pork chop islands. There's a whole different bunch of names for them. But essentially what these require is a two-stage crossing for pedestrians, and one of those crossings is yield controlled. And when you pull the right turn lane into the intersection, it's all controlled by the signal, and it's inherently a safer design, and it's something that I think between Montgomery Planning and Montgomery County DOT, we're trying to move towards doing more uniformly. Next slide. And then the final point is just that this is something that Montgomery Planning has been doing certainly during development review, and it's certainly encoded in the zoning code. But it's really important that when we look at not just development, but CIP projects, that we want to make sure that the access that's being provided is safe and effective. And so a lot of these types of reviews, we actually do look at not just replacing the access that is there, but maybe we need to make a change. And one part in the zoning code is that when a parcel fronts two or more roads, access to parcel should occur from the lowest classification road. We don't have many of these actual built into this review as a recommendation, but it's a really important concept. And one of our recommendations actually focuses on our property that is addressed to a different street, but has access onto Veers Mill Road, which is very unique. So when we look at master plan conformity for this project, one of the few times where the Veers Mill corridor master plan is so recent that almost all of the review that we're doing from the transportation side goes directly to this document, which is really was an incredible document, our first corridor plan, and really looked at the corridor as a BRT, as a transit corridor. So we looked at the transitway designation and consistency with the master plan, target speeds, protected crossings, and bicycle master plan facilities. Next slide. So on the transitway side, this corridor is master planned with BRT and 2 dedicated lanes, 1 lane per each direction. And as we'll discuss, this project includes conformance to that to some extent. I think what's really important to realize is that this CIP project is actually a council selected budget item. It is not the master plan vision. So from the master planning side, it is an interim improvement. It's not going to build 2 bus lanes along the entire corridor, but this project takes a significant step towards that. In addition, on the transitway recommendation side, it accomplishes many of the short-term transitway recommendations from enhanced bus stops, queue jumps, transit signal priority, and does complete 40% of dedicated bus lanes along this corridor. And that's 40% of the corridor between Rockville and Wheaton. The portion within the greater Aspen Hill-Wheaton area is actually greater than 40%. Target speeds. This is something that's really important in master plans and in the master plan of highways and transitways, and was a major recommendation in the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan. So the table on the screen shows you the master plan target speeds and the posted speed limits. And what you'll see is, there are places where we've actually succeeded in reaching, equating the posted speed to the target speeds, but there are several other places where we're not there. So certainly that's going to lead into one of our recommendations, which would be to try to get these, the posted speeds changed at the conclusion of the project when it's constructed. In addition, there's an awful lot of analysis on bicycle and pedestrian accommodations. And this is a summary of one of the tables in the staff report, which shows the north side of the Veers Mill Corridor, the bike and ped network, what is existing, what is proposed, and then how that compares to the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan short-term and long-term visions. And the graphic green shows areas that accomplish the long-term vision, and blue show areas that accomplish the short-term vision. And so you can see the north side of the road, where this project is going to accomplish much of the long-term vision on the north side of Veers Mill Road. Next slide. Similarly, this slide shows the same information on the south side of Veers Mill Road. And you can see that there are significant portions of the corridor where this project will accomplish the short-term vision, but there's just still a long way to go. So even after this project's done, there's going to be a need to continue to work on improving the bicycle and pedestrian network along this road. Next slide. The Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan dealt with protected crossings. And these were the recommendations for 7 protected crossings. And, with this project and other ongoing or recently completed efforts, 6 out of 7 of these will be implemented by the time this project is completed. There's only one location, which is Arbutus Avenue, which is not included in this project. That will remain a unsignalized, unstriped crosswalk. As part of our review of protected crossings, we did a pretty detailed analysis of what are the standards in the Complete Streets Design Guidelines for protected crossing spacing, what does the project achieve, and whether it achieves the spacing recommended in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And as you can see, many places we are with the completion of this project, we're going to be much further along in terms of being able to provide reasonable crossing spacing distances for bikes and peds, which I think are important for bicycles, but they're critical for pedestrians because some of these distances, for most people, they're just not walkable. to make someone walk from distance between two signals. A lot of pedestrians just won't do that. And from the Vision Zero perspective, we have to take that into account. Next slide. So that's the transportation evaluation. Next, we'll go on to historic resource evaluation. There are no sites on the master plan of highways for historic preservation within the project area. There is one place on the locational atlas that's in the project area, but no archaeological resources will be impacted by the work proposed. And I think this is a similar note that we'll have for parks as before beginning construction. There is some ongoing coordination that's required. Next is that the Department of Transportation, Montgomery County DOT, initiated the Section 106 process to identify resources or potential resources listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And 3 sites were identified as eligible for listing, and another 16 sites were identified as potentially eligible for listing. And County Historic Preservation will continue to review the findings of DOT as they are developed. From the environmental side, this project is actually a little different than most mandatory referrals that are done by Montgomery County DOT, in that the project is being reviewed not by Montgomery Planning, but by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. So it falls under a different element of the environmental law, but it is a forest conservation exemption. And this project conforms with Montgomery County's environmental guidelines from stream buffers. Encroachments have been minimized and allowed under the section of the Planning Board's environmental guidelines. And the stormwater concept plan was deemed acceptable. And I think both of the documents confirming the exemption and the stormwater concept were included as attachments in the staff report. Next, I'm going to have Matt Harper from Montgomery Parks talk about some park issues in reviewing this project. Matt.
Good afternoon, Matt Harper, Natural Resources Manager for Montgomery County Parks. I'm going to be speaking to park impacts associated with the proposed project. One of the most significant impacts of the project is the elimination of a portion of the Twin Brook Connector Trail, which is shown in blue on the map in front of you. This trail connects the Twin Brook area down through Rock Creek Stream Valley Unit 6 along a portion of Veers Mill Road in the shoulder on the eastbound side, and terminates at the Rock Creek Trail, one of our system's most well-used and beloved trails. So with the implementation of this project, the on-road portion of this trail would be eliminated. This section of trail was constructed in 2020 as an interim condition until the point at which the longer-term vision for the Veers Mill Road corridor was realized. You can see a picture of the existing condition on the top right-hand corner there of your screen. Additionally, there is a local eastbound bus stop at Aspen Hill Road that's located on parkland in the orange rectangle there. That stop will be shifted down and be replaced with a new BRT station. So while this permanent section of trail will not be constructed as part of the Montgomery County DOT's project, the county has committed to provide funding for design and construction over the fiscal years 24 through 26 that will allow Montgomery County Parks to build this trail, or the remainder of this trail, on parkland, not only in coordination with the design of the BRT, but also to ensure that it is in place before the trail is eliminated, and that will sort of ensure that the community has a continuity of use throughout. The the proposed new BRT station in the location at Aspen Hill is currently shown as a pretty narrow stop that has a sidewalk that runs through the middle of it, right immediately adjacent to Veers Mill Road. Parks will be looking for DOT to upgrade the design of this particular stop to have the sidewalk not only wrap around the backside of the station, but also sort of meet that plaza that exists in that location where the Rock Creek Trail and this Twin Brook Connector all sort of meet. It's kind of a nice sort of gateway to this park. So we want to make sure that the bus users are able to sort of enter the park in this location in a pretty seamless fashion. So as Steve had alluded to at the beginning of the presentation, any work on parkland is required to go through a review process in the park construction permit. This will include those improvements to the bus stops, any sidewalks along the frontage of Rock Creek SVU 6. There are some utility relocations and realignments in both Rock Creek SVU 6 and SVU 7 on the north side of Veers Mill Road. And then finally, a sidewalk is being expanded to a side path on the north side of Veers Mill Road at Matthew Henson State Park Unit Number 1. So that will have some impacts to the park in that location as well. But that will all be reviewed as part of the park construction permit.
Before we get to recommendations, I'd like to show you a GIS mapping that we developed, and my apologies because I was supposed to show that during the presentation, but I got on a roll, so I will try to do it really quickly. And I think this is especially, this is a very complicated project, so we thought it was important to provide a visualization tool to sort of summarize how everything sort of fits together. So this is an overview map showing the bus stops, again, running from Montgomery College, Rockville, down to the Wheaton Metro Rail Station. Through the magic of GIS. We also can show where along the corridor the BRT lanes, they're going to be, in some places, the BRT will run in mixed traffic, and in other places, they will run in dedicated bus lanes. And maybe, Zach, if you could zoom in on a particular area. And the graphic shows, in some directions, sometimes it's only one direction. Other places, it's two directions. The challenges of this corridor is that there are actually service roads in several places, which restricts the number of existing through lanes to 2 lanes in a particular direction. And it's usually in those places that the BRT will run in mixed traffic. But overall, it was 40% of the master plan vision, which is 100%. So it is a significant accomplishment, and we think will really help improve the reliability of this service. Next, just to give you a summary of the bicycle and pedestrian improvements along the corridor. The area in yellow is the actual BIPA boundary. And what this graphic shows is existing sidewalk, proposed sidewalk, and proposed side path improvements. And with the completion of this project, and I think we can sort of scroll through some of this. There's a little bit of a lag. Maybe you can. Zoom in. Yeah, so you can see the north side and the south side. The intent of the project is to connect the existing gaps in coverage to the sidewalk network, and on the north side to upgrade some of the existing sidewalk sections to side paths. And it makes a pretty extensive coverage. When the project's completed, there'll be only a few places where the side path doesn't have continuous connectivity, but the sidewalk network will be 100% complete on the north side, with still some gaps on the south side, and most of that will be through areas of parkland. And then the last thing to show you is this shows the recommended protected crossings along the corridor from the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan, and color-coded, basically showing you the red one is Arbutus Avenue. But this is really a significant accomplishment of this project is this was a major recommendation in the master plan, and this project is going to help us go a long way to making this corridor much more usable for bicycles and pedestrians. And so now we'll move on to the recommendations. So there are a lot of them, and I'm not going to read these bullets a lot. I'm just going to sort of give you the gist of each one. The first recommendation is at Havard Street. The project is recommending a pedestrian hybrid beacon. And what we're the first one is at Arbutus, which is really that a protected crossing should be added at this location. Next. The second recommendation is at the intersection of Veers Mill and Havard. The project is providing a pedestrian hybrid beacon at this location with no break in the median. And what we're recommending here is that instead of the pedestrian hybrid beacon, a full traffic signal should be installed and a directional left turn lane should be provided to provide needed neighborhood ingress into this neighborhood. If you watch traffic movements during the day, you'll see a lot of U-turns up at Gridley. People have to make a very sharp, uncontrolled U-turn. And some traffic actually goes through the shopping center because of this lack of access. So this is sort of an access management recommendation that we think will be able, it has multimodal benefits. The third recommendation is to eliminate all obstructions in the sidewalk in the vicinity of the sidewalks and side paths to provide at least a 2-foot distance from the edge of these facilities. And we provided some specific examples in our planning staff comments, which are in attachment C with the staff report. But this is something that really should be done for the project whenever possible. The fourth recommendation is to ensure that the side path width conforms to the default width for this type of roadway facility, and that the curb ramps and pedestrian refuges at these crossings accommodate as well. The fifth recommendation is that where improvements are made to driveway access, we should try to tighten up driveways that were implemented a long time ago. And we also have places where portions of the right-of-way are being used for private purposes. And the example I show here is Randolph Road and a parking lot. People are parking in the right-of-way. There's probably a better use for that. And so that one thing to think about is as we do these projects, that those kind of problems should be addressed as part of the design. And the other thing is that, with all the side paths and sidewalks that are being proposed, we need to ensure that these designs accommodate people with vision impairments and people with other disabilities, including vertigo, to make sure that these facilities are provided at sidewalk level and not requiring ramps down and ramps back up. Next. 6 is a general recommendation in that 8-foot wide street buffers between the street and sidewalks or side paths, and a minimum 6-foot wide buffer where there are constraints should be provided. This is consistent with both the town center and boulevard street types in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And this road, as far as its master plan, most of the road is classified as a boulevard, and the section around Randolph Road is a town center. Some specific examples are provided in comment 5 in attachment C. Next. Recommendation 7 is for the applicant to work with SHA to try to achieve the master plan target speeds that we identified earlier. And there's some work to go. Next. Recommendation 8 is to provide high visibility crosswalks on all 4 legs at the intersection of Veers Mill with Twin Brook This intersection currently actually doesn't have all 4 legs marked. It really has become a county practice to try to provide crosswalks on all 4 legs of the intersection if possible. And then we have some minor comments about relocating the sidewalk that's being proposed. Recommendation 9 is to really try to eliminate right-in, right-out driveways. This is similar to the hot right discussion we had earlier. There are 3 places along the corridor where they're overly wide and they prioritize vehicles as opposed to pedestrians and bicycles. So some uniform changes should be made at those 3 locations. Recommendation 10 is to close the driveway to 4616 Adrian Street. This is a property, not sure what the history is, but it actually has property frontage on Adrian Street, and that's where it's addressed. It's possible that the property was built so the front door is facing Veers Mill, but at some point, a driveway was allowed on Veers Mill. This is a corridor where we're going to have a side path constructed, and there certainly are going to be grading issues to that driveway. And so our recommendation here is that where possible, and especially where, this is the one location where you have a residential property, not addressed to the road, getting access onto the road, to relocate it to its proper location. Recommendation 11 is, and this is similar to, comments that were made by Matt Harper at the Aspen Hill Station, but planning on staff also identified 2 locations where we felt that the side path needed to be located, side path or sidewalk needed to be located behind the BRT station, not in front. The most important one is the Randolph Road Station, which is probably one of the busier bus stops along this entire road. And if you imagine pedestrians and bike riders going by, people waiting at a bus stop, it's likely to be a problem, and it's something that we should try to avoid, especially at this location. The other location is in the eastbound direction at Norris Drive. There's a very tight pinch point, and the sidewalk continues through the BRT station. It actually would require a modification to the station design to eliminate a windscreen, and we feel like you could simply relocate the sidewalk around the backside and make it work much better. 12. At the intersection of Veers Mill and Connecticut, almost all of this intersection is being reconstructed, and there are hot rights that are being eliminated on 3 out of the 4 corners. And so any reconstruction of side path or sidewalk has the benefit of a lot of excess right-of-way and should provide the standard buffers and the standard sidewalk widths through these areas. And there are many places on the design plans where it does the minimum or has close to no buffers, and there's room. So where there's room, where you have right-of-way, these improvements should be made. And in addition, that there might need to be a little bit more work in trying to align the curb ramps with these proposed locations. I think it's really important that the county sort of adopted an approach to provide directional curb ramps. The old curb ramps that point to the center of the intersection don't work very well for a person with vision impairments. So, when you retrofit improvements to an older intersection, you need to make sure that your curb ramps align almost perfectly so that it can work out. And I will draw your attention to the BRT station will be on an island. We're not eliminating the eastbound right turn lane from Veers Mill onto Connecticut. Part of the reason for this is that, one, it is a very high volume right turn. And if we were to consolidate this right turn, we would actually probably likely lose some travel time savings for the BRT service. So by putting them on a separate lane, that's actually a BRT only curb lane. So it almost acts like a queue jump by this design. Next slide. There are 2 locations along the corridor between Aspen Hill Road and Robindale Drive where we've made recommendations to extend the sidewalk for, I think, a distance of 310 feet in one location and 130 feet in another location. just to provide connectivity to existing roads or facilities. On the left side, it's Park Lawn Local Park. On the right side, it's to a road that goes into Rock Creek Park that there's actually a community garden there. So people can't walk to that community garden unless they walk on the shoulder. And with this project, that shoulder will be a BRT lane. So there's a safety concern to add that 130 feet. Next slide. Recommendation 16, this comes directly from Montgomery Parks, similar to what Matt presented earlier, that DOT and Parks must coordinate to ensure that the design will allow for continuity of community use. Recommendation 7 is, really just a note that plans for work on parkland must go through the park construction permit process, and that no work on parkland may occur until a construction permit is issued. Recommendation 18 and 19, I think, are somewhat related. Recommendation 18 is the comment from Parks that the Aspen Hill eastbound BRT station does not provide connectivity around the bus stop. And so this essentially asks for some improvements to improve that connection. And recommendation 19 specifically asks that the grading with the sidewalk not include a retaining wall, but be more of a grading design with grading. And we're getting close to the end. Thank you for bearing with me. Recommendation 20 at Turkey Branch Parkway. The comment is basically to modify the side path design so it conforms more to the general layout of what's out there today, which is a curved radius that ties in, because a lot of people will come down Turkey Branch Parkway, which is the connection to the Matthew Henson Trail, and will turn on to Veers Mill in one direction or another. Making sure that's as smooth as possible is pretty important. Recommendation 21 is that there are a second series of comments that I didn't go through that are included in attachment C, identified as secondary priority, but they're also important to help improve the design and ensure that we complete all this work is completed, meeting many of our goals and objectives. And recommendation 22. This is over several slides, and I'll try to be brief. This is really just that the applicant should continue to pursue improvements for the next stage of bicycle and pedestrian improvements along this road. And while it says BIPA program, some of these may be outside of that area. And looking at reducing protected crossing spacings, and you'll notice on the screen there are 3 areas that are X'd out, and that is what is listed in the staff report. My apologies. That actually is accomplished with this project, so that was left in by error. So there's 1 protected crossing spacing, which is Arbutus. The second part of this is to provide contraflow bike lanes on Veers Mill Road, the one-way service roads. There are 4 specific one-way service roads, and those are places where bikes right now are just sort of left on their own. Yeah. And so I think the assumption is maybe they would be a neighborhood greenway and they would just drive in the street. But if we're going to design a system so that bikes have to drive in the contraflow reverse direction to street flow, then we need to design it safely. And contraflow bike lanes is a standard practice across the country. And it works very well on one-way streets if designed well. The third part of this recommendation is to implement the neighborhood greenway projects on projects that parallel Veers Mill Road. There are 4 in particular: College View Drive, Selfridge, Paul Road, and Adrian Street. I think 3 out of 4 of those are on the north side of the road, and 1 is on the south side of the road. And those projects also are not in the BIPA, but with the completion of those, in addition to everything else, the bicycle connectivity will really be pretty remarkable, and most of the long-term vision of the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan will be achieved. Next slide. The last two items on this is that, in addition, the applicant should work on completing the side path and separated bike lane networks on Veers Mill Road. There are some portions of this corridor where the proposed recommendation is the side path, but the master plan vision is the separated bike lane. So I think it will end up being a much longer range goal in those places. But there are also other places where there's just existing sidewalk and there's nothing proposed. And some of those may be very expensive to fix, may be very long-term, but there's still work to do along this corridor. And the last one is that the master plan recommended a side path on the north side of Randolph Road between Veers Mill and, actually, I think it's in the bicycle master plan to Connecticut and beyond. But that would be a missing item that has yet to be implemented. The project simply replaces the sidewalks that are, almost in kind. So long-term, a side path is master planned along that side of Randolph Road and should be constructed. And that completes the recommendations. So I'll turn it back to you folks.
If I may, real quick, David Ansbacher and supervise the multimodal transportation planning team. What you see here is a lot of comments, but I just want to acknowledge this is an excellent project. It's not abnormal on mandatory referrals to have a lot of comments, and actually for one that's this long, I think it's 5 miles, this is actually not a lot of comments. On the Purple Line, I think we had probably 100 comments. So kudos to Michael, again, he's in the audience, and his team of consultants and other folks for bringing forth a really excellent project that is really going to improve bus transit and, pedestrian and bicycle safety along the corridor.
Thank you very much. Wow, this is a lot of information and a lot of good comments, very good presentation. I think, the important here, we're kind of on an advisory role, except, like you mentioned, once we get into the park issue, then they do need, MCDOT is going to need some kind of a permit or approval from us. But in terms, I was going to ask, for those comments that you're making, they get into a lot of details. Have you previously discussed them with MCDOT, and do they seem responsive? Have you coordinated with them? Is this coming only from you, or is it coming from both agencies?
These are our
own
recommendations. We did go through many of our comments informally with Michael in advance.
Okay.
And I will let you know that it's my understanding that some of our recommendations he's already working on trying to implement. There wasn't enough time to change everything on the plans, but I think many, because this is a 35% design, there's plenty of time to incorporate small changes. And a lot of these recommendations are small changes. Some aren't, but certainly the smaller they are, I would say the more likely they could be accommodated. But also to note that all of these comments are advisory only.
Yeah.
And if I could, this is Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. So with these mandatory referrals, oftentimes the agencies are really receptive to this early enough in the process for them to incorporate a lot of these changes. And so it's really helpful to them in their efforts to get these comments. It's also a good public process. We offer the opportunity for the public to come and testify at mandatory referral hearings like this. We don't have anyone signed up to speak today, but it is another opportunity for the applicant, the agency, in this case MCDOT, to hear from the community as well. And so these are really helpful. They're required by state law for us to have these. And MCDOT in particular is really good at taking these comments, providing us feedback then afterwards about how they've incorporated them into their plans, or if they can't, explaining why they can't. And we always appreciate that back and forth with them. So.
Thank you, Mr. Sartori. I totally agree. I think this is this is really, it's a big project, and it's a work in progress. And to the extent that we can have participation as a planning board from members of the community, that's definitely well worth it. Let me ask, I have a very basic question. I mean, the BRT goes from Wheaton to Montgomery College. How close is the Wheaton first stop, where people, let's say people coming from the metro, from DC or whatever, is it very easy for them to jump on the BRT, the rapid transit, and then that's one question. The other is, to what extent have MCDOT coordinated with WMATA in terms of the feeder buses or the feeder ride-ons from each of those 12 stations? Will there be buses that people can take to go into their neighborhoods, or the stations? Are they relatively close to where people can jump on a feeder bus? So that's two really basic general questions that I have.
Okay, so
before I open it to board members.
For the first question, the Wheaton Metro stop is actually in the bus loop. It's going to be designed. If you're looking from Veers Mill towards our office, it's going to be on the left side. You'll just be able to walk along the sidewalk, and it's right by the ramp that goes up. And so it will be very, very convenient. And I didn't detail it in the presentation, but it was on a slide. The BRT system will have a lot of bells and whistles, including prepayment of your fare, and other information to try to improve the comfort and convenience of this service. And I think the location, it's a pretty prime location in that bus loop. You don't have to cross bus lanes to get there. So it's pretty great.
Yeah.
Now, for the second question, Michael Mitchell, project manager for Montgomery County DOT. In terms of the work that he and his team has been doing, I think he can address the second question.
Hi, this is Michael Mitchell, Montgomery County MCDOT. I'm the project manager for the Veers Mill BRT. As Steve indicated, we worked closely with WMATA. The platform that we have, you couldn't get any closer to the metro door than what we've got. So, and we have worked with WMATA closely. We continue working on them on all the proposed platforms, because in quite a few locations we have to shift over their existing bus shelter. So we are working closely with them. We are also working with my colleagues in our transit division with the ride-on. There will be a close evaluation of the existing ride-on and WMATA services on this corridor after our service comes online. Obviously, we can do our analysis now, but it's more fruitful and meaningful once the service is operational. So to your second question, my colleagues in the transit division and WMATA will reevaluate their services on how they tie in to this service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. One other question before I move on to the rest of the board is when the BRT, let's say, is not using mixed traffic, and then they're going to be using an exclusive lane. Is there going to be some kind of a barrier between that lane and the rest of the car lanes, so that the cars cannot all of a sudden decide to use that lane, because of traffic or whatever? How exclusive will that BRT lane be when they're not using mixed traffic?
I would say pretty exclusive, but I guess one of the elements of a curb BRT service is that the dedicated BRT lanes do share that space with right-turning vehicles, unless a dedicated right-turning lane is provided at certain locations. So there are many places along the corridor where that will continue. One example today, if you're going eastbound on Veers Mill, the curb lane between Connecticut and University is almost entirely marked, signed today, as for buses and right-turning vehicles only. And I will note that if you drive that corridor, you see a lot of people not following that signage. So it will continue to be a problem. The feeling is that with a dedicated BRT service, that it will become more self-enforced. One possibility certainly that the planning department has always been advocating is the use of red paint for bus lanes. Montgomery County DOT has done that on county roads, particularly 2nd Avenue in downtown Silver Spring. Because this is an SHA road and there are several miles of dedicated bus lanes, it becomes not just a jurisdiction issue, but potentially a maintenance issue. So I think that's something that we will need to continue to work on within all of our agencies to try to help to, as these systems get built, to make them more effective. The feeling is that if a lane is striped, more people will comply. Certainly, there could be an enforcement side of it as well. So there are a lot of things that I think County DOT and SHA will need to work on together to try to make the system work as well as possible. And the more people that comply with that and only use the BRT lane for right turns, the better the travel time savings will be for BRT riders.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to other board members if they have questions or comments.
I do have some questions. Well, for me that I'm new, Weir's Mill Road is a state. So I'm just wondering that how all of this is working, because I don't see any state representative here. Is it all, I know that we have some federal grant, but is there any kind of a state or state coordination, or are these going to be reviewed and approved by state? And is the funding all on county and maybe federal grant, or is the state, participating in that? And what about the maintenance?
The project is closely coordinated with the state. We meet with them regularly and does require an access permit. So that's the answer to your first question. The answer to the second part of your question, we are applying for a federal small starts grant. We're working very closely with the feds, with the FTA. In fact, just before this meeting, we had a monthly meeting with the feds. So we are applying for that, and I would say roughly about it's going to be 50-50 or hopefully a little bit more contribution from the feds, but it's going to be funded by the county and by the feds.
And I think that county maintains the bike paths and sidewalks on the state roads anyway. So that would be, the maintenance would come on the county. I'm just wondering, because it was not very clear, because there are a lot of service roads along the Weir's Mill Road. Are we incorporating those service roads and make them part of the BRT? Because we probably are very confined within the right-of-way. But we are trying to fit a lot of stuff within a confined right-of-way. And I see that the service road could be a great opportunity for getting to the vision that we are looking for. But I'm not sure if that helps, because it may provide access to some residents. So I don't know.
Based on our preliminary evaluation, most of the service road is not state-owned. It's not within the state right-of-way. So that's where we can implement a lot of the BIPA improvements that Steve went over.
So who owns them?
County maintained.
So can we then go ahead and use them for this BRT?
Well, not for the BRT itself. There is no BRT on the service roads right now.
I understand.
For the BIPA improvements. But to follow up and expand on your question, which Steve did not cover, this project was first, the planning for it was done by the state, and then we, the county, picked it up and we did our own planning study. And what the county council approved, the phase, what Steve went over very meticulously presented to you all, is this is like the first phase where we have roughly 40% dedicated lanes for BRT. But there will be an ultimate one where we try to have a lot more than 40%. We will obviously strive towards 100% dedicated BRT lanes. And the vision would be a lot of the existing service lanes would function or be reutilized as the dedicated BRT lanes. But that's in the future. That's a project way down the road right now.
And I guess I would just say, as a practical note, especially when we look at short-term implementation, the service roads, not only were they built for a particular reason, but the development that occurred on those roads took advantage of it. So there are many residential properties along service roads that don't have driveways because they park on the service road.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and many of those roads also have steep grades on the properties. So if you wanted to retrofit driveways into those properties, it could be very expensive and impactful to the properties themselves. So there's many engineering considerations that have to go into that. And from the planning side, we're like, yeah, let's do that. But then you start to look at the numbers and the feasibility and realize that it's very difficult to do in many of the locations. And it's still a long-term goal, but for right now, it's something we still have to put on our list of things to do.
Yeah. And Matt, I had a question in regard to elimination of Twin Brook Trail. Is the proposed trail, so county would request for funding and parks would incorporate it in their capital improvement and design and construct. Is it going to be along the Vermis Road again, or is it going to be going inside the parks?
It will be both. So it will be in the park, but immediately adjacent to the road, because currently
It's all on the roadside.
Correct. I mean, it'll be, the property line is the edge of roadway. So the BRT lanes will be in the shoulder, and the roadway won't be expanded at all. The trail will be on the parkland side, but immediately adjacent.
So they just have to move it all the way to the parkland side. Correct. And I thought that at that time that you couldn't do it because it was a lot of environmental reason in that area that you were not able to achieve it. Is that correct?
It's not desirable from an environmental standpoint, but we will design as responsibly as we can.
Okay.
I also think that we were trying to do an incremental design. We were trying to get something done. We had some pressures to make that connection, and the BRT project had not been as advanced as it is now. So the idea of using the shoulder for an interim use was advanced between planning, parks, and yes. SHA. And a pretty decent solution was developed. You'll notice if you drive that corridor a lot that the guardrail is often damaged, so it's not a perfect solution. And so certainly a long-term improvement certainly can make a much safer connection for users of the trail.
Thank you.
I just have a couple comments.
Well,
sorry, Ruder.
Somebody has a comment or question?
Just a few real quick, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Not to stretch this out anymore. Yeah, that Twin Brook connector is terrifying. I'm sorry. I bike and walk on that a lot, and it's damaged for very good reasons, and it's because it's terrifying, and people drive really, really fast down it. Sorry, I'm trying to make my comments not really, really selfish, because this is a place I go all the time. I live right there at the corner of Twin Brook Parkway, and just on the other side in the Rockville. I wanted to comment on a couple of the recommendations. 3, 7, and 9, I think, are very important. They're all very important. I want to say that this is very well done. I think it's very detailed, and I have absolutely no problem with any of the comments and approving any of them. But I think 3 is important, eliminating the obstructions. There's a lot of, where there are sidewalks and there are paths, currently there are a lot of obstructions along this entire stretch. So I think that one's important to allow access, not just for people that can weave around and things like that, but for everyone. I think that one's very important. I think the speed limits are important. As I said, I've gone on that Twin Brook connector quite a bit. Like I said, I live very close to there. It is a terrifying stretch to be on. And then the minimizing of the thing, there are several long stretches with driveways there. And I think those are important for if we're trying to improve pedestrian access. So just my 2 cents for those are being very important. I want to confirm that things like the Things like the BRT access to the traffic lights and the queue jumping and things like that, those are all implemented at this point, even without dedicated lanes. Is that right? Am I making sure that I've got that correct?
Some elements, yes,
Okay.
but I'm not sure that all of them, no.
Okay. Will they have the light control piece of it at the beginning?
The transit signal priority will be implemented at 22
Okay.
two intersections.
Yeah, just for even without the dedicated lanes, some of that I think I just wanted to make sure.
And there are places along the corridor where now existing buses, they use shoulder space. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, eastbound Veers Mill at Connecticut. There's space that's bus only. And so
Yeah.
buses sit there, and it's both a stop and it doesn't have a dedicated queue jump, but buses do get a head start.
Do
Yeah.
go ahead. I've seen that with the. I ride the Q buses relatively frequently along that lane. And is the Connecticut? Are there any other of the right slip lanes, the right dedicated right turn lanes that are going to be retained other than those Connecticut ones that you mentioned specifically? If you don't have the list, it's not.
I don't.
List,
No, I don't think so. I mean, I
Okay.
know, for instance, at University, there's a right turn lane that is being removed, not as part of this project, but I think as part of the Wheaton Gateway project, development project.
So it's part of.
So that's a good one that we're getting rid of, and I'm not sure that there are others in particular along this corridor.
No.
That's one of our objectives especially for the BIPA improvements, to eliminate as many of the slip ramps, or where we can't, we just tighten the radius to ensure that the vehicles really slow down.
Yeah.
So that different. And with regard to the posted speed limit, even before we got, working with the folks at Park and Planning, we have been working with SHA. There are currently two segments where the posted speed limit is above 35. We've been working with them. In fact, I got a meeting coming up with them. But driving here today, I just saw that one of them, eastbound after Connecticut, the sign says a new posted speed limit. They have reduced it to 35. So
I've noticed that one's up, yeah.
One of them may have already been taken care of, but we will work with them on the remaining one.
With those, I assume that ultimately that rests with the state to make those changes, and that's when.
It does, but I will say that, in the last couple of years, the State Highway Administration has been very responsive to local concerns. Certainly, the speed limits were changed on Georgia Avenue in some sections. We probably should change it in other sections, but they've been much, the state themselves, they converted to Vision Zero. And so they're looking at some of the same types of improvements that we've been looking at together.
Yeah, that's okay. Otherwise, I have no real comments. I think it's very detailed and very well done. Thanks a lot, John. Appreciate it.
So with that, the motion, our recommended motion is that the board transmits comments to the mandatory referral applicant, which is Montgomery County DOT, consistent with the comments contained in the planning staff report.
Vice Chair, you.
Do I hear a motion that we approve the comments that are going to be sent to MCDOT?
I move that we accept and submit the comments as presented today.
And I second that.
Okay, all right. So we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye,
Aye.
Aye.
or raise your hand. Aye. And for the record, Commissioner Bartley is absent. So he had previously asked me whether he could leave the meeting at 3:30. He had another engagement. All right, so it's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we move on. Good afternoon. This is the April 13th, 2023 Planning Board meeting, and we've had a productive day today, and we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is a pedestrian master plan work session number 1. And I think the objective here, we did have a public hearing, and we will hear the testimony on, I guess, the comments, some of the testimony received by the people who testified on the public record. And there's a matrix of all the comments summarized. And I will leave, I don't think we have any speakers today except the staff. So I will let the staff make a presentation and move from there. So thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Glazier, maybe?
Well, actually, Vice Chair Pinheiro, this is Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy, and I'm just going to say a few words first. And I have to say I'm a little biased, but I think this is the most exciting part of your agenda today. So, yeah, so I did want to take a few moments because this is the first master plan that our new board members have seen. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the different types of master plans that we have and what you have before you today. So the most common type of master plan that we'll bring to the board is an area master or sector plan that really focuses on a small portion of the county, but is pretty comprehensive in its scope in that it addresses land use, housing, zoning, transportation, parks, infrastructure, placemaking, and many, many more things. Then you've got functional master plans, and that's what you have before you today. These focus on one particular aspect of the planning field. Oftentimes, most of ours are transportation functional master plans, and that's what you have today, a pedestrian transportation plan. These often don't make land use recommendations. They also tend to be, but not all of them, they tend to be county-wide in focus. And so there are some implications on how we develop those plans that play out with a countywide plan. You know, we have to engage people all across the county. We gather data from all across the county. And sometimes this plays out in meaning that it takes a little longer to produce one of these plans. And so we've been working on this plan for 3.5 years. And we've had numerous opportunities over those years to present to the board and talk about this. And I have taken several times to share how proud I am of the team's effort and the work products that they've produced. But I also wanted to share today that I'm feeling really encouraged. Earlier this week, our team met with staff from MCDOT, and we've met with them and talked with them a lot about this plan over the years. But I really left that conversation feeling pretty optimistic about the future of pedestrian safety in the county, and for our efforts to implement the recommendations, the many recommendations that we have in this plan. And you've already seen this in the form of the Safe Streets bill that Council President Evan Glass introduced and we brought to you a few weeks ago. I'm also feeling really inspired, I have to say, by many of the comments that we've received on this plan. The vast majority of the general comments that we've received have been very, very positive. We've had some critical comments, and we'll work through some of those, and they'll be the focus of a lot of the discussion we'll have during these work sessions. But I did want to highlight a few of the comments that you heard during the public hearing that I find inspiring. So some direct quotes here. Nothing less than a revolutionary document. Visionary and cutting edge. An opportunity for the county to be a real leader in pedestrian safety. Incredibly holistic and thorough. Blown away by how good this is. Would enormously improve the amount of pedestrian activity and quality of the pedestrian experience in the county. So with that, on that note, I think it's time for us to get back to working on this plan. We are no longer working on the staff draft. This is now your draft. It's the planning board's draft. And beginning with this work session and continuing with others over the next few weeks, we will walk you through the various elements of the plan, highlighting the applicable comments that we've received along the way and having discussions with you about the various elements. Admittedly, this is a little different approach than what was presented in the staff report, but we think that this is an intuitive approach, walking through the plan piece by piece, as in preparing your draft of this plan. Once you do approve your draft, just to kind of close the whole loop here on how this works, we will tie it up with a bow and transmit it to the county council, where they'll introduce it, set a public hearing date, hold their public hearing, have committee work sessions. It'll be before the Transportation and Environment Committee, and then they'll have full council work sessions on it, and then they'll approve it, and then it'll come back to the full commission, you, the 5 of you here in Montgomery County, along with your 5 counterparts in Prince George's County, to officially adopt it. And we hope that all of that is done before the end of this year. So with that, I will now turn it over to Mr. Glazier to get right into the details of today's session.
Thank you, Mr. Sartori. My name is Eli Glazier, for the record, the project manager for the pedestrian master plan. So just the roadmap for today. I think we have a lot to discuss, but we'll have more to discuss in future work sessions. There are several commissioners who have not obviously been present for the entire master plan process and may not know everything about the plan to date. So we're going to talk a little bit about what's in this document and the history of the document. We'll summarize the public comment. We'll talk about today's work session schedule and the work session schedule for work sessions to come. And then we'll dive into some of the recommended changes broken out by plan section, plan chapter, just sort of linearly through the document from beginning to end. So the overview, what is this plan? This is the first countywide holistic effort to make walking and rolling safer, more comfortable, more convenient, and accessible for pedestrians of all ages and abilities. We kicked off this plan in December 2019 officially. Since then, we've done a lot of data collection, including a countywide pedestrian survey in March 2021, an existing conditions report in March 2022. We provided draft policy, design, and programming high-level recommendations in September of 2022. We published a working draft in February 2023, and we just had our public hearing in March 2023. So I'm going to get into a little bit of some of the elements that led us here. The first one, our countywide pedestrian survey, was carried out between November 2020 and December 2020. Essentially, is a statistically valid survey to understand pedestrian perceptions, pedestrian experiences across Montgomery County, which ended up as part of the existing conditions report. In addition to the pedestrian survey, the existing conditions report relies heavily on what we call the pedestrian level of comfort, which is a tool we created to help quantify the comfort of the pedestrian experience in Montgomery County, to score based on contextual variables, the pathways and crossings that make up the pedestrian network, sort of really similar to the bicycle level of traffic stress that was part of the bicycle master plan. So scoring from very comfortable, the dark blue lines on the map, up to undesirable, the dark red lines. What this work has enabled us to do throughout the planning process and will enable us to do sort of in the years to come as this is updated is really drill down and understand the most direct pedestrian routes, how comfortable they are, and opportunities to make improvements to those uncomfortable segments so they have the biggest benefit and can encourage more walking. So this is an example of access on comfortable and uncomfortable segments to the Forest Glen Metro, and allows planners and engineers to understand the pinch points, the uncomfortable pinch points that exist today, where there would be the biggest benefit. In addition to level of comfort, we worked with MCPS in late 2019 on a student travel tally, essentially trying to understand for each school in Montgomery County how students arrive to and depart from school, with the understanding and the goal that part of this plan is about making it easier and safer and really encouraging more students to be able to walk to school. So trying to understand at a base level what the walking behaviors there are and where schools, what schools students may be walking a lot and what schools there may be more challenges. The existing conditions report also included an analysis of pedestrian crashes from 2015 to 2020 to understand if there were opportunities in the crash data to guide the recommendations the plan will ultimately have. The existing conditions report findings sort of teamed up with the engagement efforts that we've been working on over the past several years to act as the foundation for the recommendations in the plan, which include design, policy, and programming recommendations, which are these systemic, high-level policy changes that may not change the shape of the county for pedestrians overnight, but as standard operating procedures are changed, as design standards are implemented, we're going to see a lot of pedestrian change through these sort of venues. Bicycle pedestrian priority areas. Mr. Aldrich talked about this a little bit today already, about one specific bicycle pedestrian priority area along Veers Mill. But ostensibly, our goal with this bit of the project was to create a consistent approach to identifying the areas that should be prioritized for bicycle and pedestrian improvement, and then prioritizing them in a data-driven way that's not reliant on a master plan by master plan designation. We also are using this plan as an opportunity to further the transition from the road code to the Complete Streets Design Guide, which is an important part of this, to identify, sort of to meld the land use context and the roadway function of different streets into context-sensitive, location-specific design guidance to create enhanced walkability, bikeability, transit connectivity, and things like that. This pedestrian master plan is the second phase of a three-phase process that will culminate in a technical update to the master plan of highways to fully implement the Complete Streets Design Guide area types. The last piece of the puzzle from the recommendations perspective is the recommendations where we're actually making specific connections, pedestrian connection recommendations. The first set of those are pedestrian shortcuts. So these are locations where private and public investment can be used to help shorten pedestrian trips and make the network more accessible. So these are paper streets. These are connections that may have been worn over time by pedestrian footfall, things like that. The plan recommends 310 of these connections across the county. And then in the more rural parts of the county, the plan has recommendations for 21 side paths, which are shared bicycle pedestrian pathways along roads in the rural parts of the county, in line with guidance from the Complete Streets Design Guide and building on the work done as part of the bicycle master plan. So that's a plan overview. We've caught up since 2019 in about 5 minutes. All of that is either in the plan document that's in front of you or in the more comprehensive existing conditions report, which is available on the pedestrian plan website. So now I'm going to dive into the public comment summary. In brief, we received over 290 comments, 291 comments from 96 individuals, organizations, and municipalities. Of those, 32 expressed general support, 2 expressed general opposition, and 62 commented on specific elements of the plan or topics that were not necessarily germane to the master plan. I guess if I had to characterize the 62, I would say that while those comments may not have said specifically, we support the pedestrian plan, I think it was very clear from the intent of the majority of those that they liked the plan and this is one thing they were interested in, or 2 things, or 15 things, or 20 things in the case of some folks. Just broken down by this section of the plan, the 291 comments received, planning staff have identified about 106 to discuss with the planning board. Of those, 8 are general comments. 1 is dealing with the table of contents. 1 is with the racial equity and social justice chapter. 4 are with existing conditions. And then you see it sort of picks up into the recommendations piece. 3 general recommendation comments, 63 of design, policy, and programming comments, 5 prioritization, 9 Complete Streets Design Guide related comments, 3 pedestrian shortcuts, 0 side paths, 0 implementation, 0 monitoring, and then 1 comment about the appendices. Sort of the logic that we use to whittle down those 106 to whittle down the 291 to the 106 are comments that we thought worthy of inclusion in our discussion are those that involve a staff recommended change to the plan or are about a controversial issue. So comments that are just support the plan, oppose the plan, or are about something not related to the master plan itself were not necessarily germane or the best use of our time here. The schedule for the work sessions, Mr. Sartori mentioned this already. and mea culpa on our part, setting up the first work session staff report and not in this way, but we think it really makes the most sense to walk through each section of the plan in order, with the exception of the executive summary, the table of contents, and the introduction, because so much of that will likely be influenced by changes that are made in the rest of the document, and we can come back to that at the end and make any changes that we see fit there. So walking through each section of the plan, reviewing the pertinent comments, and then receiving your feedback. In some cases, the comments just have a response. In other cases, there's a response and a recommended action. I guess in the interest of time, if there are no, I think we will move through these as quickly as we can. And I guess silence would be sort of assent to the recommended change and the course of action. So if that's not how you want to proceed, that's totally fine. That's just how we're planning on proceeding.
It's fine. No, let's proceed that way.
Okay, awesome.
Go ahead.
So the work session topics for this session should all be included in your packet. The general comments, the comment about the racial equity and social justice statement, comments relating to the vision and goals, which includes objectives and performance measures, and then comments related to the existing conditions. Future work session topics, we plan on getting into the recommendations, including all of the different elements that I spoke about in the plan overview, the plan's implementation chapter, monitoring chapter, the plan's appendices, and then, as I said, sort of the front matter, the table of contents, the executive summary, and introduction. Throughout this presentation and moving forward in future staff reports, you will see staff recommended changes shown as sort of underlines. Red underlines represent additions to the text, and red brackets around red text represent deletions from the text. So with that, we can get into the comments. General comments. People of color should have the same pedestrian safety measures as our affluent neighbors. Staff agrees. We think it's entirely reasonable and expected, and this plan really tries to communicate effectively that everyone in the county deserves a high-quality, safe, and direct pedestrian experience. Planning staff has really tried to use an equity lens through this process, including through our engagement efforts and data collection. The analysis that we've done that focuses on, that draws comparisons between the county as a whole and our equity focus areas, and then our approach to prioritize future investment with a focus on equity.
Question on that one.
Yes.
Was that a comment that somebody made during the public hearing, or is that a rewording of the comment? Because the way I see it is, it assumes that communities of colors are not necessarily affluent neighbors and may not necessarily be. Did we kind of reword that comment, or was that a specific comment made?
The comment was made in the oral portion of the public hearing, and while staff has shortened or paraphrased comments throughout this presentation and in future staff reports, I'm very positive that this hews directly to the intent of the oral comment. So, yeah, we tried to directly convey what was being expressed in the testimony.
All right. Okay. No, that's what I wanted to know, whether you had reworded the comment or if there simply, reflects what people said. If it reflects what people said, it's fine.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
David Ansbacher for the record. In this case, as Eli said, it reflects what was said on the record. In many instances, though, comments were very extensive. We've tried to pare them down to kind of the essential matter.
Mhm.
But as one of the your attachments will have all the written testimony, and I think it's attachment E that is more expansive on the comments, if you want to go to a particular comment.
If I can mention something very briefly for the newer board members, this is Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. As Eli, discussed, we very much use an equity lens for this master plan, and that is in alignment not only with the planning department's equity agenda for planning, but also with regards to the planning board, the county's racial equity and social justice law that was passed in 2019 has a requirement that the board should consider racial equity and social justice as part of their review of master plans. So this is also a way for us to help the board meet that requirement. So you will very much, moving forward, we'll continue to see this being, an important topic. And so I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware of the requirement for the board as well.
Thank you. Next, 1.2, representation is extremely important. In a county that is majority people of color, we need to see these people sitting at the table. You don't see it tonight or at these other meetings. Planning in the county must do better. I think the staff response is there's absolutely always room for improvement. We believe that diverse voices and perspectives are the foundation of this plan, and many of the people that participated in the planning process were not necessarily present at the public hearing, and that's totally fine. We also recognize that to address inequities in the built environment and the pedestrian experience will require a sustained effort over many years, and we as staff are really committed to continuing this process of engagement as this plan moves through implementation. Building on that, we, throughout this process, had a community advisory group to bounce ideas off of, to get perspectives. This group included members of the disability community, including the Commission on People with Disabilities, various racial and ethnic advisory groups, the county PTA, the Pedestrian Bicycle Traffic Safety Committee, and citizens advisory boards from across the county, as well as residents, individual residents from the communities listed on the screen, including Long Branch, Olney, Aspen Hill, Calverton, Gaithersburg, and others. So that's a point taken. There was also a concern that the pedestrian master plan did not have sufficient engagement with churches, synagogues, and private schools. Staff disagrees with this. In July 2022, we reached out to over 500 houses of worship to provide information about the pedestrian plan and encourage people to host a meeting about the plan that we would attend and participate in. And while no groups did request a meeting out of that effort, we believe this effort really enabled those institutions to inform their membership about the plan. And then staff focused our outreach on public schools rather than private schools, largely because public school students are much more likely to live within a walkable distance to their schools. So these are better opportunities to increase walking, and that's sort of the approach that we took to thinking about this. The plan should not penalize drivers, as most Montgomery County residents require cars to travel in the county. Staff agrees this is not the intention of the plan to penalize drivers. This plan really builds the multimodal capacity of the county. It complements the county's transit corridors functional plan and the 2018 bicycle master plan, really in creating additional travel options for people. We're not trying to make a specific mode more difficult. We're trying to provide people options to make the best possible trips that they can make. So I think while we recognize that some recommendations may have localized impacts on driving, as the recommendations are implemented, those and other potential negative impacts will be evaluated. Every recommendation won't be suitable for every situation. Staff agrees. While there are countywide recommendations, most of the key actions are written to ensure that the implementing agencies have discretion to treat places that are differently. Many of the recommendations, for instance, that relate to signals are focused on the county's downtowns and town centers, which are the areas where there's more pedestrian activity. And then, as I already discussed, there is a whole set of recommendations about side paths, which are along our country roads in the more rural parts of the county. So those are just two examples. 1.6, this is not a data-driven plan. A big blind spot is data about the projected use of some things like bike lanes during inclement weather. Staff disagrees. As I laid out at the beginning of my remarks, there's been extensive data collection that's gone into this plan to really understand disparities and inequities in pedestrian safety and access. Some of the elements that have been undertaken as part of this plan have not been undertaken by any other master plan in the Commission's history, including the statistically valid pedestrian survey. And we did some fairly innovative data collection as well for the pedestrian shortcuts that used interactive surveying and things like that to really make an effort to collect data in ways that were creative and unique. So we've relied on regional and national information, but also these local and unique data sources, like I alluded to earlier. 1.7, disability groups should evaluate the recommendations in the pedestrian plan. We agree. Over the course of this plan, meetings with community members with disabilities have been a major focus of the project team, and their input and repeated sort of iterative communication about the recommendations in the plan have really been essential to putting the document that you've reviewed together, including members of the community advisory group for the plan who have disabilities. We met regularly with the Commission on People with Disabilities, the National Capital Chapter for the American Council of the Blind of Maryland, and other groups with similar and related concerns like the Commission on Aging. The next is more of a technical update, but plan maps should include symbols for Metro, Purple Line, and libraries. Staff agrees. Staff recommends making these changes on the maps, specifically in the sections related to the Complete Streets Design Guide area types and the pedestrian shortcuts. Those are the end of sort of the general overarching comments. Next section is about racial equity and social justice. And there's just one comment here, that the use of, quote, equity community doesn't make sense. Is this being used as a shorthand for communities with higher rates of non-white residents, lower income households, as the equity emphasis area methodology does? If there's a lack of equity, that should be called out. Yes, it is being used as a shorthand in the 5th paragraph on page 7, which is where the racial equity and social justice statement is. Planning staff recommends changing the, quote, for equity communities to, quote, across race, ethnicity, income, and disability, like the text shown on your screen. So we would remove for equity communities and then just be more descriptive about what sort of equity dimensions the existing conditions report analyzed, which include race, ethnicity, income, and disability. So
and this is a specific recommendation that we're asking you to approve. I think, as Eli had asked earlier, if we don't hear any comment on it, I think we're going to move forward and assume that that is approval to move forward with these changes.
I just have a question. Do we have to add color into this also, across race, color, ethnicity? Because I know that at one point they were saying that we have to make sure that we include that intentionally, the color, just color.
I'm a little unclear about that. Is that was a comment from a public witness?
So this is the commenter is at the bottom left of the screen. So that's as a reference. This came from the county executive's office, who collects comments from a number of different agencies.
Well, I guess are you referring to color as in the individual?
Yes.
I would say typically our practice has been to use the term or terms race and ethnicity to capture both the color of individuals, so to speak, as well as their ethnic background. So we don't typically use the word color, race, color, and ethnicity. We use race and ethnicity. That's our general practice.
I understand, but I have been in sort of discussions that it makes us uncomfortable to talk about color. But I was told that that is fine. That's something that it needs to be talked about until it goes away. That's what my understanding was. So I'm just putting it out there. That's what I heard. You may want to just check about it. And if that's not politically correct, then I'm fine with it.
Well, I guess what I would say is we certainly refer to people of color, very much so. But I think just in terms of using categories here, race and ethnicity should cover, I believe, what you are.
Do it, people of color.
Well, just to clarify,
Yeah,
I think, so this specific comment refers to the analysis that we did, and the analysis relied very heavily on our equity focus area designations, which include race, ethnicity, and income. And honestly, we should probably add English language proficiency here as well. So not necessarily color specifically, but I would say race, ethnicity, income, and English language proficiency is what this should probably read as.
I was going to ask about immigration status if that had been, but English language proficiency would.
I think the metric used due to data availability was that. Yeah.
That's fine, yeah, okay.
So
I would definitely put that in if that's a point at which we.
Yeah,
we
I guess
investigate, I would
to amend
include
this to say across race, ethnicity, income, English language proficiency, and disability would sort of circumscribe the data that was available through the equity focus area analysis process. Awesome.
Now, this doesn't mean that we're going to stop using the equity focus areas, because we've had a discussion about those in the county. I mean, we've decided to do for Thrive and other documents to do an equity communities as I guess, a basis of analysis.
Well, I think just to
I mean,
clarify,
I'm okay with this change. I'm just saying we're not going to get rid of the term equity areas because we've been using them.
yes, we have a mapping tool and a mapping analysis that we've already done that's called equity focus areas. And I
Yes.
believe, as Eli noted, that was very much used as one of the tools for this analysis. So in making the adjustments to this language, the three sort of key metrics used for equity focus areas is percent people of color, percent residents who are low income, and percent residents who are who speak English less than very well. So that's why I think the suggestion was to add in the reference to English language ability for this. But to answer your question, Vice Chair Pinheiro, we very much will continue to use equity focus areas in our work.
Okay, good. Yeah, I imagine that what happens is that people don't understand the term unless, we need to, I guess, use planning as a tool, as an educational tool when we talk about equity focus areas in the future. Okay.
Certainly.
That's all.
The next set of comments are from the Vision and Goals chapter. Pedestrian safety should be the top goal, not increased walking. Increased walking follows from walking being safer. The staff response is that the goals on page 10 are not intended to be prioritized or in priority order, but rather to reflect that higher walking rates are really the result of achieving the other three goals. So to sort of make that clearer, planning staff recommends revising page 10 of the plan to clarify this as follows with the underlined text in red on the screen. So to paraphrase that, these goals are not listed in order of importance. Rather, they show that the ultimate success of the plan will be reflected in higher walking rates, goal 1, which will come about only if we are successful in creating more comfortable, connected, convenient pedestrian network, goal 2, which enhances pedestrian safety, goal 3, in an equitable and just way, goal 4.
If I could just add one thing here real quickly, for people who are watching us online or on recording, when we make reference to the page numbers here, the page numbers refer to the printed version that the planning board members have. There's a slight discrepancy in what we have online. The PDF, it was missing some of our blank pages, and so we're trying to use the page numbers so it's convenient for you all. If you're watching online, you may have to look a page or back or forward.
Or if you're as sort of to remedy this, the attachments to the staff report for work session 1 included a PDF version of the print version. So if you refer to that, the page numbers will be accurate. But thank you, Mr. Sartori.
I just have a question. Is there anywhere else that we identify the safety as being number 1 goal for pedestrian, or we don't want to go there? Because I sort of agree that safety is utmost important, but I understand that that was not the intention in here to do. But I think that probably, I see this is from Larry, and Larry is sitting there.
Yeah, he's right behind me, yeah.
I didn't notice until I just talked, but I sort of agree that unless it is not safe, we don't go there. And if you want to make it to be used more, the number one would be safe. And I understand this is not the idea, the goal in here, but is there anywhere else that we emphasize that safety, or is it safety number one in this functional plan?
Yeah, so I would say, I guess, in this specific location, we did not intend to rank them.
Yes.
I think staff can look and report back if there are other locations where we did make a statement of values relating, like sort of comparing the goals or saying that safety was the most important or something like that. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I know for me, if somebody's not safe, I don't bike or I don't walk. I try as much as possible to avoid it.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to achieve, the goals of the plan are to create a holistic walking experience. We can certainly, in many ways, there's many different ways to make the walking environment safe. And safety, of course, is our number one goal. What we're trying to say here is that it's not enough, right? We need the holistic approach that is trying to make our walking environment comfortable, connected. It needs to be enjoyable. People, they walk for a lot of reasons, but one reason that people walk is because it's just, it's a great neighborhood to walk in. There's a lot of visual interest. So I think what we're trying to show here is a holistic experience, and sort of more in the weighting, in the prioritization section, I think we're trying to show that safety is the primary concern.
If I can also just add to that, if you think about the fact that the Climate Action Plan lists the completion of this pedestrian master plan as a recommended strategy, that is really focused on making walking an attractive mode of transportation for residents. And so pedestrian safety is very, very much a focus, but this is also helping to support creating an infrastructure where it's possible for people to walk in the first place, because that's part of the issue that we're also trying to fix with this plan, as well as with other efforts. So it's sort of it's not, I won't say a balancing, but pedestrian safety is very much a goal. But the other big goal, and this also ties to Thrive Montgomery 2050, is addressing the fact that a lot of our transportation infrastructure has been developed as auto-centric. And some of that will very much be addressed by improving pedestrian safety, but some of that also needs to be converted into places where people can walk in the first place. So I just wanted to add that as sort of the larger context.
I totally agree with acting planning director. I mean, it's one of the objectives of Thrive 2050 is to have it's really creating complete communities where people can walk, within a 15-minute walking, they can get to a certain commercial area, whatever, to their jobs. That's eventually a goal. And it's not an anti-car or we have to balance all the needs, but I would leave it as a holistic thing rather than pedestrian safety, because pedestrian safety may be interpreted as necessarily, opening areas so that people can walk less without automobiles, whatever. But anyway, that's just a comment. Go ahead.
The next 3.2, suggestion to include a target year for each of the objectives. So essentially a date by which the target of the performance metrics would be achieved. This is something that the planning department did during the bicycle master plan, and at the council level, those targets were removed. This plan has explicitly avoided providing a target year because the county council made this request. In addition to the bicycle master plan, Thrive 2050's metrics also did not have target years. So that's sort of how we'd like to proceed. I think with the understanding that the measures are aspirational in a lot of ways, and it would be difficult to sort of assign a target year anyway. 3.3, to better reflect the county's area types, analysis should use the area type recommendations in the Complete Streets Design Guide, which are downtown, town center, suburban, industrial, and country, and subdivide town centers per the centers typology identified in Thrive Montgomery 2050, which are medium centers, small centers, and neighborhood or village centers. Staff agrees. I think the background on this specific comment is that a lot of the analysis in this plan, in the existing conditions piece, which has fed into the plan itself, revolved around what we would call an urban area transit corridor, and then the rural and exurban typology, which was an outgrowth of the countywide pedestrian survey, where we created these unique geographies that had different land use characteristics, so we could, in a statistically valid way, understand how those different areas and people living in them had different walking perceptions and walking amounts and purposes and things like that. So a lot of the objectives 1 and 2 on the screen on page 11 are tied to these different geographies. But staff agrees that moving forward, it would be better to align to the Complete Streets Design Guide approach and potentially subdividing the town centers based on the ideas identified in Thrive 2050. I think with the understanding that in situations where the resulting geographies are so small that the findings from any analysis wouldn't necessarily be statistically valid or applicable, we'll still need to sort of be thoughtful about how we're identifying those geographies so we can make our analysis is supported by the data. So planning staff are interested in sort of reconsidering these geographic areas of analysis in the 2023-2024 Pedestrian Master Plan Biennial Monitoring Report when it's prepared in 2025. 3.4, increase the walking rate targets. How will these targets reduce greenhouse gas emission reductions? Planning staff agrees with modifications. I think we think the rates identified in the plan on pages 11 through 13 are actually very ambitious given the county's existing and planned land use pattern. However, as conditions continue to change, the targets can be amended. With that in mind, the recommended action is that the planning staff recommends adding the following key action to the plan's monitoring section on page 273 to say, consider revising the targets for each objective as part of the Pedestrian Master Plan Biennial Monitoring Report. As the plan is implemented, there may be opportunities to adjust objective targets in response to county policy, changes in existing conditions, and other factors. The goal of this is really just to keep the plan nimble and up to date. There are probably going to be instances where we achieve our targets much sooner or achieve the targets much sooner than we thought. There may be other cases where it may be helpful to reevaluate to create a competitive target that we think we can achieve in sort of the horizon year of the plan. Okay. This is a bigger comment. Additional objectives and performance measures should be added, including access to bus rapid transit, the percentage of roads with the appropriate posted speed limit, information about frequency and severity of speeding, frequency of red light running, frequency of driver failure to yield to pedestrians, the percentage of roadway lighting up to standards and operational, percentage of crosswalk markings in good condition, percentage of stop bars and roadway lane markings that reflect the safest roadway operation for pedestrians, and additional safety metrics for transportation capital projects to ensure that agencies responsible for roadway safety are held accountable. Staff agrees with modifications. I think our concern is that the objectives are more likely to be measured when they don't require substantial new data collection. So to the extent possible, we are definitely interested in the upcoming biennial monitoring report for the pedestrian plan to include additional performance measures, but we'll need to make sure the data exists or can sort of be easily identified. And then the last piece here, which is in relation to the last comment about transportation capital projects and improving accountability for sort of the outcomes of those transportation capital projects. There is an existing recommendation in this plan on page 274 that includes a recommendation for a post-construction assessment of transportation capital projects, which essentially tries to understand what did this project set out to do? Did it accomplish that goal? And if it didn't, what can be done in the future to make sure that the projects we're designing and prioritizing are sort of in service of the goals of the county?
So the question is that who's going to, first of all, are these data really available? And if they are they measurable? And who is going to do that? Because data is good, at the same time, not collecting good data, it could create a pollution in the data. I think it's very important that we have a strategy of how we want to collect the data to make sure that we are on the way. First of all, it's cost-benefit ratio, and then we collect good data. And it's toward our goal, the collection of data, it reaching us to where we want to go. So this is a lot of information.
Right, so I think some parts of this staff feels comfortable doing internally, so access to bus rapid transit, like we can use the pedestrian level of comfort network that we already have and model access and how that comfort has changed. Some of these other ones, like the speed limit, I think we anticipate that data could be collected as part of the update to the master plan of highways and transitways. Some of the other ones relating to, I guess, driver behavior, so speeding, red light running, failure to yield. That's not data I think the planning department would collect anyway. It's something that we would rely on county resources from the police department and other things to. It would be more of us aggregating that data that already exists. And then some of these other ones about lighting, crosswalk markings, stop bars, and roadway lane markings would just be through coordination with DOT. We're not in a position to catalog all of that, the assets that the county has in that way, but for these things to be included in objectives and performance measures moving forward through the monitoring reports, we would need those sort of, the people responsible for maintaining that infrastructure to catalog it and let us know the condition of it. So yeah, we're definitely not trying to sign this department up for collecting data that we don't maintain or is not really serving sort of the larger purpose of the planning department.
And if I could just add a couple of things, there are other kind of corresponding efforts that the planning department undergoes on a regular basis and that we're undertaking right now. Every 2 years, we produce the travel monitoring report, which is kind of an outgrowth of our growth and infrastructure policy. We also produce a biennial monitoring report for the bicycle master plan and its implementation. So there's an extensive data collection effort involved in all of those. And the hope is that we can get all of these kind of like timed together so that eventually it becomes just, one comprehensive monitoring that captures all of these things that we're already supposed to be monitoring. The other thing is we're currently in the process of beginning a project, or a transportation data asset management strategy project in coordination with other county agencies and State Highway Administration, where we take a look at, and we're going to hold some work sessions amongst ourselves with a consultant, taking a look at what data assets we all have and how we share and access them across the different agencies and trying to improve that. And so some of the things on here may be things that we find out through that process. Oh, we do have access to that. We just weren't aware of it. So we'll continue to try to improve. I mean, data is something that we kind of take pride in not just in building our master plans, but also in monitoring them afterwards.
Yeah. And this is just a question, then we can move on. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but automated traffic enforcement, do we have access to that with they put up the cameras and stuff and things like that. I was thinking for frequency of red light running, severity of speeding, that kind of thing. Do we have access to that information in a, non-specific? We don't need people's
in an
driving.
anonymized manner.
Yeah, anonymized. Thank you.
I'm not totally sure. I think that's something staff can look into that.
Can I make a suggestion? And this is based off our experience with Thrive Montgomery 2050, for which there were some, which has over 80 metrics in the adopted plan, some of which were included as part of the planning department's process and the planning boards, and then subsequently the county council added some additional metrics. Part of the issue is that it's very easy to come up with an idea for a metric and add it to a plan, but to actually track it, to have the data for it, and to be able to replicate that is a different matter. And for Thrive, as you may recall, as part of our budget request for FY24, we are requesting funding to be able to build out a whole tracking mechanism and to look at how we can actually collect data for the over 80 metrics that are in Thrive. So what I would recommend is sort of similar to the planning staff's response, but I would recommend not getting too into the weeds of coming up with ideas and adding specific additional metrics at this time. But the plan could say, we already have a number of metrics already identified in a draft plan. There may be others that may be identified as we begin to start the biennial monitoring reports, and to be able to sort of leave that wiggle room because and I will probably say the same thing when it gets to the county council, even though they may still want to add some in it to the plan. But that way it gives the staff the ability to explore whether or not it's possible to do some of these other metrics, but it doesn't sort of commit us to doing it when we may end up having to not be able to actually track it.
And I like that idea. Yeah. I think that's exactly what my concern was, that we could very easily get, wrapped with, And data is a fantastic thing, and I do not know if you have business analysis and you have your strategic division that they come up with really wonderful matrix and commit yourself to something that then it may not be really what you're looking for. Yeah, I like what you suggested.
Oh, absolutely, exactly what Mitra said. There can be some creativity involved, but having started my career as a data person, please don't make them do more things that are really hard. If there are creative ways we can get data on some things, that's fantastic, and if not, let's keep it to what we can handle. Yeah.
So just for clarity, are we asking for a little bit of language to be added to the plan to get it?
That's what
I think I would just leave it general saying, the way you have it right now, you're saying performance measures maybe such as or something or should be, not necessarily. We don't want to have like a list of metrics or whatever that then people are going to think, well, you said you were going to track this or whatever. Leaving it very general of what would be the most important metrics to follow, to track, that would be, and in coordination with the Thrive 2050, like the acting executive director said. We have 80 there, so I'm sure that some of them have to do with pedestrian measures. So I would just leave it.
I would leave it.
Yeah.
Okay, so planning staff can come back with some minor modifications to the text to get at this sentiment, and we can bring that back to you at the last work session.
Yeah, I think the consider additional performance measures as part of, like I said, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I would just probably amend this. Okay, thank you. 3.6, since school buses are public transportation, the walk and public transportation metric on page 13, which is for students walking to school, is already exceeded. It's unclear how these targets are arrived at and whether the targets are feasible. Getting to 50% elementary school students walking to school across the county would require many schools to reach 100% to balance out the exurban and rural schools. Staff agrees that school buses are public transportation, so removing the public transportation component of the school-based objective on page 13 makes sense. The purpose of this metric was really not to increase school busing. It was to increase walking. So sort of our perspective was that people using ride-on or WMATA buses to get to school is you're walking fundamentally at the beginning and end of that trip. But if you're taking the school bus, that's not necessarily the case. So staff is happy to remove the public transportation sort of parenthetical in objective 1.5 and 1.6. So sort of that confusion about school busing can go away. Great.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Great.
Now, is there a criteria for by MCPS of when students have to walk to schools within certain proximity to schools?
Yes,
I think they
yes.
used to. Yeah, they do have that.
There is. So it's 1 mile for elementary schools, 1.5 miles for middle schools, and 2 miles for high schools. Those are sort of the theoretical extents. Obviously, the sort of catchment areas of the schools may be bigger or smaller than that, and in the areas where they're bigger than that, students are bused who live outside of that zone. Also, if there are roadways or pedestrian conditions that MCPS has determined are unsafe, even within that distance, students are bused, even within a walkable distance. So just for your information, I think my favorite example of this, my most unfortunate example of this is the Harmony Hills Elementary School in Aspen Hill, sort of bounded by Connecticut and Matthew Henson and Georgia. A large percentage of the students who attend that school live immediately east of Georgia Avenue in the multifamily developments off of Hewitt. And they get bused across Georgia Avenue essentially to school, even though it's like a quarter mile away. So this is one. There's recommendations to help address this, to identify those pinch points that if we can really reduce that hazard busing through infrastructure and other things, we can improve sort of independence among kids and public health and all these other sort of outcomes. So this is a metric that's trying to really get at the heart of that.
Okay.
For 3.7, objective 4.1, which is on page 18, it reads, all pathways countywide will be accessible to persons with disabilities. The objective baseline number of 6.2% seems extremely low. The commenter is assuming that a very high threshold was set for defining what an ADA fault is that may not match the current guidelines. Staff agrees. So after reviewing this comment, staff learned that the data source for this metric was really not developed with the intent of this objective in mind. So we think the objective is an important one, but staff recommends continued coordination with MCDOT and the county's Vision Zero coordinator to develop an alternative data source that's suitable for this objective in the coming years. We think it's really important to measure accessibility and the accessibility of the pedestrian network, and this data source that we were using is probably not the most appropriate for that, but it's something that definitely needs to be measured as we move forward so we can achieve Plan Goal 4, which is to build out the pedestrian network in an equitable and just way.
And so I think what we would recommend doing here is removing the 6.2% number that's referenced and just putting maybe like a TBD number or something in that, because I don't think we want to be so definitive on what the actual number is right now until we clarify those data sources. But we do want to keep the metric.
Thanks.
Okay.
3.8. Should objective 4.3 on page 19, which says transit stations will be comfortable to access from equity focus areas as from outside equity focus areas. Should this include metrics for bus rapid transit stations as well as bus stops? Staff, I would say, partially agrees. The data to conduct this evaluation already exists, which is really important based on the conversations we just had. Planning staff recommends adding on page 19 with percentages that would be identified prior to transmitting the plan to the county council. Montgomery County bus rapid transit station comfortable connectivity and sort of the disparities between connectivity within equity focus areas and outside equity focus areas. At this time, we do not recommend adding an evaluation of comfortable access to local bus stops. There are really just so many of them, and the sort of the catchment area for each of them is so small that it would produce more data than would be useful for staff. That's the end of the comments from vision and goals. Do commissioners have any comments about vision and goals aside from the ones that we talked about? Great. Onto existing conditions. These are some technical comments from the county executive, essentially amending the caption on figure 5 and figure 6, so page 30 and 31, to read pedestrian trip purpose or perhaps walk trip purpose. That's the first comment. The second is in figure 6 on page 31. The series no reported disability in this bar chart is white or transparent, so you can't actually see the bars. And then the last comment is to amend the transit label in figure 8 on page 30. On page 30. Sorry. 33, to read transit corridor instead of transit. Staff agrees, recommends changing the following, the title to essentially add pedestrian before trip purpose on figures 5 and 6, to display the hidden bars in figure 8 representing no reported disability, and then to change the transit bar to read transit corridor on page 33 in figure 8. And this is an example of what the updated figure 8 would look like. If you can picture the orange bars just being white and having the percentages at the top, that's what the current, you can see it in your plan if you brought your plan. So that's the staff recommendation. Great. 4.2, we disagree with the assertion that, quote, missing sidewalks on local streets are not classified as sidewalk gaps because traffic volumes and speed limits often allow for a comfortable experience for pedestrians traveling in those roadways. As mobility-impaired individuals, low vision or blind pedestrians, and or those with low hearing, among other disabilities, we know that walking in roadways is never safe or comfortable and must not be the only option for pedestrians of all ages. I think, so this note appears on page 37. It appears on page 38, but it's referring to table 11, which is on page 37. And it's really just intended to be specific to that table and in the calculation of how gaps on that table, which the table is called sidewalk gap mileage by street classification and land use, where we essentially looked for each of the street classifications on the left side, how many miles of sidewalk gaps existed. I think, to be frank, there's not a great way in the data that we have to quantify the amount of sidewalk gaps on these local streets because the way the data are set up, it's not clear. It would be very difficult to do, I would think, without getting into a lot of technical things. But we're really, planning staff, this is not really intended to be a general statement to downplay the importance of sidewalks, I think especially from a connectivity perspective for people with disabilities. And we intend to continue to update the sidewalk data and sort of the way it's sort of laid out and organized to allow for future measurement of sidewalk gaps along these types of streets. So we will be responsive in the years ahead to this. It's just not something that we can do.
Yeah.
We can do now.
I think with that one, it might be worth taking out the because statement or adding that data is not available or something along those lines, because it reads more like a value statement than it does an issue of local streets and data. I would go ahead and just missing sidewalks on local streets are not classified as sidewalk gaps for the purposes of table 11 and 10 and 11 or something along those lines that avoid the value, kind of what sounds like a value statement.
Thank you. 4.3, the existing condition section on safety should include 1, crashes occurring within federal, state, and local parks, 2, a table showing where current posted speeds exceed the statutory and or target speeds, and a rationale from State Highway Administration or MCDOT justifying the higher speed, 3, data on speeding citations, illegal right turns, red light running, and violations of pedestrian right-of-way, and 4, a survey of lighting conditions. Planning staff agrees. I think for the first point, we used the county's publicly available crash data for the pedestrian crash analysis that's in the existing conditions report, and all crashes within that data set were used except those on limited access highways. So we're using all of the data that we have available. Two, for the table showing where current posted speeds exceed the statutory or target speeds, we believe that the update to the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways that's upcoming is really the appropriate opportunity to compare those speeds and make those, do that analysis. Three, our recommended action, we will request data on speeding citations, illegal right turns, red light running, violations of pedestrian right-of-way, and we'll update the plan to the extent that they are available and useful, and update the existing conditions section accordingly. So sort of pulling back to what I talked about earlier about the data, these are data that we can request and work with the sort of the open data portal to understand the extent to which we can collect this data and use it. And then the last piece here about survey of lighting conditions. This is a fantastic idea, I think. We are working on an effort that is already called out in the pedestrian master plan that's already in action, a collaborative effort with the Department of Transportation to update the county's lighting standards. So this, we recommend adding the following key action on page 80 for a lighting survey to essentially understand where we're at today. Like, it would be very helpful to understand the conditions on the ground today and realistically how they compare to the standards that we're already in process working on, to understand where conditions are, I guess, the worst compared to where the standards that we're outlining, so that we can ultimately prioritize where we want to make those improvements the fastest. So I think this is a really good recommendation, and that's why planning staff recommends including it. 4.4.
Is that something that the MCDOT generally does, that lighting, identify where the lighting conditions are deficient? Do they do that, or we're recommending something new?
So this is a new thing, this survey of lighting conditions. The Department of Transportation maintains a GIS shapefile, so a data file of the locations of lighting poles specifically, and who is responsible for their operation and maintenance. That does not necessarily speak to the quality of the illumination provided or anything like that. So we really just want to understand essentially how the existing condition compares to the ideal condition, which is going to be developed as part of the lighting standards update, which is called out, I believe, in the description for this draft key action, which is B5A.
And I'll just add, this is a pretty big effort and big lift, and updating all the lighting in the county to reach the new lighting standards is a monumental lift. So I would imagine what would come out of this, and the need for the existing data, is because we got to start prioritizing where is it most important to upgrade the lighting.
Next comment. This is a sort of an overarching comment that staff has broken up into sort of the relevant sections where it's appropriate. So this comment is to that sort of, there are a lot of implicit references to climate change and how the plan and walking can help mitigate the effects of climate change. But these implied references should be made more explicit and more direct. So the following recommendations are changes to the existing conditions section to incorporate language that's more direct about climate change and the relationship between the plan and the climate. So the first is on page 48 in the first paragraph. Essentially, it's shown here, but unshaded sidewalks can reach dangerous levels of heat in the summer. It's important that tree canopy cover can be used to counteract those higher temperatures, and that the underlying text says tree canopy cover will only become more important as climate change increases temperatures over time. So just making that connection explicit. The next one is page 59, the last bullet here, where we're in the existing conditions report, we're comparing the quality of the tree canopy coverage along streets in equity focus areas, along with compared to their similar counterparts in non-equity focus areas. So a 6-lane arterial road in an equity focus area compared to a 6-lane arterial road outside of the equity focus area. And what we found in our analysis is that equity focus areas, all things equal, have less canopy coverage. So the shade is worse in equity focus areas, all things equal, than in non-equity focus areas. So that just makes, the underlying text just makes that clearer, that because that's the case, people walking on in these communities will experience higher temperatures as a result of climate change than in other parts of the county. That is actually the last comment we have for you today. Future work session topics when we reconvene on April 27th. Right, yeah. Will be, so this is essentially the rest of the topics in the plan, and we will attempt to tackle as many of them as we can in the next work session. So recommendations, you may remember that this is obviously the section that there are the most comments. We'll get into that. We'll talk about the implementation chapter. And even on those sections where there aren't public comments, of course, if you're reviewing the document and you have comments that you'd like to discuss, or in the course of our discussions, more comments arise, or we've given you something today to think about that you want to bring up at the next work session, that would be great, and we'd be happy to do that. I guess ideally, if anything comes to mind before the next work session, if you could sort of transmit that through the appropriate channels so we are prepared to the extent possible, that would be fantastic. But really appreciate your time in working through these public comments and diving into some of the more specific details of the plan for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer, Ann Spasher, and Mr. Sartori. This has been an excellent discussion of the pedestrian plan. So, I mean, I'm sure that we're going to continue working on this over, you know, as you say, there's future work sessions coming up. So we'll take a look at it and we'll give you any comments that we can think of. Anyway, I think we're coming to the end of a long day. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Of course. I have a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, it's late.
I will second that motion heartily.
Okay, all right. So we vote that we adjourn, and have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you next week. Thank you very much.